distinguished delegates here in Addis Ababa and joining us virtually. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. It's my honour to welcome you to the fourth hybrid dialogue under the United Arab Emirates Just Transition Work Programme, being convened as part of our second Climate Week here in Addis Ababa in 2025. This fourth dialogue, as you all know, will focus on the topic just energy transition pathways and holistic approaches to just transitions, including socio-economic, workforce, social protection and other dimensions based on nationally defined development priorities. Just by way of introduction, my name is Damon Jones and I serve as lead on the Just Transition Work Programme at the UNFCCC Secretariat, and it's a real privilege to be engaging with you all in this dialogue and to be with you here today. Those that were at the third dialogue in Panama will remember the role that I played there in terms of moderating discussions, and I'll be doing the same at this dialogue today, aided of course by our speakers and facilitators and all of you in terms of all the rich contributions you'll be making. So thank you very much for taking the time to join us, both in person here and virtually. The dialogue, as you have seen in the concept note and agenda, will take place across a day and a half. We have a full day in front of us today, and we'll again meet tomorrow through the morning until lunchtime. As per its mandate, the dialogue will be conducted in hybrid format to maximising inclusiveness and the opportunity for active participation. And before we begin, let me express our sincere thanks to the government of Ethiopia for hosting this important meeting and for the very warm hospitality extended to all participants at this Climate Week. Very much appreciated. And on that note, as part of this open plenary, before we get to further details about the dialogue, I would like to invite our guests and like to start with Mr. Abbas Mohammed Alito, CEO, Environment and Climate Change Policy in the Ministry of Planning and Development of Ethiopia, to deliver welcome remarks on behalf of our host. Abbas, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Facilitator. Dear colleagues, distinguished delegates and friends, good morning, good afternoon and good evening wherever you are. On behalf of Government of Ethiopia and the people of Ethiopia, I warmly welcome you to Addis Ababa, the capital city of Africa, for the fourth dialogue under the United Arab Emirates Just Transition Work Programme. It is a profound honor for Ethiopia to host this important dialogue as part of the Climate Week 2 and at the moment when the urgency of advancing just, inclusive and sustainable transition has never been clearer. Colleagues, the chosen theme for this fourth dialogue, just energy transition pathways and holistic approach to just transition, including socio-economic, workforce, social protection and other dimensions based on nationally defined development priorities, is timely and vital. It reflects the views expressed during the July 2025 consultation with parties, observers and stakeholders, and it resonates deeply with the realities of Africa and the broader developing world. For many of our countries, energy poverty, affordability, access and reliability remain pressing concerns. A just transition cannot be divorced from these realities. It must ensure that development is not compromised but strengthened, that societies are empowered and no one left behind. Just transition pathways are by nature country-driven. There is no one-size-fits-all model. They must reflect national context, socio-economic realities, and the voice of the most vulnerable, empowering all actors workers and communities, women, youth, and marginalized group is essential to ensuring transition are fair, inclusive, and durable. This dialogue provides a vital space to share experience in designing and implementing nationally defined just transition pathways, explore socio-economic workforce and social protection dimension aligned with national development priorities, strengthen inclusive planning, social protection system and locally led climate action, and finally ensuring the active participation of those most affected by climate impact and transition. We must also underscore the enabling condition for success: finance, technology transfer, capacity building, and international cooperation. Only with this can just transition deliver both climate and development benefits. Colleagues and friends, Ethiopia is proud to host you for this dialogue. We hope your discussion over the coming days will be rich in insight and grounded in solidarity and bold in charting actionable solutions. Before I conclude, I extend a heartfelt invitation to all of you. When your crucial, when your crucial consultation here at Climate Week are complete, I encourage you to explore the vibrant beauty of Addis Ababa, from historic heights of Mtoto to stunning modern vistas of Unity and Friendship Park. And most importantly, no visit would be complete without experiencing the profound, inspiring Adwa Museum, a monumental tribute to Pan-African spirit and victory. It is a perfect way to cap your journey of dialogue with a journey of victory. I wish you all a productive and inspiring dialogue. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alito, for your warm welcome and your very pertinent remarks. Thank you so much. Next, I'd like to invite Nora Hamlaji, the Deputy Executive Secretary at the UNFCCC Secretariat, to deliver her welcome remarks. Deputy Executive Secretary.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Welcome and thank you for joining us for the fourth hybrid dialogue under the United Arab Emirates Just Transition Work Program, both here in Addis and also online. Allow me to begin by expressing our sincere gratitude to the government of Ethiopia for their kind and warm hospitality, and to our UN colleagues, the representative of observer constituencies, and other partners, including in the delivery of this dialogue over the next day and a half. We are all well aware of the urgent need to accelerate climate action, but we also know that just transition pathways are essential to enable us to do so in an inclusive, but more importantly, in an equitable manner. Just transitions importance to all economies and all societies. The dialogue is an important space to reflect more deeply on how these challenges, but also these opportunities, can be addressed in a way that is aligned with national priorities, while crafting nationally defined just transition pathways. It is also an opportunity to reflect on the enablers of the just transitions, including international cooperation and means of implementation. As you all here share experiences and discuss opportunities, best practices, actionable solutions, challenges, barriers, I encourage you to engage in an open dialogue and, most importantly, to listen to the voices of those who can be most affected by our transitions, the workers, the indigenous peoples, women, vulnerable groups. Looking ahead to Belém, the expectation for a meaningful outcome under this UAE Just Transition Work Program are increasing. The good progress made at SB 62 in Bonn was an important milestone in that direction that we should all build on. I encourage all participants to actively engage in that spirit of trust, as these discussions lay the foundation of our joint understanding of just transition pathways that truly leave no one behind. I wish you all a very dialogue. And
Thank you very much, Nora. Now my pleasure to invite Elchin Alivadev, Senior Negotiator from the United President, for his welcome remarks.
Thank you, Damon. Distinguished delegates, it's a pleasure to for the post restaurant. I would like to government of Ethiopia for hosting us here, and also thanking the Secretary us dialogue. This transition program holds very high potential that achieving the goals of Paris Agreement requires not only and financial, but also fairness, inclusivity, equity, and which are the heart of the climate action. Today, our focus on just transition pathways and holistic approaches to just transition reminds us of three critical truths. First, energy transition must be nationally defined, reflecting the unique social, economic, and cultural context of each country. There is no one-size-fits-all approach. Pathways must build on national development priorities and pathways, while ensuring that the opportunities of clean energy are accessible to all. Second, transition must be people-centered and embedded within the broader economic approaches. This means ensuring that workers, vulnerable groups, and communities are not left behind, while also addressing the wider economic dimensions affected by these transitions. Third, means of implementations are pivotal. Finance, technology, and capacity building must flow not only to clean energy systems, but also to the broader socio-economic measures that ensure fairness and inclusivity. That brings us once again to the historic decisions we took at COP29 in Baku, aimed at enabling those in need of support to implement their climate actions, including just transition efforts. In this context, it's essential that the promised funds are genuinely delivered to recipients on a concessional and non-debt creating basis without no delay. Colleagues, dialogues like this one offer the opportunity to learn from each other's experience on energy access and affordability, on workforce transitions, on social protection, and on energy security. The interactive sessions ahead will allow us to explore practical solutions, identify lessons, and strengthen international cooperation to support nationally defined pathways that leave no one behind. As we move towards COP30 in Belém later this year, the insights deliberated here will contribute directly into our collective work. We trust that our Brazilian colleagues will keep just transition at the heart of our deliberations and that the outcomes in Belém will reflect these efforts. Let us seize this opportunity to listen, to share, and to chart inclusive pathways that brings the goals of the Paris Agreement closer to reality, while upholding dignity, equity, and opportunity for all. I wish you productive discussions and look forward to the outcomes of this dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elchin. I now have the pleasure of welcoming Ms. Julia Gardner, Chair of the Subsidiary Body for Implementation, for her introductory remarks and to introduce the fourth dialogue under the UAE Just Transition Work Programme. As you know, the work programme operates under the authority and guidance of the SBI and SUBSTA chairs, so we're very pleased to have Julia with us here today in person and look forward to her introductory remarks. Thanks, Julia.
Thank you so much, Damon. Dear colleagues, good morning to those of you here in Addis Ababa. It's really a great pleasure to be here with you. And greetings to those joining us virtually online across different time zones. As the Chair for Subsidiary of the Subsidiary Body for Implementation, it's my pleasure to welcome you to this fourth dialogue under the United Arab Emirates Just Transition Work Programme. I also want to extend a warm welcome from the Chair of the Subsidiary Body for Scientific and Technological Advice, I should have just said SUBSTA, Ambassador Adonia Abaire, who is unfortunately unable to join us here at this meeting, but is following along closely and has this topic as a high priority on his list as well. I'd like to extend my warmest thanks and acknowledgement to the government of Ethiopia for their generous hosting of this Climate Week in this wonderful venue. As the speakers before me have said, I'm so pleased to be here in Addis Ababa to learn more about the priorities and circumstances of African countries and to engage with all of you on the important events here this week. Thank you also to the COP29 and COP30 presidencies for your leadership and commitment to making this week a success. And also, of course, thank you so much to our wonderful Deputy Executive Secretary, Noura, and her excellent team for all the work you put into organising this event, along with our Just Transition Secretariat team, Damon and Anna, who worked tirelessly to make this happen. Colleagues, this is an important year for Just Transition. As we accelerate our responses to match the urgent need for climate action, ensuring just transition's pathways is essential, as you all well recognise. A just transition pathway recognises that climate change and climate responses affect different people and different communities differently, that there is no one-size-fits-all approach to climate action, that each country's transition pathway is unique, grounded in nationally defined priorities, and that we must deliver on the imperative to hold no one back and leave no one behind. We have made good progress this year already, seeking to implement the Just Transitions work programme. We had a successful third dialogue in May and constructive negotiations at SB 62, forwarding an informal note for consideration at COP30. So we have both expectations and momentum building towards a strong outcome in Belém. This fourth dialogue is, of course, an opportunity to continue these deep and constructive discussions and to seek to understand each other's priorities and views in the lead up to COP30. These dialogues are at the core of the Just Transitions work programme. And Adonia and I encourage you all to dive deep into the discussions today and tomorrow and to make the best use of this opportunity. As you're all very well aware, the fourth dialogue will focus on just energy transition pathways and holistic approaches to just transitions, including socio-economic, workforce, social protection, and other dimensions based on nationally defined development priorities. Adonia and I selected this topic after considering the many valuable submissions from parties, observers, and other non-party stakeholders, as well as hearing views at informal virtual consultations with parties and negotiating groups in July. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the reservations that we have received from some groups regarding the concept note for this session. We thank you for this feedback. We have received and reflected on your concerns, and Adonia and I take them very seriously. Let me reassure everyone that the concept note has no formal status. It was prepared in good faith under the authority of Adonia and I as chairs of the subsidiary bodies. The note aims to capture in a balanced manner the many inputs received from parties and non-party stakeholders, including on the proposals for subtopics and guiding questions. As we all know, striking balance is more difficult on some topics than it is on others. And this difficulty speaks to the fundamental importance of this work program, mindfully considering holistic approaches to just transitions, including energy transition, socioeconomic, workforce, social protections and other dimensions that encompasses the experiences of all parties. Moreover, the concept note serves as a signpost to facilitate rich and substantive discussions. It does not prevent or preclude your ability to share your views, perspectives and priorities as you see fit, and we encourage your active participation to do so. The mandate of the Just Transition Dialogues is to provide a space for parties and non-party stakeholders alike to engage on opportunities, best practices, actionable solutions, challenges and barriers, facilitating greater concreteness and granularity in our joint understanding of just transition pathways in the context of the topic at hand, as well as in the context of, cross-cutting themes such as opportunities for enhancing international cooperation, innovation and means of implementation, identifying concrete and actionable outcomes under the work program, and inclusive, participatory and human rights-based approaches to just transitions. Adonia and I were both impressed by the meaningful exchanges and constructive atmosphere during the third dialogue held in Panama early this year, and we hope that the exchanges over the next day and a half will recreate that same atmosphere. Some groups have expressed concerns about the World Cafe format. In the spirit of cooperation and flexibility, we have made some changes to the modalities for the first session of the dialogue this morning, which will allow for longer exchanges in plenary. The Secretariat will provide more details on those shortly. We do want to recognise the value of the World Cafe formats in fostering informal discussion amongst smaller groups, and we hope you bring that spirit to the plenary discussions this morning as well. I encourage you again to use this critical time in Addis Ababa to engage across different groups to build constructive collective understanding of what just transition pathways look like in different national contexts, and to build a spirit of consensus that can support us all at COP30. I will follow your discussions with keen interest and be here on and off over the next couple of days, and I look forward to engaging with you on the sidelines as well. Thank you very much. Over to you, Damon.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Julia. That concludes our opening plenary segment. So I'd just like to again say thank you to our speakers for their opening remarks. It's very much appreciated in your busy schedules. So we'll just pause for a minute or two just to allow those that aren't staying with us any longer to depart and get ready for the opening of the next session. Thanks. Thanks for waiting, everyone. So let me just move to the process from here. As the SBI Chair anticipated, we have had a range of concerns coming through from a number of groups with regard to the modalities that were proposed for this dialogue, in particular in relation to the World Cafe session modalities. And the chairs have been engaging with those groups and have been listening to those concerns and have decided, as Julie just flagged, to make some changes to this first morning segment and to modify the format so that we're having the discussions here in plenary and having them also hybrid, so having it here in person and in a virtual room, but rather than breaking into separate tables or virtual tables or in-person tables, the plan is to stay here in room 1 for those in person, and for those virtually staying on the meeting link that you have in place already. In terms of the process, we're still having facilitation of the session in the same way as we had planned for the World Cafe session. Obviously, we're not going to have different facilitators in the sense that we're doing it all here in plenary. And we'll work through it in the context of nothing else changes in terms of the subtopics and the nature of the discussion. The nature of the discussion is still intended to be as was being planned for the World Cafe discussions in terms of bringing best practices, experiences, solutions, sharing that, helping each other understand perspectives and bringing that spirit of the World Cafe to the discussions here. And I underline that in terms of bringing that spirit of these dialogues are about helping us all collectively to understand the different perspectives and the different experiences, the dialogue there on the website. And as I say, that's not supposed to be interventions as such. It's more about practical examples and experiences and case studies and solutions and things that might supplement the points you're making here in the session today. So with that, and I appreciate the implication of the change in format. It's directly in response to a range of concerns that have been expressed from a number of groups. But let's try to make sure that we maintain the spirit. For those that were the third dialogue, really positive spirit of engagement in this first session to really start to bring to life the issues around our topic today and really bring that out of the sort of political negotiation context into the real world context and the shared experiences of us all, and so encourage that today. So as you've seen in the concept note, the first round of the session will centre on nationally defined just energy transition pathways as a tool to enhance energy access and affordability. And it will be facilitated this morning by Felicitas Okoko from the Women and Gender constituency. And in terms of time frame, given the delays, we're starting at almost 10:30, and so we want to leave an hour for this discussion, and so move to 10:30 as an end point for this. So with that, thank you very much, Felicitas, and thank you for your flexibility, and thank you to everyone, and let's make a start on the first session. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good evening and good afternoon for those who are joining us virtually. My name is Okoko Felicitas from the Women and Gender constituency, and I'll be facilitating this session. Our topic is nationally defined just energy transitions, pathways as a tool to enhance energy access and affordability. As we all know, nationally determined contributions are the key instruments through which countries define their climate ambitions under the Paris Agreement. But NDCs are not neutral. How they're implemented directly impacts communities, jobs, and equity. This is why nationally defined just energy transition pathways are so critical. They give us a chance to design transition pathways that are not only technically sound, but also socially just, inclusive, and transformative. Though our session has been changed from a World Cafe model to a plenary discussion, we still encourage open, interactive conversations to hold space for learning and co-creating solutions and peer-to-peer exchange. As mentioned earlier, we have, as you have all seen, we have 4 different questions that we are reflecting on in this session. One is, how can nationally defined just energy transition pathways expand access to affordable, clean, and reliable energy while advancing Paris Agreement goals? What kinds of policies, financing mechanisms, and approaches can ensure universal access to clean cooking while protecting vulnerable groups from risks of transitions? How can renewable energy and energy efficiency be scaled up in ways that empower local communities and ensure benefits are shared equitably across women, youth, and marginalized groups? And how can subsidies be redesigned to better support nationally defined pathways in a fair and inclusive way? I encourage you to bring your expertise, community perspectives, and lived experiences to this discussion. And our goal is not just to respond to these questions, but to surface practical solutions that can inform the outcomes of these negotiations. So I'll be opening the floor to parties, whoever wants to contribute to the conversation. Okay, Damon will explain a little bit further about this.
Yeah, thanks, Felicitas. And just in terms of how we're going to run the opportunity for inputs for this session, we're doing this as a in-person and virtual. And so if you'll see that for those in the room here, there are microphones in the central aisle here. There's 3 microphones there. We're going to keep a speakers list. So if you raise your flags here in the room and you raise your hand on the virtual room, then we'll keep a running speakers list here of inputs and then run through that speaker list in the normal way, and taking it as much as we can in combining between in-person and virtual. And if there's any trouble getting to the microphones, we do have a couple of roaming mics if we need to, but ideally there. So I think with that, I'll pass it back to Felicitas to start. Thank you.
So we recognize the presence of the European Union, and you can have the floor now.
Doesn't work. Yeah, okay. Now, just before engaging in the content, which we are, of course, very much willing to do as quickly as possible, and we don't want to lose precious time on the important, substantial discussion that we need to have during this dialogue. And, of course, we understand that this is a party-driven process. However, we are a little bit astonished about this change in the format of this first morning session, apparently due to concerns raised by different groups, which we would be happy to hear of course, afterwards. We have had fruitful discussions during World Cafe roundtables during the last 3 dialogues, as they really allow for deeper, more meaningful and interactive technical exchanges that are needed on the different elements of the scope. Well, we all agreed to in decision 3 CMA5, and we haven't really heard such concerns on this format, this type of format before. So I just wanted to raise this point, but again, for the sake of time and in the spirit of constructive engagement, we will of course start this substantial discussion, and we'll come back in a second. Thanks.
Thank you so much. We still encourage interventions from parties. So, as much as it is not an intimate, small group kind of dialogue or discussion, we're still encouraging everyone to feel free to participate in the plenary session. We recognize Turkey. You may have the floor.
Thank you so much. My question is basically on the just transitions holistic approach. Could you please open a bit about holistic approach or nationalizing each just transitions? So does it contain legal fraud? Actually, what is missing in the policy now in terms of not approaching a holistic approach? And what is your plans to complete, plans to have a holistic approach in order to achieve just transitions, specifically for Sub-Saharan Africa? What is missing in the policy, and what are your plans for achieving holistic approach? Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll give the question back to the audience, if anyone would like to give an answer. Okay. I'll now recognize Burkina Faso.
Good morning, colleagues. With your allowance, may I move the mic there? Because I think that will be, thank you, colleagues. And we have the big screen is back. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone, and welcome to Africa. And before I start, allow me to thank the people of Ethiopia and the government of Ethiopia for having us, for convening this African Climate Week #2. And also I wish to recognize in the room my elders, brothers from the African group of negotiators and the LDC chair. So this morning, we have heard from the distinguished panel with Deputy Executive Secretary Noura and from SBI Chair how important just transition it is. So before I begin, I may, as the facilitator has us to give the answer to what holistic means as when you integrate every component because they are interlinked. That's to make it short. That's making sure that we can reach, come as one and make sure that we can deliver together. Burkina Faso is taking the floor on behalf of the LDCs, and we wish to thank all the stakeholders for their inputs, and the SBI chair and SAPSA chair for pulling those questions. And we also thank the EU for expressing their concern and for compromising also to allowing us to come into the plenary. The LDC, as you know, just transition pathways are indeed distinct from those of advanced economies. While industrialized countries focus on decarbonizing existing high emission systems, LDC has different landscapes energy systems, primarily trying to expand energy access to meet basic development needs while keeping emissions low and avoiding carbon intensive looking in. As you know, you have a lot of research that has been made showing that the rate of energy access in our parties, least developing countries, particularly my country, Burkina Faso, also is facing energy access. And before we start, we have seen how we can rely also on energy matters. And this topic is really keen and important for the LDC group. This problem is more serious in rural areas, as only 39% of the rural population has power access. Just take a second to imagine that one. That is impact health system, education system, agro-processing systems, and that's why energy access, reliability, and the full access to all mix of energy is important for developing countries. In Burkina Faso, only 22% of our population has access to electricity, and 71% this represent renewable energy. Producing clean energy solutions to meet demand and advancing energy access is a key priorities for the LDCs. Also echoing our Malawi declaration that that I invite colleagues to look into for our priorities. We know that the world is not on track with the SDGs. This has been reminded also during the Finance for Development, and we can find it on the commitment of Sevilla. Then that's what it is important to come together and finding the way to find those means to make sure that we can implement our national determined focuses, which include, of course, clean cooking. This has been mentioned at the opening. We are very happy to hear that. Can share an example in Burkina Faso. We have a project that supporting the development of national clean cooking roadmap on the policy level, while also working closely with community to enable the adoption and the newest technologies. And this will need strong capacity building to make sure that we have the buy-in of the communities and also all stakeholders, which conclude the private sector. A recent 2023 UNEP production gap report series has shown that government plan for coal, oil, and gas production under national energy strategies and outlook access has 2023 would lead to global level of fossil fuel production in 2030 that are more than double the aligned with the 1.5. 1.5, this is really our compass if we want to make sure that we still are here and also looking into the importance for our next generation, because we have that legacy and we need to make sure that we are walking the talk and implementing the right policies and putting the right fundings to make sure that those implementation happens. Continuing with business as usual scenarios cannot meet the electrification goal with climate ambition that target the temperature. So, Madam SBI Chair and dear Facilitator, this is the input for the moment from the LDC side. Thank you, dear colleagues, for your constructive spirit, and Burkina Faso look forward to continue engaging in this session. Over to you, Madam Facilitator.
Thank you, Burkina Faso. We recognize the LMDCs and would like to give them the floor. Okay, we recognize the G77 chair, and they could go first before LMDCs.
Thank you very much, facilitator, for giving me the floor. So I'm taking the floor on behalf of the G77 and China group and its 134 member states. First, allow me to express our appreciation to the government of Ethiopia for hosting our dialogue today, and also for the SB chairs for convening this crucial fourth dialogue under the UAE Just Transition Work Program. Equally, also our appreciation extended to the Secretariat with that regard. I would like to start maybe with some clarifications on the process itself, because we understand that you have been flexible with regard to the format of the Word Cafe, and maybe to respond also to our colleagues from the EU with that regard. It came from some of our subgroups at the G77 and China, specifically to ensure the proper participation within the different breakouts, as this fourth dialogue, many of the developing countries did face a lot of challenges on the logistics side. So we envisioned that there would be a lower participation from the developing countries, and we thought that maybe the format on breakout discussion would allow this proper interaction and the representation of the developing countries. So I hope that covers the concern raised by our colleagues from the EU. But since we are moving into a breakout discussion, just like a clarification, shall we be engaging on all the questions at one time, or shall we go one by one? But I'm happy to go both ways.
Thank you. We encourage parties to interact with all questions as they see fit.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. So accordingly, I would start responding holistically on the topic that we have in hand, and then I will reflect specifically on each of the guiding questions. So as to start with, I mean, as we gather, it's essential to reaffirm that equity and the principles of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities are foundational to both the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreements. These principles are non-negotiable and must not be sidelined or diluted in our pursuit of just transitions. Any process that disregards or weakens these core tenets fundamentally threatens the fairness, legitimacy, and purpose of our collective efforts, and as underscored by Decision 1 CMA4 and 3 CMA5. Means of implementation, particularly concessional finance, technology transfer, and capacity building, are not secondary considerations. They are indispensable preconditions for achieving genuinely just transitions, reforming the global financial architecture, securing debt relief, and operationalization of robust international support structures are opportunities we must not miss in any just transition work program dialogue. On guiding question 1, any design for nationally defined just energy transition pathways must begin by grounding itself in the principles of equity and CBDRC, which have been notably absent in the concept notes framing. Without restoring these principles to the heart of discussion, the implementation of the Paris Agreement risks further an inequitable burden of developing countries. The question presumes that energy transitions are equally urgent and relevant for all, but in reality, developed countries have achieved their energy access through extensive historical fossil fuel use. For many developing countries, just transitions must first mean a transition away from energy poverty. Thus, the focus should be on enabling sustainable development, energy security, and the improved well-being of populations in developing world. Respecting national circumstances, while developed countries take the lead in energy transition and provision of support. Policies should not be prescriptive or promote I assume that's not from our room. Okay, so I'll continue. Policies should not be prescriptive or promote measures that impede poverty eradication and sustainable development in developing countries. Instead, they should recognize diverse development stages and the right of sovereign jurisdictions to determine their own pathways. On guiding question 2, this question should be reframed to consider access to clean cooking as a basic need, rather than solely in terms of innovative financing. The question does not mention public finance or grant-based support. Clean cooking can be viewed as essential for life and development, and its provision might be considered beyond transitional measures or financing schemes related to developed countries. The role of transitional fuel in clean cooking should be considered, given their importance as recognized by GST1 in supporting energy transition and energy security. Policies should center the needs of communities and respect the sovereign right of nations to provide for their populations, not be steered by external financing priorities or transitions dictated by others. On guiding question 3, this question conflates renewable energy deployment, energy efficiency, and energy access, distinct concepts with differing policy implications. There is no evidence that renewable energy expansion alone leads to universal energy access. Grid upgrades, spinning reserves, and reliability concerns are significant challenges, especially in the developing world. The inherent trade-offs between these objectives must be openly discussed. Moreover, this question undermines the role of transitional fuel in facilitating the energy transition while ensuring energy security, as per para 29 of 1 CMA5, the GST decision. There should be adequate space under this dialogue to explore the role of transitional fuels in the energy transition. Empowerment of local communities, women, youth, and marginalized groups cannot occur without first addressing the historical and ongoing inequalities in energy access. Developed countries must lead the way in fossil fuel transition before prescribing solutions to the developing world. The burden of energy transition should not be shifted to those with the least historical responsibilities for climate change. Equity must be paramount, and policies should be non-prescriptive and context-sensitive. On guiding question 4, the question prescribes a blanket policy approach failing to recognize that subsidies are matters actually tied to poverty eradication, food security, and sustainable development. Phasing out fossil fuel subsidies must first apply to those countries that have historically benefited from unrestricted fossil use. For developing countries, subsidies are often essential for supporting vulnerable populations and achieving basic development goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you. G77. LMDCs. LMDCs could have the floor.
Thank you. I think it'll be easier to speak in the seat, if that's okay. At the very outset, we would like to thank the government of Ethiopia, SB chairs, COP presidency, secretariat, and colleagues present here. Thank you to the facilitator as well. We thank the SB chairs for changing the format from World Cafe to the plenary setting. The World Cafe, as mentioned by G77 in China, poses serious threats in ensuring inclusive and meaningful discussions. We would like to register our disappointment with the delayed circulation of the concept note. This did not allow parties to reflect on the note enough. We also have serious questions We also have serious concerns about the focus of the topic and the narrative of the concept note, which shifts the burden of mitigation from developed to developing countries entirely. These are not neutral guiding questions, but in fact normatively framed to focus the entire discussion on mitigation in developing countries and ignore the complete abdication of the developed countries in meeting their obligations on both taking the lead in mitigation and providing finance to developing countries. We will therefore speak to our priorities and perspectives as we see fit and as was mentioned by the SBI chair in her opening remarks. On the first question, we would like to state that any design for nationally defined just energy transition pathways must begin by grounding itself in the principles of equity and CBTRRC. The discussion on transitions in developing countries is deeply linked to the challenges they face in the efforts on poverty eradication, sustainable development, diversifying their economies, and providing energy security to their people. Developing countries' dependence on fossil fuels is tied to the goals of addressing energy access, energy poverty, and energy security. All of these are closely linked to addressing social and economic development needs of their people. Additionally, fossil fuel and allied sectors in these countries provide a major source of both formal and informal employment. The question presumes that energy transitions are equally urgent and relevant for all, but in reality, developed countries have achieved their energy access through extensive historical fossil fuel use. Existing experiences from some developed countries show that implementing policies relating to shifting away from fossil fuels requires a lot of time and investment. Even then, virtually no developed country has managed to halve its dependence on fossil fuels, let alone complete such a transition. For many developing countries, just transitions must first mean a transition away from energy poverty, and this should be our focus. To the second question, it needs to be underlined that a basic necessity such as clean cooking needs to be provided as a right. It is the most fundamental aspect of the right to life and right to development. That the concept note does not even mention public finance in this context and links even something as basic as cooking needs to fossil fuel transitions and market-based financing is simply unacceptable. To the third question, the question conflates renewable energy deployment, energy efficiency, and energy access. These are distinct concepts with different policy implications. Empowerment of local communities, women, youth, and marginalized groups cannot occur without first addressing the historical and ongoing inequities in energy access. Developed countries must lead the way in fossil fuel transition before prescribing solutions to the developing world. The burden of energy transitions should not be shifted to those with the least historical responsibility for climate change. Equity is paramount and policies should be non-prescriptive and context-sensitive. And finally, the fourth question, it is in fact a prescription, the question itself, that assumes that the redesigning of energy subsidies and phasing out fossil fuel subsidies can aid in just transitions. However, the term just transitions itself is qualified as being nationally determined. If there is no single just transition and each country determines its own pathway, then a blanket assumption that a particular policy measure, such as redesigning subsidies, would be automatically beneficial in all contexts is unsubstantiated and contradictory. Subsidies in any country are a matter of their sovereign jurisdiction, and an international dialogue or process cannot dictate how countries must do this. Thank you.
Thank you. We open the floor to recognize the European Union. Once again, you may have the floor. Okay. The UK.
Hello. Just making sure it's working. Thank you very much, chairs, to all, and I'd also like to echo the thanks that many others have said to the government of Ethiopia for hosting us here today. It's a real pleasure to be here. And these dialogues remain really key opportunities to share our experiences, best practices as we implement just transitions, and we look forward, as always, to hearing the perspectives from parties and non-party stakeholders at this dialogue. It is a shame these sessions are changed to plenary. We've always said that World Cafe sessions encourage open discussions, and we remain committed to sharing substantive and technical examples of our own experience of action in the UK and working with international partners. A just transition fundamentally has two aspects. The ambition of our collective goals that we're transitioning to, the destination, and how we get there in a fair and inclusive manner, the journey. And the Just Transition Work Programme must represent both of these aspects to truly deliver on the ambition of the Paris Agreement while leaving no one behind. For most of the world's population, renewables are the cheapest source of power generation. However, as colleagues have already noted, insufficient access to energy, as well as clean cooking, is a critical issue for many developing countries. 8% of the world's population still lacks access to electricity. And this is an issue that affects vulnerable communities acutely, with wide-ranging economic, environmental, social, and health impacts. Increasing deployment of renewables and grid access is a critical step to ensuring affordable access to energy. Renewables offer the best opportunity to increase energy access while increasing sustainable development, including SDG 7, as well as strengthening economic growth and job creation. We found the LDC submission made some pertinent points here, noting that clean energy solutions are modular, faster to deploy, and more adaptable to local and remote contexts. By contrast, increasing energy access through fossil fuel sources can be expensive for developing countries and all countries. When energy prices spike or there are severe energy shortages, as we have seen in many countries last year, this drives inflation and constrains development, which ultimately impacts workers and communities. And it can also lead to stranded assets in fossil fuel infrastructure. We know there are challenges in practice, for example, with investment in renewables in emerging and developing economies. Although long-term operating costs are very low, initial capital costs of renewable energy projects can be higher. But the long-term benefits to economic growth, job creation, local benefits and emissions reductions unequivocally show that renewable energy is the right answer. And we know that each country has its own nationally determined pathway. Our energy mixes will look different. Our grid infrastructure will look different. Though our circumstances and stages of development may differ, just transitions are a shared endeavour towards the same goals. And we're all going through that process together. And the UK is leading the way. We phased out coal last year. We have a 1.5 aligned NDC, and we are transitioning away from fossil fuels. As we all go through this process, transitioning away from fossil fuels and towards clean energy systems, there are clearly wide-reaching benefits, but ensuring those benefits are distributed across our communities and workforces requires active cross-sectoral planning and intervention. For example, in the UK, we are currently looking into a mandatory community benefit scheme for low-carbon energy and grid infrastructure in the UK, which would require developers to contribute to a local community fund. And following our phase-out of coal power last year, we're also actively supporting oil and gas workers in the UK through skills interventions to ensure they are not left behind. And we'll share some more examples of these in future sessions. And these interventions are part of a broader approach to green skills to develop the future of our economy that we want and need, and support all to benefit from that transition, because that's ultimately at the heart of the Just Transition Work Programme, delivering the destination of a just transition, a 1.5 aligned future, through a fair and inclusive journey. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you. So before we have the next intervention, just a reminder, we have less than 30 minutes to the end of this session. And we encourage you to be cautious of time so that you can have as many parties participating as possible. So we recognize the Arab group, and you may have the floor now.
Thank you very much. And the Arab Group fully aligns itself with the statements made by Egypt on behalf of G77 in China and Bolivia on behalf of the LMDC. Allow us to first express our sincere appreciation to Ethiopia for hosting us, of course, in addition to the chairs, the secretariat, and the facilitators. To address the questions, cognizant of time, for question one, regarding question one, the design of nationally defined energy transition pathways must be rooted in the principles of equity and CBDRRC. These principles are missing from the concept note, and without reinstating them as at the center of these discussions, the outcomes will be inherently unjust and non-reflective of the United Arab Emirates Just Transition Work Program, nor the Paris Agreement principles as a whole. For developing countries, transitions are inseparable from the challenges of eradicating poverty, achieving sustainable development, diversifying economies, and ensuring energy security. And as we just witnessed a few minutes ago, just energy transitions have different contexts for different parties and regions. In the global south, reliance on fossil fuels is linked to energy access, eradication of energy poverty, and national development needs. Moreover, the fossil fuel sector remains a major source of both formal and informal employment. Therefore, any discussions targeting energy sources is unacceptable. The framing of transitions as equally urgent for all overlooks the historical context on which the developed world capitalized on heavy emissions to develop, and the discussions now are ignoring the historical and moral obligations by shifting the burden onto the developing world. For developing countries, just transitions means first overcoming energy poverty. Priorities should focus on sustainable development, energy security, and the well-being of populations, and of course respecting national circumstances. Developed countries must lead in mitigation efforts and in providing support as highlighted in the Convention and in the Paris Agreement throughout the different decisions. Policies must avoid imposing prescriptive and punitive measures that hinder poverty eradication and the right to development. They should instead reflect the diversity of development pathways and respect the rights of each country to determine its own context. Regarding question 2 and access to clean cooking, which we consider is not optional. It is a basic right tied to life and to development. Treating it as a byproduct of targeting energy sources or market finance while omitting any role of public finance is simply unacceptable. The framing of the question here must change. Clean cooking should be recognized as a fundamental need, not reduced to innovative financing schemes. It demands grant-based and public support, not approaches that shift responsibility away from developed countries. Policies design must therefore prioritize the need of people and respect the sovereign authority of states to meet them, rather than follow externally imposed financial or transition agendas. Regarding question 3, the question merges very different issues: renewables, efficiency, and access. Expanding renewable energy does not in itself deliver universal access, especially without grid upgrades, reserves, and reliability measures. These trade-offs must be acknowledged openly. More importantly, discussions need to discuss how all energy sources and solutions are needed to overcome the challenges faced by the developing countries. Empowering women, youth, and marginalized communities requires addressing deep inequities in access first. If developed countries choose to advance their own fossil fuel transitions, that is their decision, but dictating terms to others is not. The responsibility for transition cannot be shifted onto those least responsible for climate change. Equity must guide these discussions, and policies must remain flexible and sensitive to national contexts. The suggestion that the subsidy reform is a universal tool for just transitions is inherently flawed. Just transitions are nationally determined. There is no single model for just transitions, and imposing a uniform prescription contradicts the very principle of nationally defined pathways and infringes on national rights of development pathways. Energy subsidies are a matter of national sovereignty. International processes cannot dictate how they should be structured. And finally, subsidies in developing countries often serve broader goals and are consistently ignored or undermined by developed countries. This includes poverty eradication, food security, and sustainable development, and therefore forcing populations to absorb higher costs for essential goods so developing countries can avoid their responsibilities is definitely unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. We recognize Canada. You may have the floor, but before you give the next intervention, we want to request that the mics remain central as the movement is disrupting connectivity. We really apologize for the inconvenience. Canada, you may have the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair, and for the facilitator for providing the floor. I also want to echo the sentiment that was made by many already to thank the government of Ethiopia and the people of Ethiopia for hosting us here for Climate Week 2. I will start by also admitting that I am a bit disappointed, as other colleagues have mentioned, about the modality shift from the World Cafe style to this more central plenary style. I think we've found over the past 3 dialogues that the most beneficial and the most useful way of using these dialogues is through the World Cafe and Breakout style of discussions. And it seems that we're sort of putting an arbitrary constraint on some of our time, and we're really limiting a lot of the participation online and amongst non-party stakeholders as well. So it's quite unfortunate. However, we'll still engage constructively and provide some of the Canadian examples for the just energy transition. So I'll start by just saying that the clean energy transition is more than just decarbonization. It is a key tool for promoting economic growth, creating good jobs, improving affordability, and ensuring shared prosperity and security. And while just transition requires inclusive, participatory, and whole of society approaches that go beyond the energy sector, it's clear that this sector is at the core of our collective commitment to the Paris Agreement, given the emission economic impact, as well as the number of jobs and workers in this sector. This was made clear in Dubai at COP28, in which parties recognized these realities and committed to a number of energy-related commitments, which have been mentioned by parties already. So with that said, according to the IEA, for the most of the world's population, renewables, including solar and wind, offer the most cost-effective form of energy. Evidence has shown that phasing out coal, for example, is not only one of the most important steps the world can take in the fight against climate change, and it's beneficial for our collective and individual health, it is also good for business. In nearly every region of the world, coal is no longer the most cost-effective energy option. In Canada, we're seeing an ever-growing body of evidence that transitioning to clean electricity throughout our economy will save most Canadians money. While over 80% of our electricity produces no greenhouse gas emissions, with solar and wind being the fastest growing sources of electricity, we still recognize that more needs to be done. And that's why we continue to invest in renewable energy and more efficient energy usage, while ensuring that the benefits are equally shared, including with women, youth, Indigenous peoples, and marginalized groups, consistent with our sustainable jobs principles. Putting people and the communities at the center of our actions means that local voices shape the outcomes and the projects and enhance affordability and energy access in underserved areas of Canada. On inefficient subsidies, in 2023, Canada released the Inefficient Fossil Fuel Subsidies Guidelines and Self-Assessment Framework. And with the release of these guidelines and framework, Canada has fulfilled its commitments to phase out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. And this ensures that any government support for the sector will not delay the transition to renewables and are compliant with the goals of the Paris Agreement to limit warming to 1.5 degrees. They also signal both greater support for clean technology as well as emission reductions across the economy from traditional sectors. So in sum, along with the job creation associated with growing demands for clean energy, we are seeing the economic realities of clean energy support greater affordability and security and help meet the ambition of our collective goals outlined in the Paris Agreement and the first global stocktake. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. We recognize Australia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairs, and a special thank you to the Government of Ethiopia for hosting us this week. So these dialogues are really valuable as they allow us to hear more about how nationally defined just energy transition pathways are essential to advancing the Paris Agreement goals. As our UNFCCC Deputy Secretary said so well, it's about smart ways of achieving the Paris goals. For Australia, these pathways must be opportunity-focused and inclusive of all voices. Our Net Zero Economy Authority is working with our regions to help workers and communities that powered our economy for generations seize the opportunities of the clean energy transition. Supporting the workforce is central to clean energy transition pathways. Initiatives like our Energy Industry Jobs Plan provide targeted support for those affected by coal and gas closures, and they are underpinned by consultation with unions, business, and local communities to ensure inclusive social dialogue. Holistic approaches are equally important. Scaling up renewable energy and storage is vital to energy access and affordability. Large projects in Australia, like the Waratah Super Battery, which is Australia's most powerful grid battery, demonstrate our innovation can stabilise grids, repurpose our existing fossil fuel sites, and create jobs. Upscaling renewable energy and energy efficiency is already economically compelling. Just recently, the UN Secretary-General's report, Seizing the Moment of Opportunity, outlined how clean energy is now cheaper and more investable than fossil fuels. Solar is 41% cheaper, offshore wind 53% cheaper, and over 90% of new renewables cost less than new fossil fuel options. Embedding these technologies in national defined plans can empower local communities, expand energy access, and ensure benefits are equitably shared across women, youth, and other groups. The report continues. Unlike volatile fossil fuels, renewables offer stable, decentralized energy, free from embargoes, price shocks, and geopolitical risks. The clean energy era is also transforming economies and creating jobs. This is good news and smooths the path to where we want to go. And we won't get there if only some capitalize on these opportunities. Meeting the Paris Agreement goals means all hands on deck. And this dialogue provides an opportunity to exchange practical best practices and regional examples like Australia's. And we're here today and tomorrow to engage on the substance of just transition, an issue we're actively tackling in our own countries. This substance includes complex questions, difficult questions, and we don't shy away from these. And we want to hear about policy and regulatory gaps, infrastructure bottlenecks relating to grids and storage, sectoral limitations. We want to know what the technical barriers are that stand in the way of us advancing clean cooking. And multilateralism is indispensable in this respect. It allows us to hear one another, respect different contexts, and learn from what works. And we look forward to an open and constructive exchange that helps us identify real solutions and ensure that just transition pathways are not only ambitious, but also fair, inclusive, and grounded in national realities. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. We recognize ILAC, and you can have the floor now.
Thank you, Madam Facilitator. Thank you as well to the Chair of the ESBI and to the Secretariat and to the Government of Ethiopia for the invitation to this Climate Week. Colombia is taking the floor on behalf of ILAC. Despite we are a bit surprised about the last-minute change format of conducting this session, we remain open to work constructively with all of you. ILAC recognizes the importance of a holistic approach to just transition, of which energy is a fundamental but not the only dimension. In this context, we appreciate that just transition discussions are giving the opportunity to discuss just energy transition pathways, as energy is both at the heart of global emissions as a key opportunity for driving sustainable development. Advancing just energy transition pathways means not only diversifying our economies, but also addressing the urgent need to transition away from fossil fuels, while ensuring that workers, communities, and ecosystems are safeguarded and access to energy is guaranteed. For millions of households in our region, the energy transition means ensuring access to clean cooking solutions. Reliance on traditional biomass continues to pose health risks and exacerbate gender inequalities. Addressing clean cooking is therefore not a side issue, but a central element of the energy transition, one that it directly improves livelihoods, protects ecosystems, and advances gender equality. As expressed in the intervention of the G77 and China, means of implementation remain at the core of these efforts. Without adequate finance, technology, and capacity building, developing countries, especially those with limited resources, cannot realistically move away from fossil fuels in an orderly, equitable, and just manner. A reformed international financial architecture is essential to unlock scaled-up, predictable, and accessible climate finance that supports this transition, while avoiding new debt burdens. Finally, ILAC emphasizes that just transition must be approached with a territorial and differential lens. This means recognizing diverse local contexts, addressing the particular vulnerabilities of women, youth, indigenous peoples, Afro-descendant communities, and workers in informal economies, while empowering them as active participants in decision-making. For ILAC, advancing just energy transition is not only about transforming energy systems, but about building more resilient, inclusive, and equitable societies that leave no one behind. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We want to recognize the presence of India virtually, and they may now have the floor.
Thank you very much. I hope I am audible.
Yes, you.
Okay. So, yes, we would like to thank the government of Ethiopia and join all other colleagues who have spoken organizing this dialogue. Unfortunately, we couldn't participate in person, but we are happy to contribute virtually. We also thank the government of Ethiopia for setting the stage in the debate on why this dialogue is a priority for developing countries. We also thank the SB chairs and the secretariat for the organization. We are happy that the format has been changed and answers have been heard. We have noted even in the previous years that the OFA format has not in fact ensured visibility, but has been experienced because participants from developing countries differ from those of others, but making sure that our voices are heard is an important. We also note the explanation of the SBI chair at the start about having to balance different priorities, but we do want to point out here, in terms of the concerns we had about the concept on that, just combining different priorities in sort of under one topic or under one set of guiding questions doesn't always work. For example, multiple colleagues have raised here that combining the issue of energy access with the issue of energy transitions in a way which has been done in the concept note, it will argue that those are logistically impossible, whereas in most cases there are in fact no trade-offs and synergies, especially in the short run. We align ourselves with the statement made by Egypt on behalf of G77 and China, as well as Bolivia on behalf of the UNDCs. We want to reiterate that pathways, in the context of the first guiding question, pathways that address both energy access, affordability, reliability for developing countries, especially where these are living lagging, while at the same time keeping the goals of the Paris Agreement in line with the principles of the Convention and its Paris Agreement. requires that developed countries who have used up a disproportionate share of the global carbon budget take the lead and reduce their emissions. 1.5 alignment must be equitable. When countries suggest that their NDCs are 1.5 aligned, they must also underline whether these are aligned with the principles they have agreed to under the Convention and its Paris Agreement. Because this would imply that developed countries should reach net zero emissions in this decade and net negative emissions soon thereafter, so that developing countries can access their fair share of the carbon budget to enhance their energy access, to provide infrastructure and amenities to their people, so that well-being is ensured for all. Like others have mentioned, for us, just transitions means first and foremost a transition away from energy poverty, a transition towards sustainable development. When our cumulative contribution to global emissions and therefore our historical responsibility is so less, we cannot be herded into thinking of transitions in the same manner as those who are highly carbonized. We want to emphasize here that basic necessities such as energy for cooking needs to be provided as a right. Linking this to renewable energy expansion is entirely puzzling for us. Has any country achieved universal access to clean cooking using renewable energy alone? The answer to that, in fact, is an emphatic no. If this is indeed possible, we would be glad for developed countries to demonstrate how they can provide cooking fuel access with renewable energy alone and provide such technologies, if indeed they are available, to all without any IPR restrictions and with full financial support. So the only way, for example, that we can interpret the concept note as it is presented to us is to suggest that communities that are currently using biomass for cooking can at the most aspire to improving the efficiency of their biomass-based cook stoves. That is the only renewable-based cooking currently available. It completely ignores the fact that biomass-based cooking is in fact the leading reason for pollution-related morbidity and mortality in developing countries. This is something that is fundamental. And in this context, the treatment of finance is also very concerning to us. Public finance, grant-based finance, even concessional finance is not something that is mentioned at all. We are asked to consider innovative financing mechanisms, whereas it is the obligation of developed countries to provide finance to developing countries, which is completely missing from the concept note, from the guiding questions, and from therefore from the discussions all of this is likely to engender. We do want to say that it is great that developed countries have recognized the opportunities of renewable energy expansion. However, we do not really see this translate to reality because Annex 1 parties still remain significantly dependent on fossil fuels, even after 3 decades after they have agreed to take the lead as parties to the convention. In fact, we see increasing expansion of fossil fuel exploration in this part of the world, providing tax breaks to their oil and gas companies, amongst other things. Whereas it is in the developing countries where the maximum increase in renewable energy is happening. But we do this because we recognize the need to address climate change, even though we are not responsible for causing it. We also recognize that this puts high burdens on our people and poses challenges for our grid, reliability and energy security. Let us, in fact, have a frank conversation about these issues. Let us recognize the challenges that have impeded transitions away from fossil fuels in the most developed countries in the world. Why is it that they have not been able to achieve the transitions that are 3 decades ago, over 3 decades ago? We thank some of our colleagues for understanding, for underscoring that multilateralism is really important here. We therefore underscore no place for unilateral measures. Non-discriminatory trade practices in an open global economic system can help developing countries pursue industrialization and modernization, paving the way for improved well-being for their populations. Even issues such as gender equality and just and equitable development for all peoples and all communities cannot be addressed if those with historical advantages continue to benefit from development gains and advantages gained from historical industrializations and emissions for their own populations through protectionist unilateral policies at the expense of others. So we would not want to repeat some of the points that have been made by other colleagues from developing countries, but we would want to underscore that the principles, these are not just concepts, they are principles of equity and civic and they lie at the heart of what we must consider just transitions. We will stop here, and thank you for giving us.
Thank you, India. The session should have been ending in 1 minute from now, but we still have 15 requests from parties to give interventions. So I would like to request you again, please be considerable of time. If you could keep your intervention up to 1 minute, it would be great. And a reminder that you can send an email to JT Work Program. A reminder that you can send an email to JT Work Program to be posted on the website. So we recognize the presence of Africa Group. We will have an extension of 15 minutes. Please keep your interventions as short as possible. Africa Group, you can now have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Facilitator. Let me start by expressing our appreciation to the government of Ethiopia for hosting African Climate Week. And also we appreciate the co-chairs for listening to our concern regarding the format. This is also created for us to participate. We, before going to our response to the question, let me start by reflecting our concern with regard to the question, especially the guiding questions. We raised key concerns that the guiding questions lacked the principle of did not reflect the principle of CBDR and also equity, which is completely absent. We also expressed that they does not reflect the means of implementation, which are key to just transition. Also, the issue of energy access, particularly clean cooking, I just mentioned briefly. But for Africa, over 7 million people are lacking electricity, and about 2 billion people globally are still using unclean energy. And also the issue of critical minerals is reduced to socio-economic consideration only, while Africa has called for diversification at the source, industrial diversification, just compensation, and also the issue of trade and unilateral measures such as the European cross-border adjustment mechanism, which is completely ignored, yet it also creates a barrier and undermines competitiveness, and also risks creating new barrier for our economy. Also the issue of fossil fuel face down, which we state that we go along with the submission by the G7 in China on this. And also the issue of just transition for us should not ignore African position and priority, because we are risking of having a stranded asset for Africa, and also this issue of unilateral measures are not well reflected. Now, what should the government do with regard to the nationally defined pathway? It must make a universal energy clean access a core component for low carbon development strategy. It should scale up investment in decentralized renewable energy sources. Also, it should leverage public and private source of financing. On clean cooking, the national policy should elevate clean cooking as a climate, health, and gender priorities. Africa, for instance, have launched 300 million mission, which is key. This, I think, government should leverage this as an opportunity. With regard to the designing of fossil fuel subsidies for the poor, I go along with the submission of from the G7 in China on this, and also on the issue of scaling up renewable energy and energy efficiency for cost and expand access, Africa energy must be powered by its abundant renewable energy sources. In this way, we are calling for scaling up investment and supporting investment in renewable energy such as solar, wind, and other technologies. On another issue, government should ensure gender responsive and youth inclusiveness just transition. Women and the youth are affected more than other groups, so nationally determined pathways should ensure gender and responsiveness in all energy policies and the program, support entrepreneurs, vocation training, access to energy. And with also regard to the African cooking energy, and as already said, the 300 million mission, we call the world and the government to leverage on this kind of initiative and other adaptation initiative. As you have indicated, Madam Facilitator, we will submit our long version of our intervention to you through email. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We want to acknowledge the presence of EOSIS virtually. You may have the floor.
PG is speaking on behalf of EOSIS, and we bid good morning, good evening, good afternoon to all the colleagues at the dialogue. We'd like to start by expressing our gratitude to the government of Ethiopia for hosting this dialogue and to the UNFCCC Secretariat for their facilitation. We recognize the importance of conducting this dialogue and believe that the guiding questions reflect key issues raised in various party submissions. On the topic for this morning, small island developing states face multiple compounding issues: geographic isolation, high dependence on imported energy, and limited fiscal space constrain our ability to manage the transition alone. The global increase in energy demand alongside slow fossil fuel phase-out makes global mitigation insufficient to protect small island developing states who are not major emitters but suffer the most severe impacts. Just transitions can offer critical opportunity for SIDS to design pathways aligned with their development priorities, centered on equity and resilience. The transition to renewable energy systems can reduce fossil fuel import dependence and improve energy sovereignty. We believe that decentralized systems like solar microgrids are especially suitable for remote islands, and these transitions can stimulate job creation in new sectors, for example, solar and blue economy, while improving energy access overall. Some states have also begun integrating just transition concepts into national strategies and policies. The inclusion of ambitious renewable energy targets, in some examples, 90 to 100% renewable energy by 2030 in Pacific NDCs, including the Cook Islands, Fiji, Samoa, Tuvalu, and Vanuatu, reflects early leadership. Embedding traditional knowledge, community participation, and equity in the planning process is emerging as good practice for legitimacy and social buy-in. Facilitator, we are ready to engage constructively in this dialogue, and we look forward to meeting outcomes. I thank you.
We apologize for that. We recognize Eswatini. You may now have the floor. Eswatini. The Russian Federation. You may have the floor.
Thank you for giving me the floor. First of all, I would like to thank the government of Ethiopia and the Secretariat for convening the fourth GTVP dialogue. the Russian Federation believes that the energy transition should not compromise socio-economic development. It is crucial to consider risks and challenges associated with the accelerated decarbonization of the energy sector and ensure the use not only of renewables, but of all available and cost-effective technologies for emissions reduction, including natural gas as a transitional fuel, nuclear power generation, hydro energy, and other resources to ensure affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy for all. The Russian energy strategy until 2050 aims to reach a balance between ensuring energy security by providing affordable and available energy supply for the population and achievement of national climate goals. There are a number of government programs and strategies aimed at implementing just energy transition pathways using all available energy sources and technologies. For instance, gasification programs for replacing coal by using natural gas for heating and electricity generation in remote regions where the deployment of renewables is limited due to climatic conditions and extreme temperatures. It contributes to addressing energy poverty by providing affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy for people in remote regions. The state program aimed at increasing energy saving and increasing energy efficiency with the aim to reduce the energy intensity of GDP by 35% by 2035. A program for expanding the use of natural gas as a motor fuel. One of the key mechanisms of this program is providing subsidies for converting existing vehicles for the use of natural gas. And a program for electric and hydrogen cars that includes the construction of fast charging stations for electric vehicles in pilot regions. Thank you.
Thank you. We want to recognize the presence of the EU. You may have the floor.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm already sorry in advance, but it's going to be difficult to keep this to 1 minute as we had prepared for World Cafe type sessions. And sorry if I didn't do this in my first intervention, but as others, I would like to thank the government of Ethiopia to kindly host us today and tomorrow. So energy systems must be decarbonized urgently and in a way that achieves a just transition to net zero and climate resilient society. There can be no just transition without transforming the way we produce, distribute, and consume energy. And we all agree to global targets to keep 1.5 within reach and to guide this just, orderly, and equitable transition. This includes tripling global renewable energy capacity, doubling the global average annual rate of energy efficiency improvements by 2030, transitioning away from fossil fuel, rapidly scaling up zero and low emission technologies and phasing out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies that do not address energy poverty or just transition as soon as possible. And achieving a just energy transition requires addressing the impact of such a decarbonization on consumers, employees, employers, and communities, while reaping the many benefits provided by more affordable clean technologies and renewables, such as sustainable local electricity generation, access to clean and affordable energy, including through ensuring open, resilient, and fair energy value chains and markets. And as other colleagues have raised before, new data from the International Renewable Energy Agency shows that solar and wind are increasingly cheaper and even in a lot of ways that over 90% of new renewables worldwide produced electricity for less than the cheapest new fossil fuels alternative. So the energy transition has reached its positive tipping point, and we should further build on this. And the EU has embarked on an ambitious agenda to implement such energy transition, and I will give some example while going through the questions. So on the first question, the EU has adopted a long-term vision, the European Green Deal, with the aim of achieving climate neutrality by 2050. And the Green Deals invest and promotes innovation, clean technology, and green infrastructure while ensuring a just transition for the communities most affected by this transition. So it's a very holistic way of looking at the transition. And under the Fit for 55 package, which refers to the goal of 55% emission reduction by 2030, we have different pieces of legislation such as the Renewable Energy Directive, the Energy Efficiency Directive, Energy Performance of Building Directive, and Energy Taxation Directive. Again, as you see, a holistic kind of way of approaching these things. We also, from this just transition perspective, member states are required to submit social climate plans, which were like that initiative was created alongside the ETS2, which is the EU's emission trading system covering fuel combustions in buildings, road transports, and additional sectors. And the primary goal of these plans is to alleviate the social and economic impacts arising from the emission trading system, ensuring a fair transition to climate neutrality. And so these plans will be financed through pooling revenues from the auctioning of allowance from ETS2 as well as allowance from existing EU ETS. On question 2, so clean cooking solutions through the development of innovative and fair financial and technological solutions. So we believe that clean cooking solutions are a cornerstone of just energy transition, delivering health, gender equality, environmental and climate benefits. And affordable access requires innovative financing, including blended finance, microcredits, pay-as-you-go models, and concessional loans, and EU support through the Neighborhood Development and International Cooperation Instrument, Green Climate Fund partnerships, and MDB collaborations helps mobilize both public and private capital to scale a clean cooking solution. There are also partnerships between development banks, governments, and the private sector that can accelerate technology development and distribution. Local technology solutions are also a way to increase efficiency and affordability, and we support knowledge, the EU supports knowledge sharing platforms to transfer best practices and facilitate local adaptation of clean cooking technologies. And on question, sorry, now I'm at question 3, on upscale renewable energy deployment and energy efficiency. So power generation could decarbonize much faster with scaled up deployment of renewable energy and storage. And as I already said, both technologies are mature, available, and fast decreasing in costs, more than for any other mitigation options. And the Just Transition Work Progress should encourage the design of holistic, people and community-centric just transition policies and regulation on the common understanding that mitigation actions in the energy sector, for instance, through deploying solar and wind generation, are technically available and economically competitive over project lifespans. And as part of the Clean Industrial Deal, which was launched by the EU earlier this year, the Commission has presented an affordable energy action plan to lower energy bills for industries, businesses, and households, while promoting the transition to low carbon economy. And we have different actions that are framed around speeding up the rollout of clean energy, accelerating electrification, completing the energy union, which is an internal energy market with physical interconnection, and finally using energy more efficiently and cut dependence on important fossil fuels. And finally, regarding fossil fuels and phasing out fossil fuel subsidies, this is an important enabling condition to reach a just and inclusive transition. And according to the IPCC and IEA, such subsidies, fossil fuel subsidy lock in carbon-intensive infrastructures, hinder decarbonization, and divert public resources away from clean energy development. And so reforming and repurposing subsidies could often offer substantial environmental benefits. And it has been estimated that reforming fossil fuel subsidies by 2025 would reduce CO2 emissions by an average of 6% by 2030. This is a win-win solution for people and the environment. Finally, I would just like to touch upon some stuff I've heard earlier in the room on so-called unilateral measures and cross-border impact of climate measures. And we would like to reiterate that the framing around so-called unilateral measures is not really accurate in this context. Rather, framing it as cross-border impacts of climate change, including trade impacts as proposed in the agenda, really allows us to discuss issues related to the relations between trade-related policies, and the just energy transition in a balanced manner. And many climate policies, such as those aimed at addressing carbon leakage in emission intensive industrial sectors, cannot be qualified as unilateral measures or unilateral trade measures for that matter. However, as we said before, we are very much ready to engage on issues related to climate measures with trade impacting on a balanced, transparent, non-adversarial, and non-intrusive, non-punitive manner, and respectful of national sovereignty. Thank you.
Thank you. We want to recognize Mexico, who is joining us virtually. Mexico, you can have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Co-Facilitator. I will be really brief. We joined in expressing our sincere appreciation and recognition to the government of Ethiopia for hosting this important dialogue. For Mexico, a just transition must ensure that no one is left behind. This means redirecting fossil fuel subsidies toward energy clean access programs, especially for those living in energy poverty. We must leverage climate finance to support both objectives, phasing out fossil fuels and expanding access to clean energy projects. To make this work, we believe that we need to encourage public-private partnerships to scale up investment to invest in clean infrastructure, support reskilling and job creation in renewable energy sector for communities currently depend on fossil fuels industries, prioritize free, prior and informed consent for indigenous peoples affected by energy projects, include local voices in planning and decision making to ensure solutions that are culturally and economically adequate. Ensure also transparency and accountability, and we, for that reason, need to have better data, access to data to inform and improve our policies. So we will be look forward for an energy transition. Mexico will be happy to working with you this incoming hours, and really thank you so much.
Thank you. The Women in Gender constituency also joining us virtually.
Thank you, Felicitas, for the floor, and hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be joining you virtually this morning. And thank you also to Ethiopia for hosting this important event. And thank you to the Secretariat. You know, we understand that you're doing your best to facilitate a format that works well for everybody. We are surprised and disappointed at the last minute change in format from the smaller and more informal World Cafe, which we had always found to enable participation well. And we'd also previously understood that parties also appreciated this participatory format. It seems now that parties are being prioritised for interventions over constituencies, and so it seems that the new World Cafe modality is a contact group. You know, not so innovative and pretty disappointing. We're an hour in, and we are already concerned at these signals that this space is becoming more closed to civil society and constituencies, and this is not how things have been done previously. So we will do our best to engage with the new format, but we would respectfully request that going forward the speakers list is formed based on the order in which flags are raised. We're looking forward to this discussion over the next few days, which we hope can provide vital inputs on this topic to the COP30 decision text. You know, energy underpins all aspects of our lives. It's not just one sector, it affects things we rely on, how we get from one place to another, how we grow our food, how we access healthcare, and more. So as the Women and Gender constituency, we want to emphasise that universal access to affordable, reliable and sustainable energy requires a holistic, intersectional and multi-sectoral approach. So as we engage over the next few days, we will be emphasising that there is no simple binary of good or bad energy. What matters is how energy is produced, distributed, accessed and governed. And just energy transitions cannot be reduced to just investments in renewables. Instead, they have to be embedded within whole systems change that centres human rights and gender equality and social justice. We will be calling for investments in decentralised, democratised, community-centred energy solutions and prioritising deep processes of consultation and consent, including free, prior and informed consent, so that communities, especially women, Indigenous peoples and marginalised groups can define what solutions actually work for them. So we are therefore, from the outset, also raising concern at framing certain questions in ways that centre private sector over public interests, particularly when these two things are so often in conflict with one another. You know, it is the job, and we have consistently said it is the job of this work stream to centre people and communities. The private sector does a perfectly fine job of centering itself in climate action discussions all on its own, and we do not need to help it to do that. We welcome the focus on the gendered injustices of clean cooking, and we really encourage parties to continue challenging these broader barriers of decision-making inequities, barriers to access and affordability, and domination of private sector interests that require deep systems change for true energy justice. Alternative models of energy ownership like cooperatives and community-governed systems must be supported to challenge corporate monopolies and ensure financial, social and economic benefits, decent and quality jobs, affordable energy flows directly to the people. There are already thriving at a local, community and regional level, including in the Gender Just Climate Solutions, which is an initiative of the Women and Gender constituency. Lastly, we affirm that feminist energy justice is a critical pillar of a global gender just transition and can be a vehicle for powerful social and economic transformation. So we are looking forward to engaging more around this today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. We want to recognize IPO. IPO, you may have the floor.
Thank you very much. With gratitude to the facilitator, I speak on behalf of the Indigenous Peoples constituency and echoing the intervention of the EU, Colombia, and other countries and constituencies. We want to express as well our concern on the last-minute change of format. We came to Addis Ababa to reaffirm that there cannot be just energy transition without the full respect, protection, and implementation of the rights of Indigenous peoples. Our lands and territories are essential for climate mitigation and adaptation, as well as for the protection of biodiversity. Regarding nationally defined just energy transition pathways as a tool to enhance energy access and affordability, we emphasize that the pathways parties define for themselves, whether prescriptive or not, must, first, ensure the full and effective participation and representation of Indigenous peoples in the development of NDCs and NAPs. Second, include the legal recognition, respect, and protection of our rights to lands, waters, territories, and resources, as well as our right to self-determination and free, prior, and informed consent, as affirmed in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, in all national policy frameworks for just energy transition. Third, guarantee the protection of Indigenous peoples in voluntary isolation and initial contact, including through the establishment of exclusion zones. for extractive activities, such as oil, gas, and mining on or near their territories, as they cannot provide FPIC. Promote a holistic multi-sectoral approach to renewable energy development, integrating land, water, food, health, culture, and sustainable livelihoods. Prioritize indigenous peoples' access to energy grounded in FPIC and based on affordable, reliable, and culturally appropriate solutions. And promote and support community-owned renewable energy projects that foster empowerment for indigenous communities. We also respectfully urge all parties to transition away from fossil fuels and to redirect fossil fuel subsidies toward decentralized, indigenous-led energy models that promote sustainable, inclusive development and benefit both people and the planet. And we must collectively challenge the idea that expanding fossil fuel production is necessary for development or for the transition itself. This is a false dichotomy. On the other hand, while we agree that the just transition can be and is a tool for economic growth, the energy transition should first and foremost be a tool for justice, which means that how we produce, distribute, and consume energy must be grounded in a human rights-based approach. Finally, we call on developed countries to fulfill their historical responsibilities by providing the finance necessary to support just energy transitions for developing countries. The burden of financing this transition does not fall on those who have contributed the least to the climate crisis, like indigenous peoples, but rather on those whose economic growth has been historically fueled by fossil fuel energy. Thank you.
Thank you. We want to recognize Malawi. Malawi, you may have the floor.
Thank you very much, Facilitator. And let me join others in congratulating the Democratic Republic of Ethiopia for hosting us here in the beautiful city of Addis Ababa. And thanks to the SPA chairs, the facilitators, secretariat, and of course the COP presidencies, COP29 and incoming COP30. I'm not speaking as Malawi, I'm speaking as the chairperson of the LDCs group, just to support colleagues and our LDC coordinator, Princess from Burkina Faso, who has spoken already before me. So I'll make a general statement. I will not necessarily speak to the guiding questions because my coordinator has already spoken on the 4 questions. But as the chairperson of the LDCs group, 45 very vulnerable countries and in poverty of energy access, I'm pleased to see that this important topic is being discussed, which is crucial to our countries who face higher than the global average levels of energy poverty. As we heard earlier, the latest report from the UN Secretary General makes clear that the future of energy is already with us. In this regard, renewable energy is not only cleaner, it is also cheaper for our communities than the cost of fossil fuels. In the LDCs, this reality is evident. Specifically, for example, in Malawi, just to cite one example, but this cuts across the 44 LDCs, only 60% of our population have access to electricity, and yet almost 90% of this power already comes from renewable sources. This shows our co-facilitators that renewable powered futures are already underway in our countries, but a lot more has to be done, and at least and at a faster scale to achieve universal energy access. Madam Facilitator, Research consistently demonstrates that LDCs receive a dramatically low share of global financial flows in support of clean energy compared to other countries. This inequity must be addressed. Only with adequate finance, technology, and capacity support can LDCs leapfrog to clean energy systems that power development and create jobs that are green and deliver on climate goals. I just want to finish my general statement, by saying that as we hear other colleagues still wanting to promote in a way the use of fossil fuels, I want to indicate that for us in the ODCs, if we continue using fossil fuels, then we are jeopardized with our 1.5 degrees Celsius goal that we aspire to achieve to make our communities survive, both in the small and developing states and also in the African LDCs that cannot survive above the 1.5 degrees threshold if we continue using fossil fuels. Thank you, Facilitator.
Thank you, Malawi. So we have spent 30 minutes, more than it was allocated for this session, and we still have several parties who have requested for the floor. I will be handing over to the Secretariat to give a way forward on that. But before we close, I would like to appreciate all of you for your interventions. And as the facilitator, on a personal note, we appreciate the Secretariat for all they're doing and for being flexible. But just to point out that the World Cafe session would have been more open, more inclusive, and allowed all parties to freely participate. We are hoping that that would be considered in the future. Thank you so much. I've been your facilitator, Felicita Sukoko from the Women and Gender constituency, and now back to the Secretariat.
Thank you very much, Felicitas, and thank you for your great work in facilitating today, and your points are also well noted. Before I get to the further explanation, I am aware that the chair of the AGN would like to come in to close, and I appreciate there are many others who also want to come in, but with a special request to come in. Chair,
Thank you. Thank you very much, facilitator. Thank you very much, SBI Chair and UNFC Secretariat. I want to start by thanking the government of Ethiopia for hosting this very important week, the Climate Week, in particular for the discussions we are having here, the just transition discussions as part of the Climate Week work we'll be having across many themes. I know my colleague has spoken about the position and has elaborated issues related to just transition in the context of the African Group of Negotiators. But Malawi has tempted me also to speak as the chair of the AGN to thank all colleagues. I have been listening to the very interesting and important debate on this very important issue, to thank my AGN colleagues. In Africa, we are 54 countries, parties to the convention, and in fact, 30 of them are LDCs, over 30 actually. So we do represent as AGN the majority of colleagues who are here, and we are happy that we are having this discussion here in Ethiopia. Now, I have heard many colleagues reiterating the importance of just transition, focusing on issues, areas that matter for the continent. I want to reiterate a few. One, just transition cannot be just if you still have 900 million people lacking clean cooking, if you still have 650 million people having no energy access in terms of connectivity. We cannot talk about just transition if indeed we cannot address the costs of renewables, ensuring that the investments in renewables are consistent with the needs of African countries. And therefore, as we focus on the deep discussions of this important issue, it is really for us as a continent to take it into account that just the transition is not just unless it touches on the lives and development of the continent and lives of the people, on women and children and the youth. This is the continent which has a useful, vibrant community, and this is the continent actually which is providing solution to the just transition in terms of critical minerals as well as renewable sources of energy. But this is the continent which is still actually underfunded in terms of going where we want to go. And therefore, the discussion we have had here are critically important, and they will lead us towards Belém in terms of understanding the continent's needs. And as I said, our focus is to ensure just transition transforms the continent to be a better continent, which can also participate effectively in the mitigation process, but focusing more on how we can develop the continent without compromising the needs of the children and the youth and our women and everybody on the continent. So thank you very much. I wanted to add my words to my colleagues who have said it all, and hopefully we'll continue deliberating on this important topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, for those important words. So, as Felicitas explained, we have gone over time for this session, and appreciate still having gone over time by 40 minutes. There are quite a number of speakers who have their flags up here and also virtually who we have been trying to get to but we haven't managed to, and we can't unfortunately keep extending this session given the importance of our discussions in the other sessions. So, two things with respect to that. Firstly, encourage everyone for interventions to be submitted, as we mentioned earlier, inputs, and this is again really focusing around the purpose of this first session, which is around the solutions, the best practices, the opportunities, the barriers, which we've heard lots of in the room, sending those to the JTWP address, which we'll just put on the screen. And for everyone, that's an invitation, but particularly those that haven't had a chance to speak in this session, to send those in, and those inputs that are sent in will be put on part of the page for the event for the fourth dialogue, meaning that all the inputs, both that we've heard in the room and those that we haven't had a chance to hear in this session, can be reflected on that event page, just for the purposes of trying to bring some additional inclusivity into this, acknowledging the limitations of being able to have as much discussion in this format. So that's on the screen now. And secondly, given the time that we're now at, the next step, we're going to have a well-earned 15-minute coffee break. There's a coffee area outside, and then come back at 12:30 for the second session under this, and then we'll also come back with some information about timeframes for subsequent sessions, given that we're off track in terms of our original schedule. So with that, thank you everyone again. Thanks for the flexibility. All the comments are well noted, and see you back here at 12:30. Thanks. Okay, thank you everyone for coming back, and thanks for the patience for those virtual. If everyone coming back into the room could take their seats, we'll make a start. A slightly extended coffee break. Okay, let me just explain what we're doing now. As we said earlier, we're going through the 3 segments. Because we're behind schedule for the various reasons, we're having to make one other small shift, not to the modalities, but just in terms of the order, because of availability of our facilitators this morning and this afternoon. So the next session in that group of 3 for our morning sessions will be the, sorry, just let me get will be the 3rd session on energy security in the context of just energy transition pathways. And we've got some logistical limitations with the building because there needs to be an activity carried out by building maintenance around for 15 minutes sometime between now and the 2 o'clock sessions. So we're going to have to stop this session at 1:45, which gives us a bit under an hour. But we have to do that because they need 15 minutes and the lights are going to go out apparently, and then we can reconvene. So we're going to take a lunch break at 1:45 until 2:45, and then we'll come back after lunch and do the 3rd one of these sessions, and we'll update on the flow-through timing in terms of the next session after that, going back to the breakout sessions that are in the concept note as the final session of today, with modified times, obviously, given we're behind schedule. So with that, I'd like to sorry, just let me find. Yes, as I said, we'll move to the 3rd session on energy security in the context of just energy transition pathways. This session is going to be facilitated by Sönke from the United Nations University. Thanks, Sönke, very much for your flexibility and availability today to help with the facilitation of this session. And as we did for the last session, both those online, please signal your request for the floor, as you did last time by writing name and organisation in the chat, and with the usual way with flags here. Appreciating also, with the limited time, please focus on the practical solutions, barriers, challenges, opportunities, aspects of this. Try to keep interventions short, and recognising that some haven't had a chance yet to intervene, and we'll be following the order of the speakers list in that regard. Thank you very much, and I'll pass over to Sönke. Thanks.
Okay, good afternoon, I can say. Afternoon, everyone, here in Addis, but also, of course, good evening and morning to the colleagues that are joining us online. Welcome to the World Cafe, which turned slightly bigger. We're doing it in a plenary setup, and I have the pleasure to facilitate this discussion. I was already kindly introduced. I'm Sönke Kreft. I work for the United Nations University Institute for Environment and Human Security, based out of Bonn. We do substantive work around risk, adaptation, and transformation, including also topics to just transformations and just transition. And I already have to apologize and thank you also for Secretariat colleagues to make a slight adjustment to the schedule. I have to attend the session in the afternoon. Just have to transition there, and thank you for making this available. So our overall discussions on the first day of the dialogue is focused on the holistic and multisectoral nature of just transition, including also understanding elements of the socio-economic dimension, workforce and social protection dimensions. And we have like three substantive discussions on that. My discussion will focus on energy security in the context of just energy transition pathways. And we are going to look into the critical challenges of ensuring that as countries transition to a net zero future, the energy systems remain reliable, resilient, affordable, and also accessible and equitable. For that, we were provided with 4 guiding questions, and I'm going to read them out, and I ask you also to structure your intervention accordingly. So the first one is, how can nationally defined just energy transition pathways strengthen energy security and reliability while accelerating efforts globally towards net zero emission energy systems? The second one reads, how can nationally defined just energy transition pathways be designed to ensure that future energy systems are resilient to climate impacts, supply chain disruptions, and geopolitical risks, while also remaining affordable and accessible to all? And the third one, in what ways can human rights-based and gender-responsive approaches be integrated into nationally defined just energy transition pathways to ensure that secure and reliable energy systems are also equitable and inclusive? And lastly, how can cooperation at national, regional, and international levels support the development of resilient, secure, and just energy systems that safeguard both people and ecosystems? The modality is the same. The Secretariat colleagues will track the interventions. They also kindly logged those that were not able to intervene in the past sessions, so we will prioritize them accordingly. And with that, I open the floor. And I see LGMAs already, so the standing mic is yours.
Good afternoon to participants online and in person, and thank you to the facilitator for honoring non-party delegates as well. Thank you for that. These dialogues are often one of the very few places in the UNFCCC processes where constituencies can also input. Firstly, thank you for hosting us, Government of Ethiopia, where over 90% of electricity generation is already through hydroelectric. And then at a more personal, local level, the vehicle I took this morning, it was 100% electric, and the owner-driver was very clear on the figures. Hands down, electric or EVs make sense for his business. He wasn't talking about climate change or anything like that, but it makes sense for his business. In the interest of time, I'm not going to speak to each question one by one, but to the theme overall. And I'll also avoid speaking to the same tired argument between the global north and south, and focus on where there's been an agreement that improved livelihoods, using global north funding in many cases, have benefited people's lives immediately and for the future. I supported a just energy transition. As LGMA, we represent local governments and municipalities from global north and south, and we managed to make it work. We managed to find the commonalities for stepping into action, and I think stepping into action is really where we'd like to focus going forward. National governments and representative bodies are maybe 90% of those in the room, possibly online as well. I'm not faulting that, but we see this as an exciting opportunity to speak to national governments. We implore all the representatives here and online to also take note of and to, as a general rule, bring in the voices of your local governments and municipalities. On that note, if we take South Africa's new Climate Change Act, which came into force in March this year, we see what a nationally defined just energy transition and security plan pathway can look like in practice. It creates a legal framework for sectoral emissions targets and energy security, carbon budgets, and just transition plans. Importantly, it requires municipalities to integrate climate action into their integrated development plans. That makes the transition tangible. It's not just a national policy ambition, it's a set of delivery obligations that shape housing, transport, land use, and service provision, and in that way enhances the socioeconomic rights and realities of local residents. This illustrates the bigger point for us at the LGMA. The just transition is ultimately delivered locally. Cities and municipalities are where the electrification of transport fleets happens, where distributed renewables are rolled out, where building retrofits are implemented, and where energy poverty is addressed through programs like clean cooking and social tariffs. National commitments, NDCs, they only become real if local governments are resourced and mandated to act. Across the LGMA networks, including with ICLEI and C40 and other partners, we already see this in practice, with subnationals showing how to tackle the issues that many parties raised in the previous session, including ensuring benefits of energy transitions reach the most vulnerable, enabling social dialogue, for example, through town hall COPs, and in inclusive planning. Local governments can work in partnership with and informed by the needs of affected populations, and also provide a model for national governments to support and replicate. Johannesburg is using mini-grids to bring safe power to informal settlements. Kampala is expanding access to clean cooking, working in partnership with small and medium enterprises. Barcelona is preventing energy disconnections for vulnerable households. These examples show that when appropriately enabled, subnational governments can deliver faster and more equitably than national averages. So, in conclusion, the lesson for the Just Transition Work Programme is clear. National defined security must embed multi-level governance and finance localization. Recognition is not enough. Local governments need direct access to climate finance, tailored tools, and a seat at the table. Because the transition is not just designed in capitals or with national negotiators, it is implemented in communities. And it is here that we will achieve the Paris goals. I want to also recognize my colleagues online who will provide a submission for this session, in addition to what I've put forward, and also invite other constituencies to chat to me and other LGMA reps about aligning and submitting a collaborative submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much also for these concrete examples. I do recognize the Philippines, and I'm prioritizing you as you didn't have the chance to intervene in the past session, followed by the LMDCs. And please come to the center of the room.
Thank you. First of all, the Philippines express its our appreciation to the SB chairs and the Secretariat for convening this dialogue, and to the government of Ethiopia for giving us, for hosting us in the second Climate Week. Again, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to our colleagues here and to our colleagues in the virtual access platform. So, on the first question, countries like the Philippines face compounding risks from climate-induced disasters. Just transition pathways must consider resilience of energy infrastructure, protection of energy workers, and disaster risk reduction to prevent setbacks during the clean energy shifts. For developing countries like the Philippines, just transition must address the challenge of ensuring energy access and affordability while pursuing decarbonization. The transition must prioritize a balanced energy mix that addresses energy poverty and protection of hosts and vulnerable communities. It must also provide livelihood safety nets and upskilling programs for workers displaced in the energy sector as we go along the just energy transition. For the second question, in the case of the Philippines, we like to share that we design a self-assessment tool to evaluate energy facilities' readiness to prepare for, withstand, and recover from natural or human-induced disruptions. Our energy resilience scorecard assesses energy resilience across 7 critical pillars: infrastructure strengthening, systems, disaster risk financing and insurance, stockpiling, response, rehabilitation, and cyber resilience. Additionally, it offers benchmarking against both local and international resilience standards, drawing inspiration from models such as our Philippine Department of Energy's Resiliency Compliance Plan, which emphasizes preparedness before, during, and after disruptive events. With this scorecard, energy facilities can determine their current resilient levels and identify areas for improvement by applying scores to standardized criteria and indices. This tool helps us identify the strength, pinpoint gaps, and prioritize improvement to achieve greater energy resilience as we face the impacts of climate change. We have been piloting the system, and we hope that as we implement this into a large-scale programs in the future, the means of implementation guaranteed under the Paris Agreement and the Just Transition Work Program should be provided from the developed countries to developing countries towards an inclusive, sustainable energy transition. Colleagues, we recognize that international cooperation is key towards an enabling factor for just transition, and the Philippines remains committed for a collaborative process in this dialogue, leading to COP30 just transition negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and also concretely responding to the questions. Can I ask LMDCs, followed by the United Arab Emirates?
Thank you. Thank you so much. This table is quite timely. I'll just go straight to the questions. So the first question: in the scientific literature, the term net zero applies to the entirety of emission sources and sinks together. So there is no scientific basis to apply the term net zero to specific systems. So I'm not sure what discussion is really possible under this theme. But to say that energy security should be paramount, with transitions tailored to national development needs and historical responsibilities, developed countries must lead in rapid fossil fuel transition. Second question: resilience and affordability must be noted in local contexts and development priorities. Prescriptions about transitions must not override sovereign choices. The right to development and energy access must be central, particularly in developing countries. Third question: the inclusion of human rights and gender justice must not be superficial or used to distract from the broader inequities perpetuated by current global framing. Equity, CBDR, RC, and justice must be the foundation. Denying developing countries their right to the fair share of the global carbon budget would go against the principles of justice and impact rights of vulnerable communities and groups in developing countries. Developed countries must take immediate, rapid, and sustained emissions reduction, reach net zero emissions before 2030, and net negative emissions thereafter, and free up carbon space for developing countries so that they can ensure the well-being of their entire populations, including women and children, local and indigenous communities, and other sections of the population that face the impacts of climate change that are not of their own making. Finally, to the fourth question, multilateral cooperation and not unilateral measures disguised as climate policy is essential. Unilateral trade measures harm developing countries and are contrary to the principles of the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement. True cooperation must respect equity, national sovereignty, and development priorities. International cooperation should serve as the cornerstone for enabling developing countries to chart their own nationally defined just transition pathways. This means fostering collaborative frameworks that respect national sovereignty, historical responsibility, and diverse development priorities and inequalities rather than imposing one-size-fits-all models. True cooperation must go beyond rhetoric, facilitating the exchange of knowledge, access to appropriate technologies, and capacity-building initiatives and empower local actors. Only through multilateral, equity-driven partnerships can the global community support transitions that are resilient, inclusive, and tailored to the unique context of each nation, ensuring that no country is left behind in the pursuit of secure and just energy futures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I ask the UAE? Followed by the Dominican Republic, like the UAE, Dominican Republic didn't have the chance to intervene in the past session.
Thank you, Chair and Facilitator. We would like to thank the government of Ethiopia for hosting this important meeting. We align with the sentiments echoed by the G77 and China and the Arab group in the previous session. And in spirit of sharing experiences and best practices, in the UAE, energy security is a strategic priority, and our transition strategy includes investments in energy storage, smart grids, and waste-to-energy technologies that enhance system reliability and resilience. These efforts are designed to withstand climate impacts, supply chain disruptions, and geopolitical risks. Gender-responsive approaches are institutionalized through the UAE Gender Balance Council and the Ministry of Culture and Youth that look into making the youth a strategic contributor to economic growth and advanced development and deployment of advanced technologies and mastering future skills. These are some of the elements that are included in terms of future-proofing and enhancing resilience within the UAE. At the regional level, the UAE Council on Climate Action coordinates sub-national strategies to align with national and regional goals, ensuring coherence and scale. And finally, internationally, the UAE is proud to lead the Ittihad 7 initiative, which aims to provide clean electricity to 100 million people across Africa by 2035. This program is designed to unlock energy access, stimulate local economies, and support inclusive development. And domestically, an example I could give is that the Abu Dhabi Clean Energy Strategy includes tariff reforms that protects vulnerable populations and desalination-heavy water utilities, ensuring affordability while advancing sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dominican Republic, the standing mic is yours.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, the government of Ethiopia, for hosting this event. In terms of the questions, I'm going to be talking the answers thoroughly from the Dominican Republic perspective. So, the Dominican Republic is a small island development state which recognizes the urgent need for a just energy transition that aligns with our national development priorities and climate commitments. Our NDC outlines clear pathways to enhance energy security, resilience, and equity, ensuring that our energy systems are sustainable, inclusive, and responsive to the challenges we face. In terms of the question number 1, our climate goals emphasizes this diversification of the energy matrix through the integration of renewable energy sources, including solar, wind, and hydro. Projects such as the Monte Plata Solar Park and the Los Cocos Wind Farm exemplified our commitment to reducing reliance on fusing fossil fuels and enhancing grid stability. Additionally, we believe the development of decentralized energy systems like solar mini-grids in rural and island communities plays a crucial role in ensuring reliability, energy, and access for all. In terms of question number 2, to build resilience against climate impacts and external shocks, our NDC advocates for the implementation of hybrid energy systems that combine renewable sources with energy storage solutions. These systems not only improve energy reliability, but also contributes to cost savings for consumers. Furthermore, we are promoting inclusive policies that ensure energy access for vulnerable populations, particularly in remote and underserved areas. Regarding question number 3, our transition strategy is grounded in human rights and gender equality principles. We are seeking to implement programs that empower women and youth in the renewable energy sector, providing training and entrepreneurial opportunities. Also, we believe social protection measures are needed to support workers transitioning from fossil fuels industries, ensuring that no one is left behind in our journey towards a sustainable energy future. Lastly, for question number 4, collaboration is key to achieving our energy transition goals. At the national level, we are fostering partnerships between government agencies, private sector, civil society organizations to implement our NDC action plan effectively. Regionally, we are engaging in initiatives that promote shared learning and resource mobilization. And internationally, we are seeking support through climate finance mechanisms to scale up our renewable energy projects and enhance technical capacity. The Dominican Republic remains committed to a just and inclusive energy transition that not only addresses climate change, but also promotes sustainable development and social equity. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well. I'm asking ILAC to make the intervention.
Thank you so much, Chair. I will address all the questions in one step. We believe there is no real dichotomy between fossil fuels and the goals of energy security and reliability. In fact, there can be no justice, no security, and no reliability if we continue destroying the climate system on which our societies and our economies depend. Any credible decarbonization pathway recognize that fossil fuels are responsible for the vast majority of the global CO2 emissions, and that transitioning away from them is essential to safeguard the rights of present and future generations. Nationally defined just transition pathways can strengthen energy security while creating opportunities for diversification and resilience. Regional cooperation, such as in Latin America, offers the potential to lead globally in the provision of clean, affordable, and sustainable energy, diversifying renewable energy sources, advancing cross-border integration, and embedding resilience to climate impacts are central to ensuring that energy systems are stable, reliable, and equitable without perpetuating fossil dependence. The three principles agreed in the GST, just, orderly, and equitable, must guide this effort. Not all economies have the same level of dependence on fossil fuels, and transition pathways must reflect these differences. Affordability, accessibility, and universal energy access must remain at the heart of these pathways, with social protection systems ensuring that workers and communities are supported throughout the process. ILAC also highlights the importance of integrating human rights-based and gender-responsive approaches into transition planning. Equal opportunities for women, youth, indigenous peoples, Afro-descendant communities, and informal workers must be guaranteed through training, employment, and participation. Inclusion measures such as childcare services, flexible schedules, and parental leave are necessary to close structural gaps and ensure that green jobs are accessible for all. Embedding these measures ensures that the transition is not only low carbon, but also fair and inclusive. Finally, cooperation is essential at all levels. National frameworks that link labor rights, ecosystem protection, and energy access must be reinforced by local participation and territorial action. At the regional and international levels, cooperation is needed to harmonize safeguards, ensure fair and transparent supply chains for critical minerals, and expand access to finance, technology, and capacity building. By aligning human rights, gender equality, and environmental safeguards, and by reforming the international financial architecture to support these priorities, we can build energy systems that are not only reliable and affordable, but also just, equitable, and sustainable for all. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well. I'm fast-tracking Grenada. Grenada, please come to the center of the room.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. And Grenada associates itself with the sentiments already expressed to the government of Ethiopia, the Secretariat, and the facilitators. Mr. Chair, for SIDS like Grenada, energy security can facilitate reliability and resilience by reducing reliance on vulnerable high-cost imported fossil fuels. Through energy efficiency, diversification of energy sources, and investments in decentralized local energy systems. Facilitating appropriate governance mechanisms must also be facilitated. In the context of waste management, there are opportunities for waste-to-energy technologies, but mechanisms must also be considered to address the potential unintended consequences of having to manage new technology-related waste streams that are hazardous, toxic to the environment and people. This is very important against the backdrop of the potential for technology dumping and the yearly devastating impacts of cyclones and hurricanes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you as well. Thank you. And next, the Environmental NGO constituency.
My apologies for being quite tall. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to acknowledge the great reception received from Ethiopia as well as the UNFCCC Secretariat. We do align with WGC as well as IPO around the change of format. Even though it could have been possible to make it as inclusive as possible, we do feel there's been a change in the culture of the space, turning it into a contact group rather than being as open as it could have been. And we do hope there's some rethinking around this. We would have loved to share in the first session, but we will limit our intervention to the specific questions for this session. Starting off with the concept and framework around the idea of energy security. We as ENGO are worried of the danger of framing energy security as actually exacerbated geopolitical threats, conflicts within the global south, and leading to the global south suffering the brunt of this reality. The continued use of fossil fuels has led to the securitization of a lot of renewable energy systems, as well as previously mentioned around critical energy transition minerals, limiting the transition pathways of developing countries. We prefer the language such as energy access and sovereignty. Linked to this, there's need for more honest conversations around the interdependence of energy systems. This is to ensure that the just transition and universal energy access possibilities are actually a lot more realistic. As we are here sharing examples, I think from the African continent, we are aware of the African power pools where some countries rely on as much as 60% of the energy from another country. Prioritizing the idea of nationally defined just energy transitions then limit the understanding of the regional as well as the global pathways that are shared. And in that way, we limit the transformative impact of this session. Linked to this is the idea of what was discussed in Bonn, of the need for a global mechanism for just transition, what ENGO calls the Belém Action Mechanism, to accelerate, consolidate, and achieve a holistic, just transition across the whole economy within and between countries through international cooperation based on the principles of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities because of the intricate relationship amongst energy national and regional systems. There is a balance between national transition pathways as well as regional global pathways, and we should speak more to those. And lastly, around the issue around human rights as well as gender responsiveness. We believe this is critical to any form of pathway transition we are thinking of. The respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights, which include economic, social, environmental, and cultural, people of African descent and indigenous peoples, labor rights, the right to health, right of persons with disabilities, rights of future generations, the rights of minorities and other marginalized groups are all and should be considered within our pathways. This limits what we do see with fossil fuel production, which is the increase of sacrifice zones in the name of energy security. There should also be robust and inclusive consultation institutions and processes and participation. Our colleagues from other parties and non-party stakeholders have mentioned the right and the information around free, prior, and informed consent, not only of indigenous people, but all stakeholders who are reliant on these energy systems that we are trying to develop. Lastly, robust, transparent assessment mechanisms and identification of social, economic, and environmental impacts. with intersectional considerations and the integration of the most diverse social realities, including but not limited to gender, race, ethnicity, class, disability, age, income, need to be taken to ensure that we avoid and mitigate any unforeseen and unexpected negative impacts. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well. I'm calling on Pakistan for an online intervention, followed by the Women and Gender constituency, also online.
Thank government of Ethiopia for hosting this dialogue and express appreciation to SB Chair and the Secretariat for their efforts in convening and facilitating this fourth dialogue under the UAE Just Transition Work Program. From Pakistan's perspective, a just transition is not simply a decarbonization exercise, but it's a development pathways to ensure reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy access for all. Energy security in this context must integrate three dimensions, that is reliability, affordability, and sustainability. Nationally defined just energy transition pathways can strengthen energy security by reducing dependence on imported fossil fuels, diversifying supply, and accelerating renewable integration. In Pakistan's case, imported fuels, particularly oil and LNG, remains a major burden on our foreign exchange reserves and affordability. Our pathways therefore emphasizes maximizing domestic and indigenous renewable resources such as solar, wind, hydropower, and biomass to reduce exposure to global prices and while advancing our climate goals. So Pakistan, at its own resources, has achieved some remarkable progress post NDC 2021, targeting 60% renewable share in power mix by 2030, including hydropower. Already, clean energy accounts for 54% generation in year 2024, including hydro, nuclear, wind, and solar. And then net metering distributed solar solutions has exceeded over 5.6 gigawatts with 370,000 installations by mid-2025, providing affordable electricity to households and SMEs. Efficiency for affordability, the National Energy Efficiency Conservation Action Plan aims to save 9 billion ton of oil equivalent to avoid 35 million ton of carbon equivalent emissions, reducing consumers' bills and system costs. And then Pakistan has also retired number of thermal IPPs and put a moratorium on imported coals under our shift to clean energy, managed carefully to avoid stranded cost and tariff shocks. And then most importantly, the Pakistan under its existing indicative generation capacity expansion plan for next 10 years project a decline in grid carbon intensity to 209 grams CO2 per kWh by 2034, which will far below than the global average. But the challenge is scale. Our transition requires US dollar more than 100 billion by 2030 for clean energy and US dollar around 20 billion for efficiency measures. Without concessional finance, technology transfer, and capacity building, affordability and reliability for vulnerable consumer will remain at risk. In summary, Pakistan nationally defined pathways to seek and align energy security with decarbonization, delivering climate benefits, lowering import dependence, and building resilience against external shocks. But genuine international support is essential to match our international ambitions with resources and partnerships. Pakistan remains committed to fostering international cooperation and mobilizing investments in Pakistan's clean energy transition, working closely with global partners to achieve sustainable and equitable growth. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The Women and Gender constituency, also online, please.
Thank you, facilitator, for the floor. We just wanted to start off by asking that when we speak about the energy security, we must ask whose security and at whose cost, because too often energy securitization specifically has meant militarized extraction in the global south, our lands, waters, and so-called critical minerals are treated as empty spaces to be looted. And communities are left exploited while corporations and other powerful states reap the benefits of this. So this narrow framing of security is truly dangerous. It has been used to justify new fossil fuel exploration, especially locking us deeper into crisis instead of building resilient, sustainable, and people-centered systems. Energy systems are never neutral. This is something that we wanted to address because they can sustain life, but they can also be weaponized. In Palestine, we see this brutality. 2.1 million people in Gaza are denied access to power, meaning hospitals, water systems cannot function. Energy is being used as a weapon of war to uphold illegal occupation, genocide, and apartheid. Security narratives are used to justify this, while fossil fuel companies and complicit governments sign deals to extract natural gas from Palestinian lands and provide the coal and crude oil that fuel fighter jets and illegal settlements. Truly, there can be no just transition while people live under siege, conflict, occupation, and militarization. If nationally defined pathways
इंटरवेंशन थी
are to
वो क्या कहते हैं
ensure
कि आवाज क्लियर
resilience
थी
to...
वो या उसमें कोई इशू तो नहीं था?
Sorry, I feel like someone is
Other
speaking
speakers,
over
please
me.
mute themselves. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry. Just continuing. If nationally defined pathways are to ensure resilience to climate impacts, supply chain shocks, and geopolitical risks, they must move away from militarized models and instead center human rights, gender equality, and community ownership. True security comes from decentralized, democratic, and affordable energy systems that safeguard both people and ecosystems. And we just want to end by saying that international cooperation should not reinforce systems of oppression, but instead act in solidarity. For example, through calls for a global energy embargo for Palestine. Energy justice means asking hard questions about power and exploitation. Only by confronting these realities can just transition pathways deliver energy systems that are not only secure and reliable, but also equitable, inclusive, and truly just. Thank you for the floor again, facilitator.
Thank you very much. I think we are tracking more than 10 interventions, so I ask you to be brief and focused. I continue with the Arab group, followed by New Zealand online.
Thank you. And am I audible? Okay. Before diving into the questions, if you allow me to remind our colleagues that cherry picking of decisions, as has been highlighted previously, and taking them out of context is not constructive and is a flawed understanding of what we agreed on in previous decisions. And this is one of the reasons that we asked the chairs to address element B in its entirety, so that these sectoral focuses do not align with what we agreed on as parties and are causing quite a divergence in opinion, risking diverting the discussions from the constructive solution finding into punitive and prescriptive lecturing of measures.
Can you please mute yourself when you're online? Thank you.
If you allow me to go to the questions, for question 1, in science, net zero refers to balancing all emissions and sinks together. It doesn't apply to individual sectors, technologies, or systems, so using the term in that way has no basis, and discussions under this framing is misplaced. Also, energy security must remain the priority that we speak of, with transitions reflecting national needs and historical responsibility. So developed countries must move first and fastest towards their mitigation action, not shift the burden towards or onto developing countries. Energy security is a core pillar of just transitions, especially for developing countries. Any pathway that undermines reliability, affordability, or availability of energy risks being unjust by design. And nationally defined pathways must preserve a balanced and diversified energy mix that ensures energy is secure, affordable, and supports the developmental needs of those countries. So a one-sided on net zero energy systems might new forms of insecurity, particularly in regions where renewable deployment is not yet scalable or reliable. As for question 2, affordability and resilience must be anchored in national circumstances. Transitions cannot be imposed externally. The right to development and energy access must stay central, particularly for developing countries. Resilience means ensuring domestic control over energy planning and diversification, not dependence on volatile global supply chains, including rare earth minerals or imported technology. So pathways must allow countries to leverage their own comparative advantages, including resource endowments and infrastructure to secure reliable energy access. And energy system resilience also depends on continued investment in critical infrastructure, grids, and fossil fuels with lower emissions, such as CCS technologies. In addition to regional cooperation, not disruption, such as what we see with the imposed unilateral trade measures by some countries. Equity and CBDR-RC, as for question 3, equity and CBDR-RC must be the foundation of any discussion, and as long as these core principles are not central discussions and not even mentioned, then these are considered distractions from the main issue, which is the blatant sidelining of the principles on which the United Arab Emirates Just Transition Work Program was built on. Denying developing countries their fair share of carbon budget violates these principles and undermines the rights of vulnerable groups. And since developed countries are fond of lecturing us on what to do, then we ask them to go ahead, cut emissions rapidly, achieve net zero before 2030, and move into net negative territory thereafter, while honoring your financial obligations to the developing world. This would free up carbon space for developing countries to meet the needs of their populations, including women, children, indigenous peoples, and communities most affected by climate change they did not cause. As for question 4, real progress requires multilateral cooperation, not unilateral trade measures disguised as climate policy, which harm developing countries and contradict the UNFCCC and Paris Agreement, and is quite an innovative way to have a reverse NCQG, where we pay the developed to solve the issues that they caused in the first place. International cooperation should empower developing countries to define their own just transition pathways, grounded in sovereignty, equity, and recognition of diverse development pathways. And finally, cooperation must go beyond statements. It should enable knowledge sharing, access to appropriate technologies, and capacity building that strengthens local actors. Equity-driven partnerships are the only way to support inclusive, resilient transitions where no country or party is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you. And we are going to New Zealand online. New Zealand is currently unavailable? Okay. Please, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We would like to extend our thanks to the government and people of Ethiopia for hosting this dialogue, as well as to the SB Chairs, Facilitator and Secretariat for organizing and convening this discussion. We are here because we know that the transition is utterly necessary. The transition being just helps climate action. It makes it sustainable and ultimately effective. But mitigation limiting warming to 1.5 and being resilient to climate impacts is absolutely vital for limiting impacts on people. The energy sector is a core component of this that must be addressed to keep 1.5 in reach. If we want to be successful in 1.5 degrees, we need rapid transition of energy systems, like reaching net zero in the electricity sector between 2045 and 55, as identified in the IPCC 6th assessment report. We also know that the context will differ from country to country. New Zealand benefits from an abundance of renewable resources, including wind, sun, hydro, and geothermal. We've reached a point where we are able to generate some of the highest levels of renewable energy in our electricity grid in the world, with 85.5% of electricity generated in 2024 coming from renewable sources and a high of 88% in 2023. Affordable electrification is also a key enabler for reducing emissions from other sectors of the economy, such as industrial process heat and transport. The challenge in the energy transition lies in the fact that we are an island nation and renewable energy resources can be intermittent. The way in which we approach increasing this higher range of renewable electricity in our grid is less a question of one-to-one substitution for energy generation, but more of storage capacity and infrastructure to ensure we can maintain grid security and stability. This is also supported by the government's commitment to doubling renewable energy generation by 2050 and climate strategy, which includes pillars to ensure clean energy is abundant and affordable and communities are resilient and well prepared. There is an imperative to ensure transition policy making takes into account real impacts on people, including Indigenous peoples. New Zealand has regulatory impact statement process for legislation or regulations. These assist in not just formalizing policy process, but also identifying where the gaps are and what the impact on different groups may be, so that these can be taken into account in decision making. For example, New Zealand has a treaty relationship with Māori through Te Tiriti o Waitangi, which is broader than climate and forms a general obligation to not just consult with Māori, but act in partnership. This includes through the Māori Climate Platform, which focuses on enabling outcomes in key areas such as resilience, renewable energy, sustainable land use, and nature-based solutions. Projects enabled through this platform can be designed to mitigate climate impacts on Māori communities while aligning with the climate strategy. We acknowledge the importance of energy security, but we also note that energy insecurity can be caused by current fossil fuel reliant settings. This is particularly relevant for island countries at the far end of long supply chains that can be prone to price volatility. For example, in the Pacific, energy imports can be between 5 and 15% of GDP. Being able to transition energy supply to renewables can offer greater economic security and independence. It is not inherent that moving away from fossil fuels to renewable energy means greater insecurity. We look forward to hearing from others over the course of the next 1.5 days. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm asking Ghana, and I'm also saying we are running against the time and the lunch break, so please keep your statement short, and followed by Iran. And also, please be close to the microphone. Audibility is not ideal up front.
Hello. Yeah, thank you very much for giving me the floor. Ghana taking the floor for the first time wishes to thank the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia for hosting us, the Secretariat, SB chairs, for the logistical provisions that they've made for us. Having said that, I missed the opportunity to talk on the last session, so I crave your indulgence so that I can just speak on one. That is the intervention on guiding question 4 relating to critical minerals. Ghana sees it as a key consideration for critical minerals to include preventing exploitation, which the country hosts significant reserves of bauxite, gold, and lithium. Policies must ensure fair revenue sharing, worker protections, and sustainable livelihoods, avoiding new vulnerabilities. Ghana proposes international frameworks for benefit sharing and technology transfer. I heard a colleague talking about dumping of waste, and it is very important we also take that into consideration. Ghana aligns with African Mining Vision and our own Minerals and Mining Act, the Environmental Protection Authority Act, to support just transition. A poignant case study is the ongoing bauxite mining in the Atua Forest Reserve, where community-led advocacy and partnerships with the International Council on Mining and Metals have pushed for revenue-sharing models that reinvest 20% of royalties into local education and health, preventing environmental degradation, and empowering artisan miners through formalized cooperation. Having said that, I just will quickly go into what we are now discussing. Now, Ghana rejects applying the net zero to isolated energy systems, as it lacks scientific basis and unfairly burdens developing countries like ours. Pathways shall strengthen energy security by tailoring to national needs, with developed countries leading rapid transitions. Global efforts must respect Ghana and Africans' right to development, incorporating transitional fuels like natural gas as we are doing with our Sankofa field. The second one is about resilient energy system. Ghana wants to prioritize affordability and access amid climate vulnerabilities, like drought affecting the Volta Lake. Therefore, we propose that design shall be nationally determined through our Energy Commission, avoiding prescriptions that override sovereignty and focus on diversified mixes, including hydro, gas, and renewable, to mitigate supply chain and geopolitical risks, with international finance enabling grid upgrades and storage. A case study from the Western Region's Takrady Thermal Plant shows how integrating battery storage with gas-fired generation, supported by the World Bank loans, has reduced outages risk by 30% during global fuel price spikes, ensuring affordable electricity for industrial households while building resilience against El Nino-induced drought. The third one, human rights-based and gender-responsive approaches shall be integrated foundationally, grounded in equity and CBDR and RC. In Ghana, this means ensuring inclusive energy systems, address gender disparities in access on labor, with developed countries providing targeted support for women's empowerment in energy sectors through programs like our gender and energy policy. The final one is on cooperation at all levels must reject unilateral measures like trade barriers. We believe in international cooperation, and therefore trade barriers contravenes UNFCCC principles. As Ghana, we advocate for equity-driven multilateral partnerships, facilitating technology access, capacity building, and knowledge exchange to build resilient systems. This include other issues like loss and damage, which I'm not going to go into that. An illustrative case study in Ghana's collaboration with China under the Belt and Road Initiative for the Bui Hydroelectric Dam, which despite initial challenges has enhanced capacity through technology transfer, generating 400 megawatts of power and supporting ecosystem restoration project, while calling for fairer terms in future deals to avoid debt traps and ensure community benefit. Thanks for giving us the opportunity.
I thank you. I'm asking Iran, followed by Switzerland and Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Facilitator. At the beginning, I would like to thank Government of Ethiopia for hosting this important event, as well as all efforts of SB chairs and the Secretariat. We align ourselves with the statement made on behalf of the G77 group and China, as well as the LMDC group this morning, in session this morning, and LMDC statement in this session. On question one, in our view, nationally defined just energy transition pathways cannot strengthen energy security and reliability, while there is not sustained and sufficient means of implementation provided by developing countries to developing countries. Also, in the absence of up-to-date, affordable, and accessible technologies and technical assistance, and under increasing unilateral trade and coercive measures, achieving net zero emission in energy system is not possible. Therefore, developed countries must lead in rapid fossil fuel transition for energy security and access, rather than shifting their responsibility. On question two, resilience and affordability must be rooted in local context and development priorities. Prescriptions about transition must not override sovereign choices. The right to development and energy access must be central, particularly in developing countries. On question three, the inclusion of human rights and gender justice must be nationally driven and must not be superficial or used to distract from the broader inequalities perpetuated by current global framing. Equity, CBDR, and justice must be the foundation, not secondary consideration. Denying developing countries their right to the fair share of the global carbon budget would go against the principle of justice and impact rights of vulnerable communities and groups in developing countries. And finally, on question four, multilateral cooperation, not unilateral measures disguised as climate policy is essential. Unilateral, coercive, and trade measures harm developing countries and are contrary to the principle of the UNFCCC and Paris Agreement. True cooperation must respect equity, national sovereignty, and development priorities. And international cooperation should serve as the cornerstone for enabling developing countries to chart their own nationally defined just transition pathways. This means fostering collaborative frameworks that respect national sovereignty, historical responsibility, and diverse development priorities and inequalities, rather than imposing one-size-fits-all models. Thank you.
Thank you as well. And asking Switzerland.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? I'd like to start by thanking the government of Ethiopia for the wonderful hospitality, and we're very happy to be here in Addis Ababa. And thank you as well to the UNFCCC Secretariat and facilitators. First, I'd like to thank by agreeing with the chair of AGN, who earlier noted that a just transition cannot be just unless it takes into consideration the people, the workforce, and energy access. And we also agree with the representative of ILAC that the current situation of dependence on fossil fuels cannot be just, and a world where we overshoot 1.5 cannot be just in a context of widespread climate change impacts. So whilst we look and we hear around the table about the challenges of economic diversification, namely of those countries who are fossil fuel producers, it's important to reflect on how we can uphold both our responsibility towards citizens and the workforce, as well as our responsibility to uphold the 1.5 degree objective towards future generations. So this is a complex issue, and we're grateful that we can speak to energy security, which is really at the center of these discussions. In Switzerland, looking at energy security means putting in place policies and measures to reduce the dependency on fossil energy imports, and this includes measures that lower the demand for fossil fuels. Switzerland adopted in June 2024 new energy efficiency targets and policies towards reducing fossil fuel consumption, including consumption-based emissions, with a view to reduce dependence on imported fossil fuels. And these measures include measures in the building sector, as well as support for companies. So companies that would like to apply for support must provide a net zero roadmap that lays out how a reduction path reaching net zero emissions in 2050 can be put in place, including negative emission pathways. So this is a promising way for us to engage with our private sector. However, and others have noted this, a just energy transition cannot only be implemented at the domestic level, it must also be coordinated at the global level. It's crucial that we start working to sequence the transition away from fossil fuel in a manner that is just, so as to scale up investments in clean energy and the decline in investments in fossil fuel supplies in order to avoid damaging price spikes or stranded assets. Switzerland particularly would welcome a dialogue at the international level for the transition away from fossil fuels in a manner that avoids global market shocks, and several of you also alluded to this. We would welcome discussions on the following questions. What does the commitment to transition away from fossil fuels entail for continued investments in fossil fuel infrastructure? What should be the time frame of this commitment according to science? What should fossil fuel consumers and producers do to achieve this objective in a coordinated manner? And the importance of coordination here is key. We would welcome, for example, the development of a toolbox of recommendations on how to make sure that future energy systems are secure and rooted in human rights, whilst we strive to transition away from fossil fuels. We believe that sustainability and human rights, gender equality and intergenerational equity are inextricably intertwined, and that a human rights-centered approach is indispensable for just transition. We would also welcome discussions, for example, within the SCF on how we could finance a just energy transition, and we note that this will be a topic for this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jordan, please.
Hi, everyone. First of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks to host country, government of Ethiopia, for hosting the second Climate Week, and to all organizers for providing the opportunity to intervene. In this intervention, I will address energy security in the context of just energy transition pathways, focusing on practical guidance for the international community while highlighting recent development in Jordan as a model. Regarding to the first question, nationally defined just transition pathway can strengthen energy security by linking net zero emission goals with the practical strategies for supply reliabilities, including grid infrastructure, energy storage, and diversification of energy sources. Encouraging large-scale renewable alongside conventional energy source, enhancing smart grids, and financing resilient energy solutions for vulnerable communities are key international measures. Jordan's comprehensive energy strategy 2020-2030 exemplifies this approach as it increases renewable contributions while protecting vulnerable households through mini-grid system, demonstrating how climate ambitious and energy security can be effectively combined. Regarding to the second question, resilient energy system requires integrated risk assessment that account for climate, geopolitical, and supply chain vulnerabilities alongside investment in climate resilient infrastructure and local supply chain capacities. Developing operational reserve mechanism ensure continuity during disruptions. In Jordan, third National Energy Efficiency Action Plan 2020-2026 illustrates this approach by reducing demand, improving grid efficiency, and enhancing resilience against supply shocks, offering a model for international replication. Also, regarding to the third question, incorporation human rights and gender consideration ensuring energy systems are socially equitable. National plans should explicitly protect economic and social rights with mechanisms for community engagement and grievance redress. Gender-responsive measures include target employment, training program, and support for female entrepreneurship in the energy sector. An experience from Jordan provides a practical example through initiatives promoting women's participation in technical and renewable energy rules, showing how gender integration can be effectively applied in a program design and funding. And also, the vision in Jordan is that the new investment in the energy sector is either to serve social economic status of vulnerable groups or to serve any of their development action. The last question, cooperation strengthens resilience and inclusivity by enabling regional energy exchange, joint financing mechanism, and technology transfer program. These measures reduce vulnerability to disruptions and build local capacity. Jordan's cooperation with international partners, including UN programs on just transition projects, highlighted how international cooperation can support resilient energy infrastructure and local green jobs, demonstration a practical model for a global application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm asking also the European Union to make a quick intervention.
Thank you. I will go immediately to the questions. So first, on question one, energy security, system reliability, and climate ambition are deeply interconnected and mutually reinforcing. Phasing out fossil fuels must be socially just to maintain public support and system reliability, and indeed reliable electricity grids and secure supply chains depend as much on social stability as on technical infrastructure. At EU level, national energy and climate plans submitted by EU member states offer a mechanism to simultaneously enhance energy security and accelerate the transition towards net zero emissions in line with 1.5 scenarios and other EU Green Deal targets. Such tailor-made approaches allow member states to diversify energy sources, integrate renewables reliably, and reduce dependence on volatile fossil fuel imports. And by investing in local clean energy resources, including solar, wind, and green hydrogen, member states not only meet their climate targets, but also enhance resilience against geopolitical and market shocks. And so EU member states become some kind of laboratories for innovation in energy security that can also provide some replicable solutions for other countries. On question 2, at EU level, the EU Affordable Energy Action Plans include 8 actions, among which 1 action to guarantee supply for price stability. Ensuring secure energy supplies is critical for our economic resilience, continued access to affordable energy, and avoiding extreme price volatility. A resilient energy system must be able to withstand potential supply disruptions resulting from geopolitical tensions, deliberate attacks, or extreme weather events which threaten affordability. For example, the national energy and climate plans that I was just mentioning integrate national assessments of renewable capacity, storage needs, and grid reinforcements, ensuring member states can maintain reliable supply even under extreme weather or market volatility. And the EU also invests in climate resilience energy infrastructure through programs such as Horizon Europe and the Connecting Europe facility, which coordinates energy planning regionally and integrate cross-border interconnection, national pathways, etc., which also contribute to energy solidarity across member states and reducing the vulnerability of the EU to the tensions I mentioned before. Initiatives such as the North Seas Energy Cooperation and EU Energy Union governance framework demonstrate that proactive, coordinated planning strengthens both system reliability and collective security. Regarding question 3, and we have mentioned this at previous dialogues, but to be truly fair and inclusive, a just transition should build on human rights-based, intersectional and gender transformative approaches. And such approaches integrate the challenges and needs of women and those facing multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination in their just transition, while also valuing the role, knowledge, and leadership of this group in fostering a just transition. Moreover, these approaches put social protection, care, including the role and revaluing of paid and unpaid care work and well-being at the center, as well as the respect, promotion, and fulfillment of all human rights. And on question 4, on cooperation at national, regional, and international level, we believe that energy resilience and justice require whole of society approaches and inclusive planning that integrates governance, industry, communities, and civil society. And the EU's experience with national energy and climate plans demonstrate that participatory planning ensures that energy transition are socially just, environmentally responsible, and technically robust. We need to engage stakeholders, in particular indigenous people, local communities, youth, persons with disabilities, migrants, and people in vulnerable situations due to a range of socioeconomic factors. Energy security and system reliability are also strengthened through regional coordination. So I mentioned before the Energy Union framework and diverse projects that illustrate how interconnected grids, cross-border electricity trading, and coordinated renewable deployment increase resilience against supply disruptions. Moreover, resilience and just energy systems are those that mitigate social risk, respect environmental limits, and maintain reliable supply. The EU's policies, such as the EU Biodiversity Strategy for 2030, the EU Taxonomy for Sustainable Activities, and the Clean Energy Package, all ensure that energy transitions integrate ecosystem preservation, circular resource use, and social equity from the outset. Finally, at the international level, cooperation accelerates the global transition towards resilient, low-carbon energy systems that foster energy security. If designed coherently and in an integrated manner, coherent policies for carbon pricing and decarbonization standards, renewable deployments, energy efficiency measures, and regional and international cooperation, including through the creation of open, clean, and fair markets, ensuring access to energy goods and raw materials, not only achieve climate objectives, but also enhance energy security, resilience, affordability, and system reliability. And the EU actively supports international partnerships through initiatives such as REPower EU, the EU Global Gateway, and Horizon Europe collaboration. This program facilitates technologies transfer, capacity building, enabling countries worldwide to implement their just energy transition pathways. And finally, I would like to just come back to some things I'm hearing here and remind everyone that the vast majority of response measures are domestic and nationally determined by nature, so the framing of unilateral measures does not make sense in our context. However, parties have for decades been discussing what we understand to be the concerns underlying the references to so-called unilateral measures. And this was under the Forum on Response Measures, and we are discussing this here as well. And in this way, we have and will continue to discuss the positive and negative domestic and cross-border impacts and opportunities of policies and measures to combat climate change, noting that the consideration of domestic and cross-border impacts apply to all countries in our work. Thank you.
Aisha, thank you. I'm recognizing the time. We're more than 25 minutes above the allocated time. And I would like to end the statements here. I'll ask the Secretariat colleagues to quickly lay out the way forward to make sure we capture all views. So we managed to get through all parties that haven't spoken in the previous session, as well as all party groupings. But before I hand back to the Secretariat colleagues, a warm welcome, a warm thank you also from my side for your keen interest in the World Cafe, energy security in the context of just energy transition pathways. And I'm not attempting to do a conclusion of what you said. I would have attempted in the previous, in the initial format. But I also just quickly want to say as an offer, United Nations University is considered the think tank of the UN system, which means we work together with UN agencies, UN member states, as well as UN processes. And for example, on the topic of just transition, we have experience working on adaptive social protection, which looks at the integration challenges, including through just transition questions. We work locally through urban labs to expand on just transition in urban context. And we also have experience around financing strategies. So if you have questions to us, I'd like to engage in a dialogue, and that offer stands. And again, thank you very much, and over to the Secretariat colleagues.
Thanks very much, Senko, and thanks for all your work helping us all here today with facilitation. I think we had a really good discussion. As with the previous session, we had a very long list of speakers, and I appreciate again, we haven't been able to get through everyone here or online. I see flags here. We are going to have to break now for lunch. Thanks for your indulgence in terms of the time. And we'll come back after lunch, obviously with the third session in this round. So let me just explain. It's 2:15 now. We're going to take a lunch break, if possible shortly, slightly shorter, to 3 o'clock. And then we'll reconvene here at 3 p.m. for the World Cafe round 3, or not the World Cafe, but the plenary version of round 3 in the concept note. And we'll map out the rest of the afternoon when we come back at 3. And we're still planning to have go back into the normal breakout session as outlined in the concept note for the final session after that. Just excuse me for a second. So we'll outline that. The plan is still to try to get through the day one agenda, and we'll outline the time frame for that when we come back. Lastly, for participants that received the temporary badge this morning, I understand there were some technical issues at the registration desk. Please stop by the registration desk again near gate 8, sometime after 4 p.m. today, to pick up your official regular badge. They'll be available from 4 o'clock. I note that Burkina Faso for LDCs had wanted to come in terms of LDC group. Given the lunch break, what I'm proposing is just to have that intervention right at the start after the lunch break, and then we'll move into the third round as I've explained. So thanks, Burkina Faso, for your flexibility in that context. Thank you. Lunch options, there are plenty of options on the ground floor apparently, including a food court, food trucks and a cafe. It's there for everyone to choose, and I appreciate it's a reasonably tight time frame, but please, if everyone can do their best to get back here by 3, that'd be much appreciated. Thanks very much. See you in 45 minutes. Thanks.
Estela Pétima, do Observatório do Clima. Tudo bem? Pedro, Bruno, prazer. Eu sei que a gente teve uma reunião semana passada, mas eu estava dando aula bem na hora, então eu não pude.
Yeah, these are like downstairs.
Hello, you.
Everybody, yeah. It's me, which the hand and then on the third. That was our
But we'll catch up later.
Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, okay, great.
Yes, I saw you. Yes, I saw you.
Okay, now we talk.
After lunch, I
Yeah.
want to see you.
Okay, great.
Tu étais là tranquille, je te passe. Non, papa, tu es terrible.
Hello everyone, welcome back. I know there's still a few people making their way back to the room, but given our time pressures, I'd like to make a start, and hopefully those that haven't yet joined will be here very, very shortly. But time is not on our side the rest of the day, so let's make a start. So before we move to the third round, I'd like, as I flagged before our lunch break, to hand the floor to Burkina Faso for an intervention from the previous second round that we had before lunch. Burkina Faso, the floor is yours, thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair and colleagues who preceded me for the inputs. In the interest of time, LDC will also streamline his intervention. On the energy security in the context of just energy transition pathways, how can nationally determined just energy transition pathways strengthen energy security and reliability while accelerating efforts globally toward net zero emission energy systems? For LDCs, reducing dependency on energy imports, enhancing reliable energy access and stabilizing energy prices in vulnerable economies is critical. These imports are costly and can be unreliable in the wake of external shocks. Reducing dependency on unreliable energy imports can be achieved by shifting towards locally available modular renewable energy and efficiency measures alongside target finance and governance reforms that protects the most vulnerable. And on the guiding question 2, to regards to nationally determined just energy transition pathways be designed to ensure that future energy systems are resilient to climate. Countries are forced to diverse scarce financial resources from critical climate and energy investment to debt servicing. Sustained fiscal squeeze constrains LDC's ability to invest in resilient energy infrastructures. Without addressing the debt crisis, fair and inclusive transition while remaining it will be completely not reachable for us. Incentives for LDC to invest in renewables can be enhanced through adequate debt relief measures and predictable long-term support aligned with their national determined priorities. Loss and damage is also an unavoidable reality for many LDCs. Power infrastructures is increasingly vulnerable to extreme events and rising temperatures, which can undermine energy access, economic development, and result in loss and damages. LDC has also not benefited significantly from cost reduction in renewable technology, mainly due to supply chain issues. And guiding question 3, clean energy solution must be adaptable to local and remote contexts. Provision on clean energy must be gender sensitive and prioritize affordability for all. Gender sensibility must be embedded in policy making to address disparities and access to training and employment opportunities, particularly for women who remain underrepresented in many key sectors like energy. Has LDC laid the necessary institutional architecture to support technology transfer? It is important that technology are adapted to local contexts, to community practices, and integrated into national development strategies while being equitable to and inclusive locally. Accessibility, affordability, and context-appropriate technology, it is critical in the design from the start. And The last questions in terms of international cooperation. Has highlighted in previous dialogue and submission, international cooperation is essential for enabling LDCs. And I was happy to hear also from our colleagues from the EU who are addressing those ways how to, and we might explore also how to work with partners. To current challenges for LDC remain and determined by inconsistent and inadequate financial support. Previously, I think that the architecture with the commitment of Sevilla is also talking about that we need grant-based financing and also avoiding reform and system that will harm also our local communities. This is what the LCC has input and look forward to constructive exchange with colleagues. I thank you, Madam SBI Chair and the co-facilitators for giving us the floor.
Thank you very much, Burkina Faso, for the LDC group, for those insights. So that brings us to the end of the interventions for our session before lunch. Before I move, I just want to briefly, I'll outline the details of this further when we get to the breakout discussions, but just wanted to confirm that the plan for the rest of the day is to proceed with getting through what is on our agenda for day one, except for a final bit at the end, which I'll explain. So we're going to go now, as I said, to the third round of this morning's segment, and then we'll move to the first breakout discussion set of rounds that you've got in your concept note as provided in there. It's going to mean we're going to need to go beyond our end time for today. If an hour later, we were scheduled to finish at 6, going through to approximately 7, and we have to be out of the building by 7:30, so it won't be beyond that. And what we'll do is we'll have the breakout discussions and report backs to that, and then the reaction to those report backs in the morning, given our time. I'll explain the specifics of those times when we get to that, but just to flag it so everyone's got that as for, when I see a point of order from Egypt for G77.
Well, thank you very much for outlining where we are exactly on the agenda. Just like a suggestion from maybe from our side, if that would be acceptable, since tomorrow we only have half a day. So maybe we can spill over what's left from today to tomorrow. So the extension would be on tomorrow working hours rather than just like today's, if that would be acceptable for all. And according to, would be possible also to accommodate within the agenda as well. Thank you.
Thanks, G77 for the suggestion. It's well noted and appreciated. We're trying to explore various ways to make this fit in the time we've got left. You're quite right. We're due to finish at lunchtime tomorrow. We had some discussions about that, and there was some uncertainty about room availability and clashes of commitments in terms of delegates here, and so we hadn't gone down that path at the moment. We're going to make some more inquiries just about other ways to be flexible, including your suggestion, but we'll try to proceed as we've outlined. And if there does become extra space that we discover is available, then we can use that if it's needed. But we'll proceed as I've planned for the moment. But thank you again for the good suggestion. So, and for those that have joined, I know there was quite a long queue at some of the lunch places. So just for those that have come in the last few minutes, we just, as I flagged before lunch, finished the interventions from the one intervention from Burkina Faso for LDCs for the last round, and I was just explaining the rest of the afternoon, sticking to the finishing this third round and then going to the breakout discussion and having the report backs, but then having the space for reactions to the report back tomorrow. We do have a tight schedule to get through what we're planning today, so without any further details for the moment, I'd like to proceed with that. So this next session is on the socio-economic risks and opportunities associated with energy transition pathways. It's going to be facilitated by Brian Bixkell from the Indigenous People Organisations. And thank you very much, Brian, for your time today and for being with us to facilitate the session. And I'd like to hand it over to you to take us through the session. Just in terms of time, we are trying to finish this by 4:15. And so please, it's slightly shorter than the hour we had for the previous ones. But if I could ask for brevity wherever possible, that would be appreciated so that we can have maximum reach of interventions. Thank you. Over to you, Brian.
Thank you, Secretariat and Chair. And that's a greeting in my indigenous language. Maya Tsutuhil. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, observers, and participants. I hope you all had a nourishing meal. My name is Brian Bixkell, and I'm here as a representative of Indigenous Peoples Organizations. I would like to thank the UNFCCC Secretariat and the Chair of the SBI for the opportunity to support this session. Over the next hour, or 45 minutes, rather, we will hear inputs from parties and observers in response to the guiding questions displayed on the screen. I will not be reading the questions, as time is of the essence. And so in the interest of ensuring that everyone who wishes to contribute has the opportunity to do so, we kindly encourage all speakers to keep their interventions focused and concise. This will allow us to hear a broad range of perspectives within the allocated time. And so we ask everyone, please, to engage on all 4 guiding questions at once. And we will begin with the first speaker. Just IPO, please.
With gratitude to the facilitator, I speak on behalf of the Indigenous Peoples constituency. As Indigenous peoples, we would like to emphasize that justice doesn't reside in rhetorical statements or speeches. It must be embedded in the details, the language of decisions, the design of institutions, the allocation of resources, and in broad and inclusive participation. And yet, very little of, if any, time has been dedicated to discussing the devastating social and environmental impacts resulting from mining operations for so-called critical minerals that are used in renewable energy technologies and electronic mobility. To ensure that the Just Transition Work Program becomes a vehicle for real justice, not empty promises, we make the following recommendations in response to the proposed questions. On question 2, the private sector has a responsibility in accordance with international human rights standards, such as the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, to respect and implement the whole range of Indigenous peoples' rights, including our right to self-determination and FPIC, including by the establishment of grievance and redress mechanisms that are effective and culturally appropriate, and by ensuring the protection of Indigenous peoples in voluntary isolation and initial contact through the establishment of exclusion zones to protect their territories. On question 3, to maximize health and environmental co-benefits, energy transition pathways must provide effective mechanisms for Indigenous peoples, meaningful participation in conducting environmental and social impact studies and assessments. This assessment must also reflect our priorities because there are many indigenous communities currently fighting to protect their sacred sites from extraction because many frameworks fail to recognize our spiritual connection to the land. To the question of how these benefits be equitably distributed across society, it is important to produce disaggregated data to serve as a baseline to understand the impacts of energy transitions on indigenous people's land and livelihoods. On question 4, let us be clear. Mining for critical minerals shall ensure the protection of indigenous people's rights, including the right to self-determination and FPIC, as well as environmental safeguard. A just energy transition must also promote efforts to reduce dependency on extraction, including through recycling of minerals and reducing consumption. Indigenous peoples already bear the brunt of extractive industries and are disproportionately impacted by pollution, displacement, and loss of access to traditional livelihoods. Our territories, including those inhabited by indigenous peoples in voluntary isolation and initial contact, who cannot provide FPIC, must be protected from any form of extraction. We note with serious concern that the current Just Transition Work Program contains no reference to the risks of increased mining and expansion of renewable energy development, particularly in indigenous territories. Therefore, we urge parties to ensure that the Just Transition Work Program addresses the social and environmental risks of the expansion of renewable energy and mining for the energy transition, as well as the need to establish exclusion zones for extractive industries such as oil, gas, and mineral extraction, especially and most urgently in territories of indigenous peoples in voluntary isolation and initial contact, and those where FPIC has been obtained. A truly just transition is one that goes from extraction to regeneration, from exclusion to participation, and from sacrifice to justice. I thank you.
Thank you, IPO. We recognize the civil society flag, but can you please identify yourself? Please identify yourself.
My name is Nafi Kwashi, and I'm speaking on behalf of Ringo, but I work for the Natural Resource Governance Institute.
Okay. The time is yours.
Thank you very much. We wish to thank the government of Ethiopia and the UN FCC Secretariat for hosting and facilitating this session. As I said, my name is Nafi Kwashi from the National Resource Governance Institute and speaking on behalf of Ringo constituency. We wish to focus our intervention on the role of minerals. Minerals are at the heart of the energy transition. The goals of tripling global renewable energy capacity and doubling the rate of energy efficiency improvement by 2030 set out at COP28 are driving exponential increases in the demand for minerals. This means that how mineral resources are governed will determine whether the transition is fair. And the world is at a crossroad. A rush for critical minerals could repeat the mistakes of the past, irresponsible mining, corruption, and communities left behind. Or it could be a chance to build more just and sustainable economies. With the right rules and accountability, mineral demand can drive jobs, diversification, and fairer benefits for people in low and middle income countries who want to use their minerals resources to move up the value chain and spur sustainable economic development without becoming sacrifice zones for energy transition only happening elsewhere. But the global action is needed. The Just Transition Work Group is a chance to push for transparency, accountability, and inclusive governance of minerals worldwide. Stronger governance can ensure minerals power are not just clean energy, but also justice, equity, and opportunity, key principles for the work of the Just Transition Work Program. To do this, we urge parties to take the following actions. Recognize the risk and opportunities of scaling up transition and the need for robust governance to avoid harms and enable diversification and value addition. Endorse the principles and recommendations of the UN Secretary General's panel on critical energy transition minerals, which provide the starting point for ensuring that mineral transitions are resourced in a way that is in line with just transition pathways. Promote inclusive multilateral action that center voices from low and middle income producing countries, embed mineral-related best practices, solutions, challenges, and barriers into future JTWP agendas. And beyond the mineral question, we also wish to briefly raise the following points. The JTWP should agree on guiding principles to align NDCs, NAPs, LT, LETs, just transition partnerships, and other national plans in a coherent, global, consistent frameworks for just transition. Institutionalize participation by ensuring the meaningful involvement of workers, communities, and civil society, particularly disadvantaged and marginalized groups. Launch a global just transition mechanism to facilitate international cooperation, knowledge sharing, and mobilization of support around just transition priorities of developing countries' parties. And lastly, mobilize finance for just transition by establishing it as a distinct category of climate finance and mobilizing additional public and grant-based funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ringo. I will now give the floor to LMDCs.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Hope everybody had a good lunch. Going directly to the questions, in response to the first one, there is really no guarantee that a person who is employed indirectly in the fossil fuel sector would find a job in the renewable energy sector. In fact, it is proven that the renewable energy sector provides significant less employment per unit of energy generated as compared to the fossil fuel sector. So if the new sectors are not as labor intensive as the older ones, the number of jobs generated would be lower. The private sector can play a role, but the primary responsibility for just transitions remains with the governments. Ensuring protections and opportunities are equally distributed and are not left to market forces alone. This is the government's responsibility. In response to the second question, energy use in developing countries is tied to the economic growth and development, fossil fuel and allied sectors providing a major source of employment, including many outside of the formal sector. Also, the scale of investment required to transition poses a huge challenge. Where will the finance come from? This is a huge question to answer. Any phasing down or transition conversation need to also include a discussion on solutions to energy access to their people and reducing energy poverty, since any transition from fossil fuel dependency can be expected to impact energy security and access. Social protection systems must be nationally determined, reflecting local contexts. Third, maximizing health and environmental benefits must begin with the recognition of different development needs and the inequality in basic health services, and how can energy play a role in providing these essential rights. Benefits must be equally distributed, prioritizing those who have suffered most from energy poverty and the consequences of inadequate infrastructure. Traditional cooking fuels such as biomass are the biggest contributors to indoor air pollution related morbidity and mortality in developing countries. Addressing this is of paramount importance and should be de-linked from mitigation goals. And finally, in response to the fourth question, we believe the extraction of critical minerals must not become another avenue for imposing burdens on developing countries. Policies must ensure fair value, protect workers, and support livelihoods, but most importantly, must not perpetuate patterns of exploitation and vulnerability under the guise of clean energy transitions. Regions must have the sovereign jurisdiction to determine their priorities for critical mineral mining and use. Thank you.
Thank you, LMDCs. I will now give the floor to Australia.
Thank you, Chairs. If I may, I'll briefly touch on energy security before diving into socioeconomic risks and opportunities. But I think there are many cross-cutting themes here and that they complement each other in many ways. Australia views energy security as the ability to deliver reliable, affordable and sustainable energy. This is increasingly advanced through solar, wind, storage and modern grids, which reduce exposure to volatile markets, strengthen resilience and accelerate progress towards net zero. That is why we are here, and to borrow a term from my colleague, it's the destination of just transition. Renewable deployment and efficiency are not just climate solutions, but foundations of energy security. If I may share a national experience, in my home state of South Australia, we can demonstrate that high shares of renewables supported by storage and interconnection can deliver secure, reliable supply, offering a potential blueprint for future energy systems. At times here, renewable energy has met 100% of demand, but how does it do this securely? One example, Hornsdale Wind Farm is paired with Hornsdale Power Reserve Battery, and this has provided frequency control and rapid response, and it does so flexibly and rapidly. Interconnection with our neighbouring state, Victoria, has further strengthened stability and resilience, and these experiences show that renewable energy, when coupled with smart planning, storage technologies and grid management, can exceed our traditional expectations of reliability and become a driver of energy security and not a risk to it. And just briefly touching on the international aspects of just transition, Australia's climate infrastructure partnership with Indonesia, Kinetic, promotes a just energy transition in which women, people with disabilities and the marginalised participate in and benefit from the shift to net zero. It underscores Australia's broader regional approach, working with our neighbours to enhance energy security, diversify supply chains and accelerate access to affordable clean energy. This is the smart way to transition. Nationally defined just energy transition pathways can also maximise opportunities for workers and communities by combining national coordination with strong local implementation. For national coordination, Australia's Net Zero Economy Authority and regional workforce transition plans ensure reskilling and redeployment extend beyond narrow utility cohorts, with large-scale programs like our new energy apprenticeships supporting entry into these new clean energy fields. But we know just transition is highly place-based. Going back to the state of Victoria in Australia's southeast, the Latrobe Valley has traditionally been a coal producer, with entire communities reliant on these industries for generations. But it's now going through a challenging, but also exciting, economic transformation. The Latrobe Valley Authority is demonstrating how targeted support to SMEs can buffer regional economies, while redeployment schemes like the Hazelwood Worker Transfer Scheme can provide templates for fairness, and this is strong local implementation in action. Here, worker transition plans supported by broader community strategies and investment-friendly environments can help micro, small and medium enterprises thrive, driving local resilience as we accelerate towards Australia's net zero by 2050 target. Co-benefits are delivered by embedding equity and stewardship into clean energy and efficiency planning. Australia's First Nations clean energy strategy and critical mineral strategies ensure that Indigenous peoples, women, youth and groups in vulnerable situations can equitably share the health and environmental gains while also safeguarding rights and livelihoods. And together these measures illustrate how just transition pathways can be nationally tailored, opportunity focused and workforce centred while embedding social equity and environmental stewardship. Energy security and socioeconomic opportunity are mutually reinforcing and they guide us towards meeting the Paris Agreement goals. And by building reliable, affordable and sustainable energy systems through renewable energy deployment and energy efficiency, we not only safeguard stability but also create decent work, resilient communities and inclusive growth, ensuring that the transition to net zero strengthens both climate and livelihoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Australia. I will now give the floor to Canada.
Thank you, facilitator. I think just before getting into this session, I think the government of Canada sent me here to engage in dialogue, including in a World Cafe style session, so I think it would be remiss of me if I didn't address some of the questions in the previous session. So I'll do that quickly, and then I'll get into this session as well. So on the energy security session, I would say that while accelerating efforts globally towards net zero emissions energy systems, as collectively agreed to in the first global stocktake, is presenting us with tremendous economic opportunities, this does not come without its challenges. It is important that we work to mitigate the adverse impacts and prepare and equip people and workers in the clean energy transition to ensure we build net zero economies that work for everyone. Canada supports inclusive, rights-based, gender-responsive, and worker-focused energy transitions that embed social dialogue and enhance social development, economic prosperity, and access to reliable, affordable energy. Our own approach is reaching net zero by 2050, supports creating opportunities for those who have traditionally faced systemic barriers to employment in the energy and resource sectors, such as women, Indigenous peoples, and persons with disabilities. Canada is formally committed to incorporating gender-based analysis plus in all policy development, including climate and energy policy. GBA Plus is an analytical tool used to assess how diverse groups of women, men, and gender diverse people may experience policies, programs, and initiatives. And we mandate reporting on gender and diversity impacts in all new budget measures in every budget cycle, helping build the government's work to close inequalities and build an economy that works for everyone. Canada's National Benefit Sharing Framework, which is part of our commitment to advancing reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, aims to identify opportunities to improve the quality and consistency of benefits that Indigenous peoples derive from projects and initiatives, and supports Canada's commitment to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. On cooperation, domestically, energy and environment is under shared jurisdiction between federal, provincial, and territorial governments in Canada, which requires a shared cooperative approach. Energy mix and needs varied widely from region to region across Canada, so transitioning to a low-carbon economy, therefore, necessitates a collaborative approach with the provinces and territories, and must take into account regional differences and recognize that achieving global net zero emissions by 2050 is not a one-size-fits-all, even within our own country. At the international level, Canada is committed to fostering collaboration with international partners and stakeholders to support a fair, just transition, including through the sharing of lessons learned and best practices through these dialogues. Moving on to this, the set of questions for this session regarding the workforce, Canada believes that preparing workers for new opportunities in the clean energy transition, including through social protection, skills development, training, and lifelong learning approaches, is an important aspect of the net zero transition. Through the Sustainable Jobs Act, Canada is embedding regular action plans and robust engagement processes, such as social dialogue, to ensure that Canadians' views, including those of workers, communities, and Indigenous peoples, are considered in government planning for our own energy transition pathway. Our approach represents and reflects the International Labour Organization's just transition principles, including adequate social dialogue, inclusivity, and decent work creation. On health, the IPCC assessed that the socioeconomic benefits for human health from air quality improvement arising from mitigation action can be the same order of magnitude as mitigation costs, and potentially even larger, including given the magnitude of health impacts related to air pollution and the fact that GHGs and air pollutants share common sources. Evidence shows that climate change is having a serious impact on people's health and well-being, including disproportionate impacts on those living in vulnerable and marginalized situations. Efforts to mitigate and adapt to climate change can significantly reduce negative current and future impacts on health, on the health of individuals and health systems. A key to tapping into these co-benefits is first and foremost to identify people and communities who may be at higher risk of experiencing negative health impacts from climate change and creating policies to protect and improve their outcomes in the changing climate. One example is accelerating the coal to clean transition, which is necessary not only for the climate, but also to ensure secure, affordable energy and improves public health by cutting air pollution. In Canada, we introduced regulations to reduce the amount of electricity made from coal power, which has resulted in an estimated socioeconomic value of $4.2 billion thanks to air quality improvements that would benefit the health of people in Canada. On this point, better developing our shared understanding of the health impacts of climate change and the co-benefits of the energy and transition is important, and we welcome future dialogues under the Just Transition Work Program on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. I'll now give the floor to Philippines.
Thank you, Facilitator, for giving the Philippines again the floor. Moving directly to guide questions, allow us to share our views for session 2. For the first question, just transition must be anchored on a clear articulation of the country's development trajectory. So in the Philippines, our energy plan and labor and employment plan provide the country's enabling pathways for just transitions. The Philippines affirms that just transition applies to all sectors of the economy, recognizing that the shift toward a low-carbon and climate-resilient future requires systemic change across industries. Prioritization is essential, and the energy sector must be treated as a critical enabler of transition. We are preparing transition plans to ensure that we have enough labor supply for the need for renewable energy transition and to upskill those workers in the fossil fuel sector. Through partnership with relevant government agencies, civil societies, worker unions, employers, and local communities, the Philippines is developing the National Just Transition Framework to ensure that our NDC and NAP are inclusive and aligned with the United Arab Emirates Just Transition Work Program. On question 2, to support workforce development and social protection systems of both formal and informal workers, the Philippines updated its National Green Jobs Human Resource Development Plan aligned with the ILO Just Transition Guidelines. We also recognize the importance of social protection to workers affected by transition. Thus, the Philippines is updating its social protection programs to respond to the impacts of transition on workers. This also includes regular and meaningful dialogue with our social partners, again, such as the unions, employer groups, civil society, and local communities. However, the Philippines recognizes that our national-led public climate finance is not enough to fuel the just transition towards sustainable development. We continue to reiterate the delivery of means of implementation from developed countries to developing countries as enshrined in the Paris Agreement. For the third question, just transition incorporates the principle of leaving no one behind. However, to give this principle operational meaning, the transition must begin by prioritizing most affected and vulnerable sectors, including their individual health and occupational safety and health in the workplace, particularly those that are already in the front line of climate and energy transition. These are the workers undergoing transitions, informal workers, micro, small, and medium enterprises, indigenous peoples, youth, gender groups, and people in geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas. Further, on question 4, the Philippines implemented measures and strategies towards circular economy where no sector is left behind. It looks into the entire supply chain wherein the approach to mining and development of mineral resources to the manufacturing of the green materials and the right of skilling of workers must embrace the principle of green economy, just energy transition, and social justice in all levels of dialogue, whether bilateral or multilateral. Colleagues, the Philippines remains open to collaboration and ready to work with partners toward the successful conduct of this dialogue, leading to COP20 Just Transition negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippines. I will now give the floor to Engo. Online. Is Engo online? If they're not online, then we will now give the floor to Tungo, online as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity to share our views. I hope you can understand me. I'm Bert de Wel, the focal point for the Tungo constituency. We are happy to be able to participate in this meeting. We would have loved to be on the ground in Addis Ababa, but this was sadly not possible. We are seeing a very rich discussion, and we are very happy because it builds up very well to the discussion that we will need to have later this year on the Just Transition Work Programme. There's many elements that are being presented here that point to the need for a strong decision on the Just Transition Work Programme at COP30 in Belém later this year. And we see that the concept is being given body in many different ways on the national level related to workers, for example, but also at the global, the international cooperation level. Because let me be clear, from the trade union side, there cannot be a just transition at the national level if there is no justice at the global level. We would like to refer to our submission that we made for this session, where you can have good examples of just transition, and that can fit in this discussion. We appreciate the sectoral approach. The sectoral approach is crucial and applies to all sectors, not only to the energy sector, but also to agriculture, to transport, where we have tailored approaches to just transition and how it has to be dealt with. Specifically for the energy sector, this is of course very important. 65 million workers are active in the energy sector, and we expect that 30 million new jobs will be created by 2030. 30 million new jobs in renewable energy. But at the same time, 13 million jobs will be lost in fossil fuel sectors. And that's exactly where Just Transition has to deal with. It has to provide that these people that lose their job can have opportunities to protect their livelihoods. But sadly, we also see that the many renewable energy jobs being created are not quality jobs. And this does not support society, movements in society for the need for an energy transition. Often we see subcontracting, bad contracts, low wages, dangerous jobs, and this is not the solution for the energy transition. And the questions for this session refer to reskilling and upskilling. While this is important, of course, and needs to be supported, providing good jobs that include provisions for skills development, that's the solution from our trade union perspective. And how to do it is through social dialogue. And social dialogue is not some social-oriented dialogue between any organization. No, social dialogue is being defined at the ILO, the International Labour Organization. It's about employers, workers' organizations, and often governments on how the quality of jobs can be guaranteed in the transition. So this is the basis for the energy transition. These elements have been mentioned by many parties already in the session today, by the Philippines just before, by Canada, and we hope that this can be translated into a strong decision on the Just Transition Work Programme later this year. And finally, I also want to stress that protecting rights, human rights, labor rights, protecting the national autonomy of countries to develop is also the solution for the discussion on critical minerals. The protection of land for indigenous people, the jobs that are being created in these critical mineral sectors are often not good, and also there a just transition approach can bring justice in this crucial discussion that we need. Thank you very much for this opportunity to share our views.
Thank you, Tungo. We'll now give the floor to Yongo. Yongo present.
Hi, am I audible?
We can hear you.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. I'm Saikat, speaking on behalf of your young youth constituency of UNFCCC. First, allow me to thank the Secretary team for organizing the important event and the Ethiopian government for hosting the second Climate Week this year. We came to this dialogue ready to engage constructively, building on the positive momentum of the past. It is therefore with profound disappointment that we see a return of a rigid negotiation style format. The Secretariat encouraged us to bring an open and constructive spirit to this session. We must state clearly an open spirit cannot thrive in a contact group like format we have witnessed during these past hours. That being said, we would like to emphasize that nationally defined just energy transition pathways must integrate youth not only as beneficiaries, but as key actors. This requires professional retraining programs directed to renewable energy sectors such as solar installations, wind maintenance, and battery storage, but also for new ways of for other areas related to care and solidarity economy, such as opportunities to create new socio-green jobs that brings well-being within planetary limits as the center of any social and economic political discussions and decisions. We also would like to reinforce the need to avoid the risk of new explanatory and exploratory extractivism in vulnerable communities and countries of the global south with the extraction of critical minerals. We propose the implementation of energy sufficiency policies that promote less resource-intensive technologies and enhance community energy cooperatives, thereby reducing mineral demands and easing pressure on large-scale extractions. In the same time, circular economy approaches must be prioritized, including this recycling of batteries, renewable energy infrastructure. Furthermore, we call for the adoption of international agreements mandating that a minimum percentage of mineral value added remains in product producing countries, thus preventing law reinforced export dependency and ensuring that no extractions occurs without local processing and fair benefit sharing. Lastly, it must be ensured that the transition does not come at expense of local communities and indigenous people. This means guaranteeing the free, prior, and informed consent, which is the FPIC, of indigenous people and local communities, including youth, prioritizing the domestic renewable energy manufacturing and value addition to the global south, and enforcing robust environmental and labor safeguards throughout the critical mineral supply chain. To conclude, we strongly urge you, Chair, and all parties to ensure that future dialogues reinstate the inclusive, effective formats that have proven their value. We all are happy to share our substantial points in later session and are ready to be constructive partners in building solutions. Those shared insights are not just dialogue, but also lessons learned from many real-time struggles and solutions, so which we enhance the knowledge and experience transfer. We ask for a process that makes that partnership possible. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Yongo. I will now give the floor to India.
Good evening, Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Chair, we align ourselves fully with the statement delivered by the LMDC. I would like to offer following reflections on the importance of nationally defined just transition pathway and their socioeconomic dimensions in order for us to contextualize our perspective as we move forward this evening. The distinction between the global north and the global south, though sometimes dismissed as repetitive, remains fundamental to this discussion. For the global south, the challenge is not about transitioning existing energy systems, but also providing modern energy access to the millions who have not got it yet. This reality is central to the Convention and the Paris Agreement. And if this were implemented in full trustworthiness, we would not be repeating this and reiterating this differentiation. Yet, there are efforts to dilute these principles and oblige us to restate them to safeguard the entire global climate regime. In terms of net zero, this term has been often overused and misapplied, particularly to extend and favor specific systems of technologies. Prescribing technology choices undermine the nationally determined nature of just transition. Each country must be allowed to chart its own pathway, reflecting its resource base, infrastructure, economic priorities, and social context. Vis-a-vis gender and inclusivity, structural global inequalities continue to constrain the development options of the global south. These risks deprioritize infrastructure and services that reduce drudgery and create opportunities for women and marginalized groups. Just transition must therefore ensure inclusivity in outcome and not merely be reduced to a rhetoric. On the unilateral measures, we strongly caution against unilateral trade-related measures presented as climate action currently. These measures violate the principle of equity and CBDRC and undermine the nationally determined character of the NDC under the Paris Agreement. They constrain developing countries' ability to industrialize and diversify on their own terms. For equity, justice, and multilateralism, we would like to say that to speak of community-level equity while denying global inequality is contradictory. Local rights cannot be safeguarded without addressing structural global imbalances, and therefore strengthening multilateralism raises reinforcing, not bypassing the Convention and the Paris Agreement, and upholding their foundational principle of equity and CBDRC. On the specific issues of socioeconomic risk and opportunities associated with energy transition pathway for this session, on the point of maximizing opportunities in workforce transition, there is, Chair, no automatic guarantee that workers displaced from the fossil-linked industries will find equivalent opportunities in renewables. Indeed, renewable energy is often less labor-intensive per unit of the energy produced. Governments must therefore remain central to ensuring protection, reskilling, and upskilling, particularly for informal workers who lack formal safety nets. The private sector, including MSMEs, can contribute, but just transition cannot be left to the market forces alone. See where we are today in terms of climate crisis created by lack of such interventions. Vis-a-vis social protection and financing, for developing countries, fossil fuel sectors are not only sources of energy, but also of employment and economic growth. Transitions carry serious risk for energy security and access. Protections, especially, therefore, be nationally defined and reflect local realities rather than being top-down. The scale of investment that is required is enormous, and the question of where the finance will come from has not been addressed adequately yet and continues to be ignored. Any conversation on phasing down must therefore be coupled with the solution for energy access, poverty eradication, and the means to do the same. On maximizing health and environmental co-benefits, the equitable distribution of benefits must begin with recognition of developmental inequalities, including basic health services. Addressing indoor air pollution from traditional cooking fuels, one of the biggest causes of the morbidity and mortality in developing countries, cannot be just prioritized delinked from the mitigation agendas. Justice demands that those who have borne the heaviest burden of energy poverty and inadequate infrastructure be first to benefit from the transition, and that flow must happen as soon as possible. Vis-a-vis critical minerals and vulnerability, the clean energy transition must not replicate patterns of resource exploitation under a new guise, a neo-mitigation colonialism. Policies of critical mineral must guarantee fair value, worker protection, and sustainable livelihood, while representing national sovereignty over resource endowment. Developing countries must not be burdened again with extractive pressures that deepen vulnerability. Must remain about more than business opportunities or green jobs. They must ensure energy systems that are secure, reliable, equitable, and inclusive, systems that empower communities, protect workers, and respects the sovereign choices of nations. Only then can we speak of transitions that are truly just. I stop here. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, India. I will now give the floor to Uganda.
Thank you, facilitator. Uganda speaks in its national capacity and aligns with the LDC and G77 and China. Uganda is happy to share its experience in implementing just transition. Uganda is implementing its energy transition plan and the just transition framework, ensuring that aspects of gender, social inclusion, and green jobs are included. Uganda already developed its just transition framework. Uganda also recognizes the need for job guarantee schemes, financial schemes, reskilling, and training subsidies, and access to social insurance. In terms of the social protection schemes, we need to focus on targeted communities in terms of access to energy. And Uganda is also implementing targeted energy system decarbonization, electrifying industries and transportation, transitioning key sectors like the transportation sector through promotion of e-mobility and utilization of carbon capture. It's also important to prioritize efficiency to strengthen energy security through promotion of energy efficiency policies and technologies such as energy retrofits and insulation. Improved grid reliability to reduce system losses through upgrade of electrical grids, modernizing and expanding power grids, and promotion of smart grid technologies to enhance efficiency and reliability. In terms of health and environment, embedding into policy, there is need to promote subsidies that shall support investment in renewable energy, reduce the power tariffs, and increase affordability and access to renewable energy. Promotion of environment restoration and remediation through inclusion and implementation of environment bonds in policies. Implementing environment tools such as the health impact assessment, social impact assessment, strategic environment assessment, and environment and social assessment to evaluate potential environment and health effects to the local communities while ensuring health and environmental co-benefits of clean air and water. In terms of equitable distribution of benefits, it is important that we involve and empower communities that are affected, support community projects like mini-grids, empower the local communities in energy planning, carry out targeted investment programs that are geared towards vulnerable and indigenous communities, but also carry out investments that are focused to schools, hospitals, and watersheds. There is also need for us to focus on targeted subsidies that will enable us to achieve energy affordabilities. Uganda is implementing a clean cooking tariff, free energy connection, community-based agreement, carbon tax revenue that should be reinvested back into the social programs. In terms of the question number 4, which is on the social and economic consideration related to the extractives and use of critical minerals, Uganda is a signatory to the Extractives Industry Transparency Initiative that encourages reporting on safeguards aspects of mineral extraction, biodiversity monitoring, human rights, environment and pollution, and recycling. Thank you.
Thank you, Uganda. I will now pass it back to the Secretariat to provide clarity on the way ahead.
Thank you very much, Brian. So is that a point of? Let me explain with our time, and we're trying to accommodate the many flags there. So let me just explain the next step. With this session, given that there are so many flags remaining and interventions both virtually and in person, what we're going to do, because we want to try to make sure we have the first breakout discussion session before the end of today, as per what's in the agenda. We're going to try to make some space tomorrow, in line with the suggestion that came earlier, just to try to free up some space tomorrow to enable, given the large number of interventions still for this session, to have those tomorrow. And I reiterate also the opportunity for submitting interventions that you've already given or that we don't have the chance to do to the JTWP email address that was up earlier, and we can put that up again, just to ensure we have maximum chance to capture that. So between the combination of finding space tomorrow and through that submission avenue, hopefully we can accommodate what I know is continuing interest to engage on such important issues under this third area of our first segment. So with that, if everyone can be accommodating with that approach, hopefully that provides an inclusive way to hear some more tomorrow. I'm conscious also of the previous two sessions. We're in the same situation, and submitting these interventions will help in that regard as well. So with that, and given our time, I'd like to just, thank you, Brian, again, for your facilitation for this very rich discussion that we've had after the lunch break. Much appreciated. And we'll move now straight through to the next segment on our agenda, which is the first breakout sessions. This is under the section of the, if you look in the agenda, under unpacking the full range of means of implementation for a multi-sectoral approach to just energy transition pathways. And to ensure everyone's voice is heard for this, we've set up 3 hybrid breakout groups. This is sticking to the format that we have in the concept note, where we're going to have the hybrid format in 3 different groups, running in parallel with 3 sets of facilitators rotating around 3 breakout rooms. So people will stay in the breakout rooms, facilitators will move across the rooms. And this gives everyone the opportunity to discuss all 3 important topics in smaller groups, and allows everyone to participate more actively in that modality. And to emphasise that gives chance across all 3 themes, which I know is important given the feedback received. Breakout Group 1 will focus on climate finance for just energy transition pathways, as you'll see in the theme 1 in the agenda, and will be facilitated by Fungo Matura from the United Nations Development Programme. Breakout Group 2 will focus on innovation and technology transfer, and will be facilitated by Camilla Roman from the International Labour Organisation. Breakout Group 3 will focus on capacity building and knowledge sharing, and will be facilitated by Chiagozi Ude from the United Nations Population Fund. Apologies if my pronunciation's out. Before moving to the breakout discussions, as you've also got in the concept note, we're going to have 3 short icebreaker interventions that will help us frame and inspire the subsequent discussions that we're going to have in the breakout groups. So we'll just give an opportunity for the speakers for the icebreakers to make their way to the podium, and we're going to keep these, given our time constraints that we've found ourselves in, we're going to keep these to 5 minutes each, with the aim of finishing in about 15 minutes to move to the breakout sessions. Okay, first, I'm pleased to invite Dr. Richard Myungi, Chair of the African Group of Negotiators, to deliver framing remarks under the theme 1, Climate Finance for Just Energy Transition Pathways. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Harry, thank you. Chair, I can do this in 1 minute, actually, but I would say 5 minutes is not enough. It's only good to stimulate some thoughts on this. And therefore, I think going to the groups, I would want to maybe reiterate one area which is going to be important in the discussions in the group. We are focusing on a very interesting topic, climate financing for just energy transition pathways. And therefore, one would want to understand what type of financing should help us to have a just energy transition in the pathways we want to take. And for me, I think what is key is to see how we engrave the financing we are talking about in achieving the outcome of the first global stocktake, which tells us where we want to go as a global community. We are not going to be at 1.5, but around 2.6. And therefore, if we provide additional finance, because in order to be there, you're looking at a couple of things, and one of them is financing, the means of implementation. And for us, as African developing countries, generally, we want to anchor the means of implementation, in particular finance, in the provisions of the Paris Agreement. And therefore, we need to see financing just transition pathways in the context of what we have agreed, in particular in the convention, focusing on Article 9 of the convention, the provision of the financing towards just transition pathways. This is very important because for developing countries, we don't want to go to just transition pathways financing, which will increase the debt burden. And this is an issue for Africa in particular. As we speak, 2 years ago, and in fact last year, the debt burden of the continent has gone up beyond 23%. And for us, this is a concern. And therefore, when we talk about anchoring just transition pathways in financing, which is consistent to the convention, which is consistent to the Paris Agreement, I think this is the focus we need to see. So when I read the document, the framing of our discussions, I think we are somehow missing the point. The framing of our discussions talks about more of focusing on innovative finance and blended finance. But I think what is important is to focus on provision of finance, concession of finance, grant-based finance, before you talk about blended finance or any other innovative financing. So for me, in the breakout groups, let's indeed look at financing which matters and financing areas which matter. And as I said before, areas which matter for us is not only transitioning from the energy we don't have, but first ensuring access to energy before transitioning. Therefore, financing access, as I said this morning, to the 650 million people getting access to energy, at least half of them, and this is the context of Mission 300, at least half of them getting access to energy, then you can talk about transition because you already have people with energy to transition from in better way. Again, as I said this morning, it should be financing actions on the ground that matter to everyone, that do not leave anyone behind. And therefore, as I said, financing actions that will bring in women, children, youth, that will ensure environmental integrity, particularly the clean cooking agenda, will extremely be important for us. Therefore, as I said, these actions cannot be financed through blended finance or innovative finance, but can be better financed through grant-based finance and the concessional-based finance. Therefore, our discussions, when we talk about just transition pathways and transit and the financing towards less than the first global stocktake temperature goal, that will enhance the cause, as I said, that will enhance the participation of everyone. Everyone should focus on those areas which I've just alluded to. So thank you. This is my 5 minutes, but hopefully later I can give you 20 minutes. But for now, this is enough. My worry is the way it is focusing in terms of discussions, focusing on blended finance and innovative finance. We need to refocus this towards grant-based finance and concessional finance to be able to bring everyone on board towards just ways of doing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Richard, for sharing those important messages and perspectives. Next, I'm very happy to welcome Stig Svendsen, Deputy Director General from the Norwegian Ministry of Energy, and here in capacity as a member of the Technology Executive Committee, the TEC, for his icebreaker presentation on innovative and technology transfer. Thanks, Sven. Stig, sorry.
Thank you. I have a presentation. I don't know if you are putting it on the screen. Okay. I'll try and shorten it down a bit. I presented the work of the TEC in the first dialogue in Sharm el-Sheikh, so I hope some of you remember what the Technology Executive Committee is. But the Technology Executive Committee is the policy arm of the UNFCCC. Keep that. And we also have a sister organization called the CTN, who is the implementing arm, and they're helping developing countries with TAs and in their requests. So, but the functions of the TEC is, as you see on the screen, is to provide countries with an overview of climate technologies. It's to promote climate technology development and transfer, and also give guidance on technology policies and programs, and to all parties, not just developing countries. And the mode of work that we do is that we provide so-called knowledge products, which are in-depth analysis of certain topics. Some of them are given from the COP and the CMA itself on what we are supposed to work on, and otherwise it's in the Technologies Executive Committee's work program. So we have a 5-year work program which contains all the work that we are supposed to do. We are at the end of the work program now, so we will start developing a new work program next year. So one of the functions is that we work on providing guidance for countries on how to do technology needs assessments. So we have developed several guidebooks on this. This is done in cooperation with UNEP, and together also with UNEP and the UNFCCC, we did recently one about renewable energies, and that's what I'm going to present a bit more in detail now. It will, in ways, summarize a bit of the interventions we heard earlier today. We went through all the different technologies, not all of them, most of them, the big ones, and went through all the concerns and opportunities related to the just energy transition that policymakers should consider when developing their priorities. So for solar, an example what you must look at, or should look at, is of course the site selection and especially, and this is the case also for my country, the question about indigenous land and indigenous rights, which is very important for us when we select sites. This is also relevant for other countries that have this. And it highlights also how environment and social assessment can help a government to map the potential against social economic risks. I heard Uganda was explaining how they are doing it. It's very similar to her explanation, actually. And solar energy projects typically generate the most jobs out of all the renewable energy technologies. And the job creation must be coupled with training and retraining opportunities, particularly for local workers, women, and to promote the just transition of the workforce. So you see we did the same thing for wind. We have done the same for hydropower. I will talk a little bit. Wind power is very similar to solar panel, but on hydropower, there are many benefits associated with hydropower projects, and examples is the revenue benefit sharing of local employment opportunities. There's also risks that you need to require careful planning and consideration, and again, it creates. You need a lot of areas to do hydropower plants. You need roads. You need access to the facilities and so on. So that takes a lot of land use change issues. And that can affect where people live and how they are affected by this land use change. It also can have effect on agriculture and agricultural land and access to water for agriculture, both positive and negative. There are also some health issues that should be considered carefully, especially if you are in hot climates where it can affect, for instance, mosquitoes and so on. I will not go very much into the big details, but most of you already work. I heard many people say that they have hydropower as their priority. How much time do I have left? Yeah, I have several technologies left to go through, but I want to be mindful of time. A couple of minutes. So I will go to bioenergy, bioresources for energy production. This is, of course, been mentioned by many, and that is, this is a very important issue related to clean cooking, where many households are using bioenergy for producing energy for cooking, which may have many health effects. We heard the princess talk about it earlier. We had other people talk about it. This is also analyzed in the document from the tech. And it highlights especially the issue of clean cooking in residential settings. So this is very relevant for our discussions here. We have gone through geothermal energy, we have marine energy, and we also gone through hydrogen. I heard some parties talk about the effects of hydrogen. I will just refer you back to the document, I think, instead of going through everything. But please also contact me if you have any questions, because I don't want to steal the time from the princess who has been waiting very patiently. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Steve. Finally, I'm delighted to welcome Her Royal Highness Princess Abzed Jigma from Burkina Faso, here in the capacity as co-chair of the Paris Committee on Capacity Building, for her icebreaker presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, colleagues. Thank you for your patience online as well. In the interest of time, I prepare slides, but I will go to streamline a little bit what has been said. The ultimate goal of the just transition is to make sure that we're going into whatever we decide that it's focusing on poverty eradication. And human capital, it is important, it is critical. If we're not able to capacitate our people, whatever we do as a business, even to grow our business, we need to capacitate the people to make sure that the economic growth is happening. Steve from Tech already emphasized some technologies. How are we going to implement those technologies to be impactful to the communities or to support the economic growth that we're talking about, going into a green growth? People need to buy in, and the buy-in we need to make sure that our academia in our countries are equipped with the facilities, with the knowledge, with the experts to make sure that those trainings can happen. Training as a co-chair of the Paris Committee on Capacity Building, we have, of course, has been tasked by the COP21 to identify the gaps and the needs, to make sure that we can respond exactly to the needs of parties and to developing countries. To do so, it is important to make sure that we also have topics that we are focusing on. Our focus area 2025 that has been reconducted in 2026 is related to the NAPs and the NDCs, the priorities of the countries and the communities. It is important to strengthen collaboration, engaging with our partners. And there is a need to systematically to explore linkages and collaboration going forward with a holistic and nexus thinking, breaking silos, forging synergies. For example, the upcoming Standing Committee Finance Forum in September, which will focus on agriculture and food security, there may be opportunities there to incorporate lesson learned into one of the SFCs. I think that there is a lot to do. Sharing on our different concept notes, find a way how to connect the dots. The LEG, the LDC expert group, also have technical guidelines for NAPs, helping countries to formulate and implement. There is a bundle of tools that are available that I invite also colleagues to look into the website of the Paris Committee on Capacity Building. You have more than 500 tools that can help also making this happen. You have also the KCI, strengthen this partnership in order to minimize negative impact and maximize co-benefit will be critical for just transition. We may build on consolidating the ongoing KCI development tool design to support assessment and addressing of impacts could provide useful entry point for such collaboration. Of course, when we are in leadership roles like we are with the trust that has been transferred to us by our countries, we need to make proposals. And within the Paris Committee on Capacity Building, we have the PCCB network, where we have the members who are organizing sessions and providing tools and trainings locally to them. Under my leadership, I did propose the Mutual Burkindi Coalition on Capacity Building. And so far, we have, with, of course, proof of concept and going to partners with a business case and showing that it's doable from both sides, from the Global South and we are still using the word Global South and Global North. I think the world is shifting and there is no Global North and Global South. There is just communities and how to make sure that we're supporting the communities and that the legal frameworks are at the service of our people and our communities. And with that, it's how we were able to convince the COP, and we thank the COP 30 presidency and the COP 29 who was here this morning with the support we have developed with this partnership, and myself with my foundation, the Mutual Burkindi Coalition on Capacity Building that will be launched in Belém. And so far, we have been able to catalyze $1 billion. Of course, we use our network, my personal network as well, to make sure, as a Highness, I'm here to provide, I'm at the service at my communities, listening to their communities and what they need. And it is important. It's a must for us, a just transition. It is about the life of the people. It's being people-centric, whatever we do. It's at the end of the day, we are accountable for them. So with that, I think with the wealth of experience that you all have, my expectation with all of you is that we come up with a sound recommendation that will nourish the negotiation in Belém. Thank you. I will stop there and be available for any question that you may have, and I look forward to interacting with all of you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Princess. Thanks for those insights, and to all our icebreaker presenters. I think that's provided a really useful context and a good foundation for our discussions now. So going back to logistics, we're slipping a little bit of time still, but let's try to make that up. As I've explained, we're going to go into these breakout rooms where we have 3 different breakout rooms. In order to allow for inclusive and engaged participation, you're able to choose your preferred breakout room. In doing so, we ask that you be mindful of the overall balance in terms of numbers in the room to try to spread it out between the 3 rooms. You're invited to remain in your chosen breakout room for all 3 rounds of discussions. There's no need to move around once you're there. Each of those will run, we're going to modify it slightly to 35 minutes per room, and then have 5 minutes between sessions, moving between the different topics to allow the facilitators to move from one room to the next. Because as I said before, they're going to rotate between the breakout rooms to make that an easier process to transition between each of the different rooms. And we'll have that small break in between there. And as I emphasised, that means that all participants can participate in each of the 3 discussions. In terms of the topics, you can see those in your concept note and agenda, and they're on the screen there in terms of what we've just heard from our speakers. In terms of time frame, if we can just go to the next slide. That's a bit out of date, isn't it, in terms of time frame? What we're going to do is use the next 10 minutes or so. There's coffee outside, coffee break. I ask people not, given our time factor, to not congregate there and spend time there, but if people want to grab a drink and grab a quick bit of food to take to the breakout rooms, then we're going to try to start as close as possible to 5 o'clock, and then have a sequence of 35-minute plus 5-minute for the rotation across the 3 rooms, with the aim that we'll be finished later than scheduled, 6 o'clock, as I've indicated there on the slide. We'll be finishing at around 10 to 7, 5 to 7, and then coming back to plenary for a final quick closing session. We're not going to have the reflections, sorry, we'll have the report backs from the facilitators, short report backs, 5 minutes to give a flavour of the discussions in those rooms, and then we'll make some more time in the morning to provide space for everyone to react to those report backs and provide any additional insights or identify any other priority issues that people felt like coming through in those breakout discussions. And as I mentioned before, we'll find some other space for the other elements that I referred to earlier. In terms of the rooms, can we bring the rooms up on the next slide? We're in room 1, which is this room here. We're in room for theme 1. We're in rooms, let me just do it in 2 parts. We're in meeting room 1 here, we're in meeting room 5, and we're in meeting room 6. And so in meeting room 1 will be the climate finance for just energy transition pathways, staying here. Meeting room 5 will be on the capacity building and knowledge sharing. And room 6 will be on the innovation and technology transfer. And so if everyone can, if there's any, if anyone needs an indication of how to get to those rooms, there'll be people at the door here to be able to help guide people to room 5 and 6 for those that don't want to stay in room 1. And again, encourage people to move across the 3 rooms to ensure we have good discussions with roughly equal numbers across those 3 rooms. And as I say, grab something on the way past for those leaving, or people want to pop out briefly here for a few minutes for that. Just give me 1 moment, sorry. Yeah, and just to re-emphasise, as I said, the facilitators are the ones going to be moving across the rooms. So once you're in, you've selected your room, we ask you to stay in that room for the 3 discussions, and then the facilitator will come through and take the topic with the facilitator to discuss that, so that those that are staying in finance here, you stay after that's finished, and then you'll have the next one, which will be on innovation and technology transfer, and then the next facilitator will come in and have the discussion with you on capacity building and knowledge sharing. Same process for meeting room 5 and meeting room 6. Facilitators will bring the topic to you to make sure you have scope for the 3 topics. So I hope that's clear. It's the same as we did in the 3rd dialogue for those that were there in Panama, exactly the same format. So thank you for that. Encourage everyone to make their way as quickly as possible, given we have an absolute end time of 7:30 where we will have to be out of the building by then. So we do whatever we do in the next couple of hours, we need to be out of here by 7:15 is where we have to finish at the latest. So please accommodate that in making haste to the rooms. Thank you very much.
When did you arrive?
We're moving.
copy and paste.
Copy and
Copy and paste.
paste.
Hi, I'm Patrick.
Patrick.
I got the pleasure to meet you. Gabriela told me I can't be here. So
Likewise.
How are you guys doing?
Yeah, pretty good.
based here in Addis Ababa. So the theme which we are going to be focusing on in this session is going to be climate finance for just energy transition pathways. I think we have heard a bit of this in some of the earlier sessions which we had today, but now we really want just to delve more deeply into these thematic areas. We want to unpack it, to hear the views, the experiences of your different groups and your different countries. So we have got two guiding questions for this thematic area. The first one is, what lessons are being learned on financing nationally defined just energy transition pathways aligned with the outcome of the first global stocktake, including through enhancing access to climate finance, innovative and blended finance, crowding in of the private sector in a way that complements public finance, financing for a social protection system. So that would be our first question. The second question is, what innovative financing mechanisms and policy frameworks could support enhancing the provision of climate finance for transitioning away from fossil fuels in a just, orderly, and equitable manner, in line with national development priorities and while safeguarding affected workers and communities? So those are our two guiding questions, and we'd like to hear from you. What are your experiences? What are your views on these ones? Please just raise your hands and we'll give you the floor. Thank you. We'll start with LMDC.
Yes, it works now. Thank you so much. And I'll present some initial remarks and we'll see if there's time to come back depending on after we hear other people's views as well. So I think the icebreaker presentation, the LMDC completely agrees with what Richard presented in terms of the direction in which the wrong direction in which the question has been asked, and we'd like to present some initial responses and thoughts. The developing countries have always maintained that climate finance support to developing countries is a legal obligation of developed countries under Article 9.1 of the Paris Agreement. However, the concept note uses the term climate finance in conjunction with other concepts such as blended finance, innovative financing mechanisms, crowding in private finance, etc. There is not a single mention of grant-based or even concessional finance. Framing the issue of climate finance in this manner is highly problematic. And this is where we agree with what Richard presented in the ice-breaking presentation. Additionally, by combining the question of climate finance and fossil fuel transitions in the manner that it does, the concept note creates an extremely problematic narrative where the burden of climate change mitigation is sought to be entirely shifted to developing countries and the support for these actions conditional on the actions taken. In this situation, the narrative of the concept note forces developing countries to accept the dilution of the term climate finance in order to discuss the mitigation obligations of developed countries. It allows developed countries to successfully even shirk their finance obligations and set the world on the wild pursuit of illusory, innovative financing mechanisms, while they continue to not deliver their finance obligations and under-deliver on their mitigation actions, while lecturing the rest of the world on the opportunities inherent in renewable energy expansion. The poor delivery of climate finance from developed to developing countries is a very real challenge, especially since energy transitions are expected to cost huge sums of money in developing countries. We had the needs determination report last year, and there are various studies that estimate developing countries needing money to the extent of, in trillions of dollars. Even the cost of investment for implementing energy transition in developing countries ranges in trillions of dollars. But what do we have? And I think this is an important conversation. This is important for the context. The NCQG that was adopted by countries is a meager 300 billion years per year by 2035. This new climate finance goal was claimed as being triple the provision of the 100 billion. However, in reality, and according to an estimate with a 5% inflation rate, the net present value of 300 billion mobilized in 2035 would be approximately 175 billion in 2024 dollars. So I think this is important to understand and set the context. And thank you very much for the opportunity. We'll come back. Thank you. We'll come back if needed.
Thank you so much for your thoughts and views, LMDC. If we have more views. Any viewpoints in the room or online? Okay. Online, we have got Fiji on behalf of Oasis. Fiji, please go ahead.
Thank you, facilitator. Fiji speaking on behalf of AOSIS. Given the time constraints, we will be brief and provide a more detailed submission to the Secretariat via email as requested. We believe that there is a broad opportunity to redesign the international finance architecture to serve small island developing states better. Making climate finance more accessible through simplified application processes, concessional instruments, and SID-specific windows could also accelerate implementation of nationally determined contributions, national adaptation plans, and long-term low-emission development strategies, or LTLED. However, we recognize that climate finance flows remain inadequate, unpredictable, and fully aligned with SID's absorptive capacities. Funding mechanisms are fragmented, application procedures burdensome, and disbursement timelines slow. Also, intellectual property regimes and trade barriers prevent access to cutting-edge renewable technologies. We believe that actionable solutions can include binding commitments under the new collective quantified goal, prioritization of small island developing states in loss and damage fund disbursements, and removal of intellectual property barriers to clean technology. Binding Just Transition Work Program guidelines should also prohibit transfer of obsolete technology and mandate access to up-to-date tools. We look forward to engaging with other parties and groups on this, facilitator, and I thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Fiji. Next, we'll have the Arab group, followed by the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Chair. And we'd like to start by supporting the LMDC statement regarding the questions, and also add that regarding unilateral measures, in order to have predictable and accessible finance, with the need to assess the impacts of unilateral measures is crucial. Unilateral trade measures decided to in one jurisdiction is set to cost developing countries around $6 billion in lost income, while developed countries are set to gain $3 billion, widening the gap between the North and the South. There are also challenges with private finance. The private sector does not provide concessional finance to developing countries. There has been a dramatic increase in countries facing high debt levels from 22 countries in 2011 all the way up to 59 countries in 2022, which the private sector does not address. Therefore, shifting our focus from the private sector will not contribute to sustainable development and poverty eradication, but rather to increase debt burdens in developing countries. Developed countries must uphold their obligation to provide climate finance to developing countries in line with Article 9.1 through highly concessional and grant form instruments for just transitions. And we note with concern the lack of highly concessional or grant-based form instruments in climate finance, coupled with the existence of unilateral measures. And we can call on developed countries to issue innovative debt relief instruments to developing countries, ensuring that just transitions may be implemented with the needs and priorities of developing countries. We also want to highlight that in line with the Decision 5 of CP7, we call on developed countries to cooperate in the technological development of non-energy uses of fossil fuels and requests Annex 2 parties to support developing countries, country parties to this end. We also call upon developed countries to cooperate in the development, diffusion, and transfer of less greenhouse gas emitting advanced fossil fuel technologies and technologies relating to fossil fuels that capture and store greenhouse gases, and request Annex 2 parties to facilitate the participation of the least developed countries and non-Annex 1 parties in this effort. And moving on to highlighting the cherry picking that has been happening. We need to refrain from the cherry picking of specific provisions. Just transitions must not be used to transfer the obligation of developed countries to developing countries or to pressure developing countries to compromise on their development needs. In implementing transitions, just, orderly, and equitable must be key. Just, orderly, equitable must be understood to mean that developing countries need just transitions in this regard, which is enabled by means of implementations to do so. At the same time, national context, circumstances, national determination of developing countries in how they transition must not be compromised. Attempts to isolate certain provisions from the rest of the GST decision may also prove counterproductive because doing so would effectively disregard and discard important contextual paragraphs of the GST decision that highlight the need for equity and CBDR-RC to be reflected. The GST decision, for example, notes with concern the pre-2020 gaps in both mitigation ambition and implementation by developed country parties that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change had earlier indicated that developed countries must reduce emissions by 25 to 40% below 1990 levels by 2020, which was not achieved. Several paragraphs, this is paragraph 17. Several paragraphs in the GST decision also reflect the finance needs of developing countries, the challenges they face in accessing finance, as well as the failure of developed countries in meeting their commitments. The decision also highlights the gaps in technology experienced by developing countries, the need for enhancing their access for technology and international cooperation in this regard, and the importance of technology in the achievement of long-term goals of the Paris Agreement. The GST decision also highlights gaps in capacity building faced by developing countries and the urgent need to address them. Therefore, we would like to reiterate that we do not accept segmenting or cherry-picking the GST in any agenda item, including the Just Transitions Work Program. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your submission on behalf of the Arab group. If we could have the Russian Federation, followed by South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. Russian Federation would like to, Russian Federation would like to share its experience in scaling up climate finance. Since 2021, we have a national green and transition taxonomies, as well as a taxonomy for social projects. And now, in order to expand the implementation of green and transition projects, in different economic sectors. We are developing a prioritization scheme based on projects' impact on emissions reduction. This will enable Russian credit institutions to lend more green and transition projects without placing an additional burden on the government budget and banks' capital. The volume of financing verified according to national standards reached almost 500 billion rubles, or more than $6 billion US. Mixed financing mechanisms are used to implement emissions reduction and removal activities. For instance, factory of project finance, a risk-sharing scheme for financing large-scale projects, including for energy transitions. It provides government budget subsidies to ensure acceptable interest rates and support from the central bank through special loan reserve requirements. The development of transition finance instruments can also contribute to just energy transition. Transition finance can be used to reduce emissions in carbon-intensive sectors of the economy, including energy. In Russia, companies can issue climate transition bonds. To do so, they must present a scientifically justified strategy for changing their activities to transition to a low-carbon economy and addressing climate change. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation on behalf of the Russian Federation. If we could have South Africa, followed by Chile, who are online.
Thank you very much, Chair. And South Africa would like to make the following interventions, lifting several key points around this topic. From our perspective, finance and means of implementation are not only a precondition, but a critical enabler for energy transition. The transition will not happen without new and additional grant-based and highly concessional financing, along with technology transfer, capacity building. And for many priority investments, including the last mile access, distribution upgrades, clean cooking, they do not have a viable business case for commercial capital, and they require international public finance and not loans. And in response specifically to the questions raised on the screen, it's important to raise the following key points: that quality finance matters, not just the quantity. Finance needs to be grant-based and highly concessional, as already mentioned, but it is essential to also protect the fiscal space and deliver a just outcome. It's important to flag that blended and innovative finance can indeed play a role, but it cannot be used selectively. This cannot be used as a panacea, particularly in low-income and high-risk context environments where investment and business cases need to be strengthened. Access to finance needs to be more simpler, more predictable, more aligned with nationally defined pipelines, with the enabling environment supported as outcomes rather than the preconditions. It's important that financing social protection, inclusion, and benefit sharing mechanisms must be treated as the first-class investment within a just transition pathways. And with regards to transitioning away from fossil fuel, this requires finance mechanisms and policies that embed fairness, support economic diversification, safeguard workers and communities. And in our instance, for hard-to-abate sectors, for example, steel, cement, and fertilizers, it's important that concessional and grant-based support, plus the demand-side offtake, can enable this decarbonization while also strengthening livelihoods. South Africa has the example of the Just Steel work, which illustrates the need to not only integrate the offtake agreement of such, as well as the concessional grant-based financing that goes beyond just standard project debt. Thank you.
Thank you so much, South Africa. If we could have Chile online, please.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I hope you can hear me well. I'll be brief and go directly to the guiding questions. In regard to the first one, it's important to mention that The estimations said that the global investment for the transition to low carbon economies needs to increase sevenfold by 2030 to remain aligned with the Paris Agreement targets. And in this context, public funding is vital, but it cannot meet such a huge challenge on its own. And in this sense, and in support of the previous interventions, grant-based finance and concessional mechanisms shall play a pivotal role. But beyond the previous, and in particular about other mechanisms like blended finance, I would like to mention the case of the energy company ENGIE of Chile, that has been recognized as an example that have used sustainability-linked loans and applied a transition strategy based on 3 pillars of employment and training, local development, and environmental management. To promote new experiences in this kind of finance mechanisms, clear and credible regulatory environments are needed to increase the private sector participation, while also posing the challenge of developing metrics to assess progress in terms of just transition. In our region, ECLAC has suggested that finance ministries can play a key role in Latin American and the Caribbean countries in creating sustainable and resilient economies by combining fiscal tools such as public investment, debt management, and climate finance instruments. This is the context for the proposals associated with the debt for climate swaps that have been under discussion, given the relationship between climate risk and the level of indebtedness of countries that will see their finances affected as a result of crisis scenarios, which could be extended to the just transition processes. Furthermore, initiatives such as the World Bank Group's Just Transition for All and the prioritization of transition projects in the Green Climate Fund strategic plan could also be considered as financing opportunities through international cooperation, but the access to this kind of funding shall be significantly improved, especially considering the condition of developing countries. Lastly, and in regard of the second guiding question, explicit references to transition were included in Chile's sustainable bond framework, as well as in the classification system or taxonomy environmental sustainable economic activities, which will enable the alignment and monitoring of financial flows that contribute to just transition initiatives. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chile. If we could have the EU followed by LGMA.
Thank you. So immediately diving into the guiding questions. So on the first one, actions that contribute to making all financial flows consistent with the transition to net zero and climate resilient society creates opportunities to support a just energy transition. According to the IPCC, R6 synthesis report, there is sufficient global capital to close the global investment gaps for transition towards low greenhouse gas emission and climate resilient development, but there are barriers to redirect capital to climate action. The same report also notes that public and private finance flows for fossil fuels are still greater than those for climate mitigation and adaptation. Hence, moving away from investing into fossil fuel-related assets and aligning financial flows in line with Article 2.1c helps to avoid further stranded assets and support climate-friendly economies via investments into just transition to net zero and climate-resilient societies. So identifying and making available domestic opportunities and resources of support, including both public and private sources, is crucial to support just transition pathways. Strengthening enabling conditions, policy frameworks, incentives, and investments environment is crucial to enable the mobilization of finance corresponding to the scale and nature of the socioeconomic challenges and considerations related to just transition, especially to attract private investments, including from actors currently taking economic advantages from emitting activities. There's also a large range of possible actions that can be taken mainly by governments at the domestic level. For example, promoting fiscal, financial and regulatory framework aimed at reducing the cost of capital and facilitating a just and equitable net zero transition. Finance Ministry can also play a crucial role in mobilizing public and private financial resources, allocating investments in expenditures, developing sound macroeconomic forecasts and policies, designing measures to mitigate potentially adverse distributional impacts of climate policies, and aligning NDC planning with national development planning and budget cycles. So we've said like fiscal tools are a strong economic instrument to achieve solidarity in emissions reductions, as they can tackle these most emitting activities while providing midterm revenues that can be used to provide financial support to the most vulnerable people. Finally, on this guiding question, actions contributed to just transition are already being financed domestically and through multiple streams at international level, both under the UNFCCC via existing financial mechanism and outside of the UNFCCC, both multilaterally, bilaterally, and other type of cooperations such as just energy transition partnerships. And international finance institutions could play an increased role and consider how to enhance eligibility of projects that have just transition considerations under existing policy objective of such institutions, as well as by offering guarantees for minimizing the potential risk for private co-financing. On the second question, so on innovative financing mechanism and policy framework, to support fossil fuel phase-out, the EU leverages blended finance approaches, combining public grants, concessional loans, and private capital to de-risk investments in renewable energy efficiency, and clean technology deployment. EU experience shows that carbon pricing and emissions trading systems can provide sustainable revenue streams to finance just transition. The EU ETS generates resources that can be reinvested in workers' reskilling, clean energy infrastructure, and community development, as well as access to energy. And the OECD emphasizes that carbon pricing is one of the most cost-effective ways to align national finance flows with climate objectives while supporting equity and economic efficiency. Innovative instruments such as green and transition bonds provide scalable financing for clean energy infrastructure and social transition measures. Internationally, the World Bank and MDBs have demonstrated that blended finance accelerates low carbon investments while providing social safeguards for affected workers. And the MDBs and UNFCCC Standing Committee on Finance have also emphasized that coherent policy frameworks covering regulations, subsidies, and fiscal incentives unlock both domestic and international climate finance while ensuring development coherence. And so we also, EU actively supports financing initiatives, including Global Gateway, Mission Innovation, and the Green Climate Funds. And these programs leverage public funds to mobilize private investments in partner countries, fostering socially inclusive net zero transitions while providing technical assistance for policy and financial design. And finally, I would like to respond to some comments we have just heard. So to achieve the 1.5 temperature goal and to achieve globally net zero emissions in the second half of this century, by the second half of this century, the Paris Agreement requires each of its parties to reduce its emissions in a way that reflects its highest possible ambition, reflecting in the light of different national circumstances. And the EU has respected its obligation to take the lead in reducing emissions under the UNFCCC, under the Kyoto Protocol, and under the Paris Agreement by adopting legally binding targets to reduce the EU greenhouse gas emissions by 55% in 2030 and produce no net emissions by 2050, including by preventing carbon leakage in emissions-intensive industrial sectors. And in her political guidelines, President von der Leyen has acknowledged the need to listen and respond better to the concerns of our partners impacted by European legislation, in particular those linked to the EU Green Deal. And we will continue to apply and, where appropriate, improve the comprehensive approach to assessing the impact of our laws on non-EU countries, and will provide more targeted support to help third countries adjust to and benefit from those requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, EU. Unfortunately, we are left with 3 minutes for us to move to the next session. So if we could have LGM to quickly maybe summarize your presentation so that we could then have maybe the Africa group.
Thank you, facilitator. I will do my best. Let me start with a note of concern, echoing some other speakers. We're seeing a shift globally where financing is presented as the solution to declining aid flows and the non-existent contributions to the Loss and Damage Fund. Echoing the contribution from South Africa, financing is not a panacea. Many of the projects that matter most for a just transition, social protection, health code benefits, public housing retrofits, or community services, are not revenue generating and will never be bankable in a traditional sense. They require public funding and ongoing grants. That said, that there are lessons on where finance does have a role. I'm going to skip. Here, multi-level collaboration is key. National governments and national financiers are essential in aggregating municipal pipelines to meet minimum ticket sizes and in backing smaller or struggling municipalities with guarantees or credit enhancements. Without that, only the strongest metros can access the finance, which actually then ends up deepening the inequality. We also see what works when multi-level partnerships align. In South Africa, ICLEI's Sustainable Finance Center is supporting a partnership with the Development Bank of South Africa, the national financier. In Rwanda, with the e-moto project focusing on electric motorcycles, there's layered partnerships with the Development Bank, the National Development Bank, with the city of Kigali, and with the private sector, supporting a very innovative and structured blended finance model. So the message in conclusion is that finance is part of the answer, but definitely cannot be the whole answer. National governments need to act as conveners, aggregators, and guarantors. Municipalities can then be empowered as delivery agents, and the international funding can be structured to flow through both. Only then can we deliver a just transition that finances infrastructure and protects people. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. If we could have the African group.
Thank you very much, Mr. Facilitator. Let me also share the African group perspective on this theme. On question 1, financing national determined defined just transition pathway in Africa requires a strategic approach that prioritizes grant-based finance to address the continent's significant burden. For instance, the African Development Bank reports that external debt grew from 1.5 trillion by end of 2023 and is expected to continue increasing. Similarly, the World Bank highlights that low-income countries, particularly in Africa, are facing escalating debt saving costs with interest paying surging to record highs. These physical strains divert resources from essential development priorities, including energy infrastructure, health, and education. To address this, financing strategy must focus on grant-based instruments that minimize debt accumulation. Additionally, integrating finance for social protection is crucial to mitigate the social economic impacts on vulnerable population during the transition. By aligning this financial flow with the principle of equity and sustainability, Africa can navigate its energy transition without compromising its energy stability or development objective. On question 2, Chair, the African perspective feel that grant-based financing as envisaged under the convention must be the primary mechanism to support just transition and just transition, and ensuring that developing countries can decarbonize without increasing debt burdens. Strong policy frameworks should align finance with national development priorities, safeguard affected workers and the community through social protection and the reskilling, and enable the local participation while strategically leveraging private investment in a way that complement rather than replace public grant support. By centering grant-based financing, countries can accelerate equitable energy transition that deliver to social and economic and environmental co-benefits. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your valuable contribution on behalf of the African group. If we could have the United Kingdom.
Thank you, facilitator. So this is a dialogue. So we'll start by offering some comments on the interventions and perspectives raised by others. We've heard colleagues raise that elements of support may be needed to enable just transitions, particularly in developing countries. And we do fully recognize there are challenges here and the need to engage with and where appropriate tackle these challenges. However, we also feel that many of the issues raised in this session and earlier today go far beyond what the Just Transition Work Programme is able or should achieve. Raising broader concerns and issues relating to means of implementation in a broad sense poses the risk of fragmenting and undermining the wider discussions and negotiations and the meaning of just transition, including through specifically relevant initiatives. We do need to be clear on the scope of what we can achieve in this work programme and the relevance of our mandates. Finance discussions are ongoing, including discussions on the roadmap, as well as consultations that took place at SB62. And we emphasise the need to focus on substantively relevant issues here, which we'll go on to do shortly. Colleagues have referred to cherry picking from the GST. It's not cherry picking to discuss those aspects of the GST that explicitly refer to a just transition. And to be clear, we are hearing cherry picking specific language and issues relating to finance. The value that the Just Transition Work Programme can add is in hearing the specific challenges, barriers and opportunities that countries are facing relating to their just transitions that need more emphasis and where countries feel there are gaps that need addressing through a range of policy actions. My colleague from South Africa mentioned that transitioning away from fossil fuels may require financing mechanisms and policies that embed fairness through policies that safeguard workers and communities. And we welcome discussions through this dialogue that cover such specific and concrete challenges that are aligned with our agreed goals. Because these dialogues continue to offer the opportunity to build our understanding of the available support and the ways in which just transitions can be better integrated in support programs and initiatives that enable all countries to deliver a just transition. And there are a range of existing support available, including financial support, which I'll go on to talk about. So the UK is providing support through various organisations such as the CIF and DCP and ILO, and we do have programmes both directly aimed at supporting just transitions or with just transition considerations as central themes. For example, the Climate Investment Funds, co-founded by the UK, has over 12.5 billion pledged to support climate action. UK funding commitments to the different programs we support across the CIFs have just transitions at their core, which significantly increases the longevity and the ultimate success of climate activities and projects they support. To give an example, the Philippines has the Accelerating Coal Transitions Investment Plan, which was endorsed for 500 million by the CIFs to support the country's efforts to add 1,500 megawatts of renewable energy capacity by 2030 and reach 35% of total power generation. And we heard from my colleague from the Philippines earlier on their plans, which provides for retiring or repurposing coal plants and emphasizes that affected workers be retrained for new clean energy jobs to ensure that this shift is fair and just. We know that every country faces their own challenges, including relating to support and delivering just transitions, and we welcome substantive discussions on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your submission on behalf of the United Kingdom. If we could have the Philippines, please.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For this breakout room, I would like to emphasize that just transition must be complemented by adequate means of implementation, particularly in this context, climate finance, as stipulated in various COP decision texts. These enabler are indispensable to help developing countries like the Philippines operationalize the Just Transition Work Program that is equitable, inclusive, and aligned with national development goals. Echoing other colleagues from G77, climate finance is a game changer towards achieving inclusive climate actions. It should be need-based, tangible, and accessible for developing countries in light of nationally development needs. So for this breakout group, particularly on the guide questions, we would like to highlight the following. Workers and local communities in mining and fossil fuel dependent municipalities in the country, for example, in the Philippines, face a unique set of vulnerabilities in the context of just transition. In many areas, the local economy has become overly reliant on a single industry, creating what is often referred to as a company town dynamic. This heavy dependence on extractive operation crowd out other livelihood opportunities and inhibit local economic diversification. When energy companies begin phasing down fossil fuel operation, entire communities risk of losing not only direct employment, but also small businesses and services that depend on such industries. And thus, developing an innovative finance with social protection must be coherent with dialogue with this community. Another that we want to share is currently the Philippines is looking at the issue of fishing and farming communities located in areas targeted for renewable energy projects, which are increasingly at risk of displacement and livelihood destruction. Fisherfolk face the loss of access to traditional fishing grounds due to the construction of offshore wind or floating solar farms. Similarly, farmers are at risk of being displaced as agricultural lands are converted to solar farms. These developments, while aligned with countries' renewable energy goals, can lead to unintended socioeconomic disruption if not planned inclusively. A just transition must ensure that the affected communities are meaningfully consulted the impacts on their livelihood. Thus, for our country, we really value innovative finance discussion on social protection system that could look not only on the transition for their renewable energy or those low carbon technologies, but rather look also at the workers, informal workers, and the communities being affected by transition. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If we could have, I think, as our last presenter, India, online. India, online.
Am I audible? Am I
Yes.
audible?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yes. Thank you very much. And we would also like to directly get into the questions. I think we have heard and respond first to some of the things that we have heard in the room. We've heard people talk about cherry picking and not cherry picking, but we've heard also cherry picking being done from science. There were quotations of the IPCC report. We must emphasize here that the IPCC also underlines the need for public finance. It also underlines the failure of developed countries to meet their obligations. This must be highlighted as a major barrier to implementing just transitions globally. In developed countries, capital risk is low, capabilities are high, and they can mobilize investments for their own transitions, which must be immediate and rapid. In this regard, net zero targets for 2050 for rich developed countries, especially Annex II parties, are not in line with the Paris Agreement, as the Paris Agreement also requires that this reduction be based on equity and CBDRRC. For the most developed countries who have historically used fossil fuel resources to fund their energy transitions, to fund their energy access, to set targets so far into the future, this is what actually threatens the global temperature goals of the Paris Agreement. It indicates that if those with the most capacity cannot reach net zero before 2050, then others trailing far behind them in terms of development and capacities cannot hope to do so for several years more. For developing countries with limited fiscal space to meet multiple development imperatives, the kind of finance discussed in the concept note is simply not an option. Let us also state here that stranded assets, which are an artifact of the financial and regulatory system, also mean that our renewable energy projects can also be stranded if their uptake is not supported through public finance. We agree also that finance is not the whole answer, of course, because we also need energy. We cannot, unfortunately, use finance to cook our food if it doesn't deliver energy in forms that allows us to, in fact, cook our food. Linking finance to fossil fuel transitions in this manner is therefore problematic, and any alignment of finance must be to support sustainable development, which also means an increase in energy availability for developing countries. Leaving no one behind means leaving no one hungry, no one in darkness, no one without healthcare, education, and well-being. We heard colleagues say that this work program cannot discuss these issues, but this is exactly what a Just Transition work program must in fact discuss. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. We have to go to the other room, but maybe we can squeeze one more on behalf of the LDCs. If we could have a very, very quick, because the other presenters are actually waiting outside. Oh.
Chair, many thanks for giving the opportunity to the LDCs, to contribute in the interest of time, and also to allow colleagues in the room who couldn't make their intervention. We will be sending you our written proposal to make sure that we don't delay. But I would echo what our colleagues have said in the room. The debt burdens is something that is really critical for the LDCs. Making sure that means of implementation is there, making sure that our economies who are not mature, who's lying on the informal sector, we need to find a financial mechanism that can enable all dimensions of economies. So again, in the interest of time, we will be sending our statement by email. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, as you mentioned, we would really appreciate if you could make the written submissions. I'm advised that I can squeeze one more. Maybe if we could have Kenya.
Thank you. Thank you very much, co-facilitator. So first of all, we want to just support what has been said by our group coordinator as well as the chair initially in setting the context for this discussion, the importance of grant and concessional financing being critical, the whole issue of debt, which I think LDCs have also emphasized, the high cost of capital for us, Despite renewable energy projects in Africa being very feasible, we are seeing high cost of financing compared to other regions, which is a big concern for us and in our region. The other inequity question that we wanted to raise was the global investment gap itself and the inequity compared to various regions. For example, I think records indicate that in 2024, out of the 3 trillion investment in clean energy, Africa only received less than 2%, which is a big concern, despite the region having the vast potential as well as the requirement around energy access. That's been seen as a clear barrier. With respect to processes outside this process, with this UNFCCC process, we've also seen just energy transition partnerships, which we feel are quite not effective, as we understand, and we hoped that, in this discussion, we'll get to learn about those. We've seen reports that they are largely loans with limited grants, clearly no safeguards for countries that are implementing those. Many countries, many of our African region, we have a number of initiatives which our African lead has talked about. I wouldn't go to that, but just wanted to mention that it is in this context and for the specific reasons around the need for justice elements to be guiding the whole processes around the transition that we called for the need for internationally agreed just transition guiding frameworks with clear principles on what fair financing, just financing really means in the context of the transition. Another point I think we wanted to raise that we need specific financing window for just transition, particularly to address issues of social safeguards, addressing questions of risks, and then finally, just to ensure that I don't take much time to respond to a comment, I think, which we also had earlier. We were given an indication that probably some of the delegates here are looking at, prescriptive policy recommendations that would actually mean countries will not be able to access international finance because of not including just transition consideration, which is a problematic point for us. Just transition should be facilitated and not put additional barriers to developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe if you can have an intervention from Yango, who are online. Yango? Yeah, okay.
I'm Carmen. Can you?
Okay, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. I'm Carmen here today speaking on behalf of Yango, the official youth constituency to the UNFCCC. And we really welcome these rich discussions on this intricate topic. And I briefly want to comment on the first question, specifically on blended finance. And we as Yango must conclude that the so-called billions to trillions promise has proven to be a myth. Because evidence shows that every public dollar invested by MDBs mobilizes on average just 37 cents in low-income countries. So instead of financing what matters for a just transition, like grid expansion, worker reskilling, or social protection, blended finance channels public money into de-risking private returns. And so scarce resources are diverted away from essential public goods without delivering the promised scale, while the logic of profit maximization remains incompatible with equity and community needs. And here I want to again also highlight some aspects on the second question on innovative sources of climate financing. And I specifically want to emphasize the potential that lies in taxation and subsidy reform, because with their ability to reprice and redistribute taxes can accelerate mitigation to advance a just transition. For example, in international solidarity levies on aviation, shipping, and fossil fuel extraction can raise predictable revenues for climate action in communities least responsible and most effective, operationalizing the polluter pays and the CBDRRC principles. And here, even making the tax system work as it is intended to be would greatly benefit the just transition, because currently African countries are losing more in tax evasions than they receive in development aid. Clearly, any discussion about climate finance cannot be siloed from those structural barriers. And with the FFD4 having sent a strong signal on aligning our tax systems with sustainable development, we must seize this moment, considering that the negotiations for a UN tax convention are taking place at the same time as COP30. And lastly, equally important as taxes as an immediate phase out of fossil fuel subsidies, paired with robust just transition measures, so that the freed fiscal space from the subsidy reform can be used for workers reskilling and education programs, but also social protection and regional diversification, and more projects in cooperative and self-managed communities, so that the transition is truly equitable for affected workers and communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, I think we can only take one very last call from Women and Gender Online, and then maybe all the other submissions will then have to be done via email, and they will all be taken into account in the final documentation. Women and Gender, please.
Thank you so much. I'll be brief. We'll just respond to the guiding question on what lessons are being learned from crowding in the private sector, and wanted to reflect a bit on some lessons that are being learned from the Just Energy Transition Partnerships, or the JETPs, now that they've been operational for a few years. So JETPs are primarily funded by private capital and investors. And so it's investors and financiers who have most control of the selection of the priority projects. And so the primary motive of actors such as this is, of course, profit and return on investment. And we're seeing that in JETPs, it's this priority that is taking precedence over any energy justice objectives, which is compromising the justice objectives in the JETPs. And we are seeing this happen now in the recipient countries. So a key pillar of just transition is this idea of distributional justice, that the costs and the benefits of the transition are shared fairly. And when we see JETP financing provided through debt and loans, and we won't get into that because we've heard lots of excellent interventions and we've spoken about this before, about the inherent injustice in that. But when you see JETP financing provided through debt, what you see is the public taking on all of the risk of those loans, while the benefits flow to the private sector in the form of profits. And so we're seeing that the dominance of private sector and corporate interests within JETPs are supporting projects that cause social and environmental harm, or that just don't serve the public interest. So in South Africa, for example, 56.5% of South Africans use public transport, and only 4.7% of transport financing in the JETP investment plan is allocated to public transport. And we're seeing the vast majority of funding going to things like EVs and hydrogen for export, none of which are serving the public interest. When you see priority projects that tend towards large-scale renewables, because it's the private sector that's choosing the priority projects, we've actually observed instances of fossil fuel companies who are expanding into the renewables industry and the renewable sector, being the ones receiving public just transition financing through JETPs, which is a real example of a climate and a distributional injustice, because those corporations are the one most responsible, and they're actually receiving the JETP benefits. And so to summarize really quickly, and there are many other issues with JETPs from a distributional and a procedural perspective, but there's a tension within JETPs of this profit motive and realizing energy justice. So at the very least, JETPs need to deliver energy justice, and the partnerships need to be changed so that they're guided by and responsive to the needs and priorities of the Global South partners, and that the recipient governments and populations have more control in selecting what type of projects are getting JETP funding. And we need an end to debt-based financing for the energy transition of the Global South, because that could never be just. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we have to bring this to an end. The next facilitator is already in the room, so we need to move on to the next room. I really want to thank you for your very well thought out contributions and invite all of you to submit all your contributions online so that they can be considered in the final document. Thank you and have a good day.
Hello, everyone. I hope you still have some energy left for this semi-last session of the day. The topic today is on innovation and technology transfer. We would like to invite an interactive discussion, of course, answering to the questions, but also feeling free to react and respond to each other's intervention. So a quick reminder of the questions, although they're up there. The first question is, how can innovation and technology transfer foster holistic, multi-sectoral approaches to just energy transition pathways that leaves no one behind, including through inclusive innovation, local knowledge integration, and identification of scalable solutions? And the second is, how can innovation and technology transfer best support the implementation of nationally defined just energy transition pathway, including through energy efficiency, clean cooking solution, scaling of renewable energy, and enhancing energy access? I would invite you to react and intervene on both questions, but of course feel free as well to focus on one of them in particular. We will monitor as well online participants, but for now let me open the floor here in the room. I see Burkina Faso and LMDC. I don't know who was first. Yes, Burkina Faso, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Co-Facilitator and the Secretariat. Burkina Faso is taking the floor on behalf of the LDCs. To regard to the guiding question 1, LDC face technical capacity constraints and barriers in deploying clean energy technologies due to high upfront costs, limited expertise, and intellectual property issues. Many LDCs lack the necessary institutional architecture to support technology transfer, adapt technologies to local contexts, and integrate them into national development strategies. Technology transfer also often fails to consider local context, communities' knowledge, and local content. So it is important they are contextualized, that it is contextualized. We must avoid technology dumping. This is something that has been repeatedly said by all the colleagues in the room. As LDC have historically received outdated or inefficient technologies, often causing costly environmental and health impacts. Accessible, affordable, and context-appropriate technology and system design are essential for LDCs to ensure clean energy access and promote sustainable development. And the last question, for LDCs, access to reliable and clean energy would release the clean cooking problem. You have seen, we have experimented today the shortcut of energy in this room and how was the impact. Can you imagine if you were operating somebody, or imagine yourself in the operation table and the power cuts off? That's where we are. And this is stories that a lot of countries and developing countries face and are still facing. Only 20% of the population of LDCs had access to clean fuel and technology for cooking. In Burkina Faso, my home country, more than 80% of the population depend on rainfall for agriculture. The use of solar irrigation and biodigesters has reduced dependence on rain patterns and facilitate farmers all year. And this is happening right now, that we are able to harvest 3 times a year, and therefore tackling the food security issues. Moving away from diesel pumps also means less pollution and emission for indoor pollution. Solar-powered cold rooms are helping fishers communities to reserve their harvesting. And this also goes for the value chains of agriculture, that the cooling system is something that needs to be taken serious and is impacting all value chains of economic growth. Whether we have, and we come again even to the health sector, how are we going to preserve our vaccines and so on and so forth, and also avoiding food lost. Short practices could be scale up where benefits are. Those are the inputs that Madam Chair, the LDCs is happy to share with you, and look forward to constructive exchange with our colleagues. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to contribute.
Many thanks for that intervention. I think now we have LMDC.
Thank you. As developing countries, we cannot speak about means of implementation without talking about the barriers. And I totally understand, and in fact, we endorse the views that were just expressed by the LDCs in terms of the challenges of all the challenges that were expressed. To support developing countries' efforts to achieve sustainable development in a climate-constrained world, the most appropriate technologies for climate change monitoring, mitigation, and adaptation need to be made available to developing countries. I think this has been a long-standing request and demand by developing countries in this regime, which has largely gone unfulfilled. Technologies that are highly capital intensive and labor saving will be efficient only in countries where costs of capital are low and costs of labor are high, such as in the developed countries. As we've heard in the previous session as well, on finance, the cost of and access to finance are often major challenges with respect to deployment and transfer of climate technologies in developing countries. These are often capital intensive and require mobilization of large upfront financing for investment life cycles that often span several decades and which could ultimately render them unaffordable for a developing country. There are studies, and we did hear the icebreaker presentation, but the main challenges for technology development and transfer that are identified by developing countries in their technology needs assessments, the TNAs, as well as NDCs, include 1, economic and financial barriers, 2, policy, legal, and regulatory gaps, and 3, technology capacity constraints. I will not get into I will not elaborate on these, but suffice to say that these are the 3 areas that developing countries have identified. Also, given that the most climate technologies are patented, owned, and produced by private sector firms whose primary motivation is to generate revenues from their products, the direction of investment would tend to be towards the development of products and solutions for the consumers of countries with significant buying power, again, developed countries, rather than poorer developing countries and their consumers. In many cases, such products and solutions are often inappropriate or else need some level of adaptation to be able to fit developing country contexts and circumstances. Many developing countries have also made their NDCs under the Paris Agreement conditional on receiving climate finance, technology transfer, and capacity building support. However, there are studies that have found that many low-carbon technology transfer initiatives do not all address the key capacity building components of knowledge transfer, and developing countries with poor intellectually property right protections have fewer initiatives on average. The gap between developed and developing countries when it comes to the ability to develop, innovate, access, endogenously produce, and deploy climate-relevant technologies remains a key constraint adversely affecting collective progress and global efforts to achieve sustainable development and climate action. These issues are sorted, any transition will remain unjust and would defeat the purpose of our discussions here. Thank you.
Thank you for that intervention. We have the Arab group. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam. And I think from the interventions that we heard from the LDC and the LMDC, we see that the biggest issue that we have are the barriers that we have. And I think given the time, and I know it's already 6:30, so I'll try to be brief here. Let's focus on what needs to happen. Developing countries must be supported to enhance their ability to endogenously develop climate technologies that are relevant to their circumstances. Developing countries must be adequately supported through financial, technical, and capacity building support to enhance their sustainable capacity to develop, disseminate, and deploy climate technologies relevant to their national just transitions. By enabling developing countries to advance the development and deployment of these technologies, they can more sustainably pursue their climate objectives while ensuring sustainable development and economic co-benefits. The second point that we need to highlight is that waiving of property rights in technology transfer is a must. Such waiving will allow developing countries to have more ambition in mitigating climate change. And more needs to be done through the financial mechanism of the convention. Developing countries require support from the financial mechanism of the UNFCCC to advance research and development, early access to and deployment of technologies as well. We have agreed to this in 1992 and reaffirmed it in 2015, but unfortunately over 30 years later, we are still in the questioning and discussion of how can we reach these goals or ambitions that we have. The upcoming technology implementation program is an opportunity to rectify these challenges and realize opportunities. Particularly, as it relates to operationalizing the linkages between the technology and financial mechanism in a manner that meaningfully drives forward implementation. Just transition pathways must respect national sovereignty, of course, and innovation and technology transfer cannot be defined only as renewables or efficiency, but must include the full range of technologies that parties choose for their own pathways, including carbon capture, utilization, and storage. The real barrier is not innovation itself, but the intellectual property regimes that keep developing countries locked out from this innovation ecosystem. And for innovation to support just transitions, developed countries must fulfill their obligations to make technologies accessible, affordable, and free of restrictive patents, while also supporting manufacturing and development of solutions within the global south. Clean cooking solutions, for example, are integral to just transitions and should not be where support from developed countries and in fact, developed countries must empower developing countries to industrialize and have energy access and affordability solutions in line with their own national priorities and determinations. So it is crucial to support the development of CCUS infrastructure as well as a global solution for, emission abatement. I'll leave it here for the sake of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that intervention. Now let me take the intervention. Let me take South Africa here in the room, and then we are going to turn to Yungo in the online.
Thank you, facilitator, and I will just get straight to the point. I think it's important to flag that just transition pathways are directly shaped by global trade, finance, and dynamics that are at a global level. And it's key to flag the measures and the risks that potentially undermine our competitiveness and closing off access to markets. As much as renewable energy technologies with local content requirements and the beneficiation of critical minerals can address shared prosperities in the transition for African economies. The current trade regime could be a hindrance, especially for African energy transitions. A solution to this or a response could be strategic partnerships that must link competitiveness, industrial upgrading, concessional financing, so that African producers could decarbonize while remaining globally competitive. There are cases, for example, in South Africa, we have the REIPPP, which also integrates community-level trusts, integrates socio-economic development obligations, but it's important that when channeling revenue, to ensure that we incorporate the transitional costs, the risks, as well as dedicated technical assistance, together with grant windows, to ensure that these programs are not only holistic, but inclusive. Another case in point or example to flag is one that we have heard previously, Canada's Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program, that shows how equity and participation can be anchored on benefiting people locally. But in order for us to replicate these models in the African continent, they need funding, and they need grant-based concessional support to cover not only the transitional costs, but also to structure in the assistance dimension in order to reduce the burden of debt. So key points that I would raise is anchoring innovation and technology transfer in concrete partnerships and off-take deals that are able to not only bundle long-term market access with value addition, processing, but also incorporate an industrial upgrade for developing countries to ensure that there is inclusivity, embedding not only community-led innovations, youth, and women, but to ensure that we are integrating indigenous and local knowledge in our design so that to ensure they are not only co-benefits, but also sharing of these benefits in technology development. Another key point worth flagging is the importance of scale. scale proven solutions through a bundled approach that combines technology, finance, distribution, supported by regional platforms that expand affordable access in order to break a market fragmentation. Thank you.
Many thanks for that intervention. I now turn, because Yungo online lowered their hand, so let me now turn to the UK. UK, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, facilitator. I will dive straight into things. So clean technology is clearly a fundamental part of the energy transition, and we remain committed to international cooperation and support with all our partners. And for example, we're working through our UK-led Global Clean Power Alliance and its mission focused on strengthening global supply chains to facilitate the transition to clean energy. And I'd also like to give a brief example of UK support. So since 2016, our 265 million Transforming Energy Access platform supports early stage testing and scale up of innovative clean energy technologies and business models in developing countries. And this has improved clean energy access for 27 million people and leveraged 1.5 billion in additional investment. This TEA platform is part of the UK's Ayrton Fund, which is up to 1 billion of ICF committed on clean energy research, development and demonstration, and focused around a set of priority challenges, including next generation solar, zero emission generators, sustainable cooling, etc. I also just wanted to briefly recall back to the icebreaker presentation on the work of the Technology Executive Committee. Is clearly a range of really valuable resources here that the committee produces. And also speaking concretely, we've heard in that presentation that the tech is negotiating its next 5-year work plan next year. And this is an opportunity that we feel for us that we can be clear on what priority opportunities and challenges that may be that can be taken up by the tech. And we all agree that implementation is important. And this is an example of where the substantive technical and policy issues that we identify through this dialogue can be taken through into the key messages from our decision and then have a concrete impact on implementation through bodies like the tech. Thank you.
Thank you for that intervention. Let me now turn to the EU. EU, you have the floor.
Thank you. So on the first guiding question, so in EU policies, we emphasize inclusive innovation where technology development actively involves local communities, workers, SMEs, and civil societies, and programs under Horizon Europe encourage co-design of renewable energy systems, smart grids, and energy efficiency solutions to reflect local needs, social realities, and cultural contexts, ensuring that no one is left behind. EU initiatives such as the European Innovation Council, the Global Gateway, and the Innovation Fund support also cross-border technology transfer to developing countries. And by sharing best practices, tools, and scalable renewable solutions, we enhance energy access, resilience, and climate mitigation while avoiding technological lock-in and inequitable adoption. So innovation must prioritize scalability and adaptability, enabling solutions developed in one region to be tailored to diverse national and local contexts. Examples include modular solar and mini-grid systems in rural areas, smart energy management platforms, and hybrid renewable storage systems supported by EU technical assistance via different programs. Technology alone is not enough, and it's the integration of local knowledge, indigenous practices, and community expertise is key for the design, deployment, and operation. Successful technology adoption also requires partnerships between governments, private sector, academia, and local communities. And there are some EU-funded public-private partnerships that demonstrate how research institutions, local SMEs, and citizen cooperatives can collaborate to co-develop affordable, clean, and resilient energy solutions, ensuring both economic and social benefits. On the second question, again, I would like to just recall that new data from the International Renewable Energy Agencies show that solar, which was not so long ago 4 times the cost of fossil fuels, is now 41% cheaper, and offshore wind is 53% cheaper, and over 90% of new renewables worldwide produced electricity for less than the cheapest new fossil fuel alternative. So the energy transition has reached its positive tipping points, and we should further build on this. So innovation in energy efficiency technologies, smart grids, building retrofits, and industrial process optimization can significantly reduce emissions and energy demands. And again, through program like Horizon Europe Energy Efficiency Missions and European Local Energy Assistance, the EU supports scalable, cost-effective solutions that lower energy costs for households and businesses. So also, technological innovation must ensure equitable energy access, particularly in rural and undeserved regions. EU-supported initiatives like Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy and global Gateway Clean Energy programs combine this decentralized renewable energy mini-grids and digital managed platform to deliver reliable and affordable energy services. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that intervention. We now have LGMA, and with that, we are going to wrap up this session. You have the floor.
I'll be speaking from the cultural perspectives of how things have been financed in the past. And I've seen that these are not being considered in some of the deliberations we had since. Low-tech energy generation system or manufacturing systems that are common to local communities, I think should not be overlooked in these new pathways that we're trying to develop. And it can only contribute to reducing the global average of that temperature if we look at how are things done in the past, so much so that we had the average very low and manageable, other than what we have with rising urbanization, relegating old manufacturing systems and not looking in the directions of those low-tech manufacturing systems that we've been using or that has contributed in the past to manageable global temperature average. So I just want to point our directions to those traditional local solutions that have been enduring and help the global health to be something that we are still managing today. So brief, that's what I want to point our attention to, and thank you for the time.
Many thanks for that contribution. Let me see if there is anything final. I see the Jungo that have their hand up again. And with that, I would say that that's the last intervention for this session. Jungo, you have the floor.
Am I audible?
Can you try to speak again because we lost you for a moment?
Am I audible?
Now we
Can you hear
can.
me?
Yes, now we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Facilitator. I'm Saikar Das, speaking on behalf of Yongo, the official children and youth constituency of UNFCCC. Today, we stand at a pivotal crossroads. Over 1 billion people in developing countries, including in Africa, still lives without access to reliable electricity, and 1.18 billion more lack clean cooking solutions, exposing families, especially women and children, to daily health crises and tapping communities in cycle of poverty and exclusion. As we are speaking about solutions and we are speaking about how to address this into much more cleaner and affordable tomorrow, first of all, the innovations and technology transfer must be tailored inclusively and demand responsibly. National energy transitions plans thrives when they are anchored in local realities. So for example, the Just Energy Transition Partnership, the GETPS, in South Africa, Indonesia, Vietnam, and Senegal offers powerful models. By embedding technology transfers into country-led programs, these efforts have attracted billions in concessional finance and technology supports. So they accelerated modular renewable like solar mini grids, battery storage, and efficient cook stoves that directly benefited the rural and underserved populations. For example, also there is in Spain, which is the Just Transition Institute, required new renewable projects to invest 1.5 billion in green energy and also like 60 billion in affected coal regions, creating 380 direct and 6,000 indirect jobs, which is a strong local engagement and support. So we can also learn from those kind of lesson learned projects. Energy efficiency is equally crucial. Scaling up efficient lighting, cooling, and cooking appliances can valve household demands and also directly reducing the burden of vulnerable populations over air quality. The most crucial is also the demand side management, as we see the flexibility schemes empower community to manage energy usage, supporting both system stability and affordability in the long term. Clean cooking tech paired with climate finances strategies like green bonds, carbon credits is scaling up rapidly in Ghana. Swiss Ghana bilateral projects on efficient stoves are reducing CO2 emissions and fostering women-led entrepreneurships as well. So we can actually learn from that prospect from the global perspective. Continued investment in grid and off-grid renewables with pro-poor finance and social safety net enables safe lighting for schools, refrigerating for clinics, power for small businesses, and breaking the poverty cycle actually. And last but not the least, with few other inclusions from our side would be implementation of green technology licensing facilities under the UNFCCC technology mechanism to address licensing and IP restrictions and ensure equitable access to knowledge and technologies. Establishing a global energy transition observatory to monitor and report on transitions, providing transparency data on energy emissions, consumptions, and implementation of just transition policies to guide governance and availabilities. That's how we can move towards a proper better tomorrow. And thank you so much for giving me the time to speak.
Thank you very much. And now we really have the final one, and I would invite online Bolivia to read their statement, but noting that we are really in the last minutes of the session. You have the floor. Apologies for misreading. It was Venezuela online that would like to come in and read the statement. Okay, they have mic issues. Let me see if we can read the statement for them, but we also note that it will be considered in the report. So this is the intervention by the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. At this time, we would like to address the question, how can innovation technology transfer foster holistic and multi-sectoral approaches to achieve just energy transition that leaves no one behind, including through inclusive innovation, the integration of local knowledge, and the identification of scalable solutions. In this regard, we wish to highlight some of the actions implemented by the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela as part of its national strategies, which have yielded positive outcomes in this area. Venezuela has made significant efforts in developing and implementing policies aimed at empowering its people through knowledge and the building of scientific and technological capabilities that are in harmony with the environment and the country's
additional knowledge. However, this requires a co-designing of program with community, integrating and local practice into clean energy and clean cooking energy solution, and providing training that enhance both technical and governance capacity. By ensuring meaningful participation in the decision, by supporting community-led projects and safeguarding local and traditional knowledge, this initiative transforms indigenous people and the local communities into active partners, enabling energy transition that are culturally respectful, socially inclusive, and sustainable. On question number 2, the African group thinks that a mechanism and a platform such as the regional knowledge hub, peer-to-peer learning networks, South-to-South cooperation initiative, and the multi-sector forums can strengthen the exchange of experiences, skills, and the resources for just transition pathway. By enabling governments, communities, and the SMEs and the civil society to share lessons and the co-develop solution, this platform can tailor capacity building to diverse local contexts, support inclusive innovation, and ensure that women, youth, informal workers, and the marginalized groups are not left behind in the transition. I thank you very much.
Thank you, the African group. We now go to the United Kingdom.
Thank you very much, facilitator. In the interest of time, like others, I'll keep this brief and also focus on the second question and mention a few areas where the UK is providing capacity building both bilaterally and through various multilateral organizations, and really aiming to try and integrate just transition considerations throughout this support. So for example, UK Pact is a 314 million capacity building program funded by the UK, where we support countries to implement their climate ambition more rapidly, more effectively, more equitably, by delivering impact through a combination of funding for longer term capacity building projects and rapid mobilization of expertise. So to give a couple of brief examples, in Mexico, UK Pact is funding a project that seeks to provide technical assistance to help beneficiaries develop strategies to provide universal energy access through solar energy, which aims to benefit, in particular, rural, isolated, and off-grid communities in Mexico by developing affordable financial models for this energy supply. In Kenya, UK Pact has also funded a project, the Kenya National Off-Grid Electrification Solar Home System Program, which supports the Kenyan government's ambition on providing universal access to electricity. And finally, I'd also just like to note that there are a number of UNFCCC constituted bodies, including the KCI and the Paris Committee on Capacity Building, as our co-chair discussed earlier in the icebreaker presentation, which aims to provide capacity building for just transitions, and we should be maximizing the synergies across these processes and bodies. And there are also a range of external organizations and initiatives providing capacity building, whether that's the ILO, NDC Partnership, IRENA, IEA, the CIFs, etc. I will stop there in the interest of time. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. We have a head stop at 7:15 IPO. Could we ask you to share by email, or would you like to speak in the morning tomorrow? Okay, you could share by email. We'll be able to share the email with you, but if you prefer, you will also have a chance to share your reactions in the morning in the reflection session. Okay, thank you, colleagues, for your time. Oh, apologies that we didn't see that. Is it possible that you can share tomorrow in the morning, or you can send by email? We have to leave the room. Yeah, you can share at the reflection in the morning. Would that be okay? Okay. Can you raise the nameplate again? Okay. We take note of IPO and the European Union. You will be sharing tomorrow morning at the reflection session. At the report back session tomorrow, we'll be giving you the floor to share if this is okay. I am told we have a hard stop. Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues, and see you tomorrow. Thank you.